Yo, 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 yo. What's up, what's up, what's up? Give up the rock. And hello to my fellow revolutionaries. You know who you are, and welcome to today's live stream. It is Monday, the 2nd of February. That's right, second month of the year, ladies and gentlemen. We're doing it. We're doing it. 2026 is happening. Just in case you were thinking that you were in some type of a trip since like New Year's. No, we are full blown into 2026 now, and the drama has just continued to unfold on the political landscape, both locally and, dare I say, globally. Hobo Joe, how you going? That was a long January. Yeah, I know, right? Tell me about it. One long ass trippy January. For sure. So yeah, we're gonna be having a look at some world affairs today. I'm gonna start off with a bit of Australian politics. Yo yo yo, give up your haircuts. Hey, there it is. Sup, Jag in the house. How are we? All these people checking in, even though we're doing earlier streams where I can get them. It's good to have you all. Hope your weekend was well. I hope all of you members of the working populations of the world, yeah, appreciated your weekend, had some good time to yourself, or like, I don't know, rest, recuperate, catch up with people, fellow persons in your class, etc., etc., etc. You know the story. So yeah, I hope you appreciate it. I hope you're ready for another working week where you give yourself in service to capital, in a good way, obviously, not a bad way. Hope you get something out of it. It's probably not going to happen, let's be honest. But I hope at least you get paid well. You get duly compensated, let's say. And yeah, you're ready for another working week. So yeah, we're going to be going over some interesting stuff. If you're not aware, over the weekend, for Australia anyway, they dropped another huge section of the Epstein files. So I think they dropped like 3 million documents, pages of documents. That is absolutely immense, if you ask me. Because, like, you know, who the hell has the time to go through 3 million documents? Unless you have an army of lawyers or something like that. President Kushner. What's that a reference to? Let me know. I would like to know more. But yeah, so they've dropped that. So we're going to be going over the Epstein files. I know it's not everyone's cup of tea going over the Epstein files, but it is incredibly important just to understand lifestyles of the bourgeoisie, the people that control the world. This is a rare insight and a glimpse into their life as debaucherous, nefarious, and just downright disturbing as it is. You're not going to get much better than this, ladies and gentlemen, if you really want to know what they're up to. So, you know, 3 million? How much data did this mofo have? Well, like, you know, 3 million, considering that's not even all of it. That's just the stuff that they have agreed to release. Eh? Mattingly, for the last time, get rid of the sideburns. Doesn't even know what sideburns are. The article I sent you in the DM. Oh, okay. Please, not my boy Kevin. Yeah, Kevin's been named and shaped into the Epstein files. We're gonna have a look into that today. The article I sent you in DM. What, President Kushner? I don't know if I've. Oh, is this? Oh, right. Yes, actually, I've got that on the list. Of what is it? Pax Judaica. Yeah, we're gonna have a look at an article that kind of takes a particular angle of the Epstein files' latest release by looking at how it just demonstrates how much influence Israel has over the American empire. So we will have a look at that, actually. So that's what you're referencing there. Interesting. It looks like a complete Twitch party today. We got everyone coming in on Twitch, unless I have done something wrong, and not set up a YouTube comment section here. But I don't think that's the case. Let's just make sure I'm going live from YouTube. No, it's fine. It's working. If you're watching this on YouTube at the moment, and you can, hit me up in the chat just so I make sure my chat's working properly. But yes, hit me up, please. It says it's poor. My connection is poor. Why is it saying that? Interesting. Currently, keyframes are not being sent enough. Interesting. Yeah, if you're watching this on YouTube, let me know if this is working for you or not. Please. I think I've been kicked off. Nemesis 10. Hey, yo. Okay, so you can see this. And is it coming through okay? Looks good here. Oh, okay, sweet. All right, I was getting some like feedback from YouTube saying that like the quality sucks, but it's looking good. Okay, thank you for confirming, by the way. That does help. It does help. 4AS. Remember, folks, don't say the Z word, otherwise you get banned like Hassan. Yeah, I was talking about that recently with someone. So, like, have people heard this? Because I was logging into Twitch before to set up my stream, and like, there was all these people just like refugees, like Hassan refugees in here or something like that. So, like, all these fucking absolute opportunistic Twitch streamers notice that Hassan is not on, and there's potentially 40,000 people out there that could be absorbed. And so, like, people put their Twitch title as, Hassan refugees come here. So, like, if you don't know where else to go, I'll look after you in the meantime. And, so Hassan's been banned. Most probably temporarily, from what I can understand. This has happened multiple times before, but he said the Z word. He said Zionist, and I don't think in a good way. He said it in a pejorative fashion, calling someone a Zionist in a bad way. And he's been kicked off Twitch, or at least, like I said, banned for now. It's probably a temporary thing, because at the end of the day, he's a big draw card. They don't want to lose people to other platforms. So that's an interesting one. Can't say the Z word. And I hate to say it, but we need to have an approach where no matter who you are, can't read that. No matter who you are, no matter who they are, trial them on the crimes they have evidence on, including Kevin. So what's the Kevin thing? I wanted to have a look at that today, so I'm not sure. But like people are already referencing it like it's an actual thing. So I'm assuming Kevin's been named and shamed. And like people are upset about that. He's been named and shamed in the Epstein files. Look, there's a lot of people that I would say would be completely caught up in this dragnet. Looks pretty interesting and damning for someone like Elon Musk as well. Hey, we'll get into that. But it particularly looks damning for Donald Trump, which is interesting. It seems that he was invited but declined to meet. Very interesting. Kev dog. See, like that's when you know you're rubbing shoulders with the most powerful, right? When you're getting, invited along to soirees that involve someone like Jeffrey Epstein and co. Ravy baby in the house. How you going? What's up, peeps? The Z word. Yeah, I've noticed zebras don't seem to fit in their environment. Very good. It's good to have you. Hope you're well. Hope you're well. They act like Z is a religion and not a political thing. Well, isn't it just interesting how it's so protected that you can't say it? That is absolutely outrageous. If you like talk about freedom of speech, right? Like you can't say the Z word. Like isn't that outrageous? Like it's based on like the judgment or the perception of how you use it. So I guess if you're being pro Zionism, then it's okay. But like if you speak about it critically, then that's where they draw the line, ladies and gentlemen. That's where they draw the line. Kevin Rudd denies Epstein visit amid fresh US files release. All right, we'll have to look into that. Well, you know what? I was going to do Australian politics first. Fuck Australian politics. Shall we just get straight into the Epstein files then? Seems like that's what people are talking about at the moment. You know who isn't on the list? Pauline. LOL, so good. Yes, you and me and Pauline, we didn't make the cut, did we, Dilemmas? Yeah, it's an ideology that exists in all religion in some form or another, but you can talk about some religions and you can't talk about others. Or like ideological pursuits within religions. Elitism, supremacy, if you will, in religions, in some religions, but not all. They are not all equal. The only race and religion just validates my Jews are the Atlantean theory. Okay. It's an obvious silence tactic. It's huge. And it's like global. It's a global silence tactic. You can't say and talk bad about a particular group of people uh, that is purely conceptual. Like, it's not actually like talking about an entire subset of the human race that identifies as a religion. It is like just an idea, Zionism itself. It's just an idea. It's very interesting. Like, that has been cordoned off. Eh? No one say anything bad about the Z word. Not at all. And like only surveillance capitalism could deliver you that power. Can I just say? Because like you can't control every media outlet that's out there, even if they're like mainstream media. Certain countries will have their own control over their own media outlets and stuff. But in surveillance capitalism, you can, because if people start posting stuff on the World Wide Web and it can be monitored by algorithms at the behest of private interests, then like you can literally carve out an entire conversation and stop it from happening. And like if it doesn't stop happening, then you start banning people. It doesn't matter how prominent they are. If they say the Z in the pejorative, then they're out. And like only surveillance capitalism has that power. It's absolutely mental. Absolutely mental. Apparently Musk isn't either. People are saying he wasn't cool enough to get an invite. No, it's not from what I understand about Elon Musk. Apparently, like I actually like, you know, when we were talking about this 12 months ago, I was like, oh, Elon's and the boys are just lucky they weren't like that prominent back when Epstein was doing his thing, like back in the 90s, or they would be completely entrenched in this. But no, it looks like Musk was not just not getting, like he wasn't just invited kind of thing. He was seeking it out. He's been emailing, you know, Jeffrey Epstein, asking to get access to his debaucherous parties, getting access to Epstein Island. So like Musk is not looking good in all of this. It's really interesting. Not gonna lie, Rudd and Epstein together made me laugh. Yeah, I know, right? It's an interesting one. Yeah, it's like claiming MAGA are a protected class, which they are basically trying. It would be interesting, right? Imagine if you couldn't say anything bad about MAGA. Eh? Be a lot of content creators that would just fall off the earth if that happened. Zionists, great people can criticize us in public. Great people can't criticize us in public. That'll make everyone love us more. Well, see, I guess at this point, it's not even really just about, making sure you have a good public opinion kind of thing. I think it's just about control. I think it's just about control now. And like, you don't have this ability to control the world's populations and the world's information. You never had that before. You had the surveillance architecture that the tech bros have now. It's just, this is uncharted territory for us. Like you can say, oh, no one should say the N word or something like that. Or nobody talks about the Holocaust or jokes about the Holocaust or something like that. Or you can have like these cultural kind of faux pas and like people just don't go there kind of thing, like the taboos. And like everyone kind of generally polices that together because it's kind of, we don't go there. It's distasteful. We don't say it. But like that's just like kind of consensus stuff. Dare I say common sense. But like that's not necessary anymore. It's not necessary. You could literally, even though people want to criticize the Zists, we now have the physical means to suppress the conversation, like broadly. Like all the news outlets themselves, like traditional news media, they don't actually exist. Like people still watch the TV, I guess. But like most people get their news from even the mainstream media through social media. And so if social media writes community guidelines and policies that say you can't say Z, then you can't say Z. It was like during the pandemic, like they were really policing hard anyone that was critical of COVID or said anything bad, like alternate theories or alternate treatments or anything like that. And you got a strike. Like there was no mincing words there. If you weren't peddling the right story, the main story on that one, you got silenced and you got shut out of the community. This is a level of information control, sophistication of information control we haven't had before. Before, you used to have thought leaders or prominent people telling you you can't talk about this, and like you're a good person if you listened and you didn't talk about it too. But you were able to talk about it. If you had a platform, you could get your voice out. But now everything's funneled through social media. And so the architecture is incredibly powerful and the algorithms are incredibly powerful. They might not even just cancel you. They just won't boost you. And like, if you think for a second that there's anything organic about social media and algorithms and stuff, they've got a bridge to sell you. Like, they can completely artificially create and destroy you if they want to, just by whether or not their algorithm promotes you. And so you just step 1 foot out of line. And so we're going to have to think here on this channel. I didn't realize that Twitch were that hardcore. But like the whole Pax Judaica theory is really going hard at the moment. If you can't critically speak about Z without being deplatformed, it's pretty mental. It's pretty mental. The media is already controlled. Yes. But like, it's just a different form. It's like decentralized control. This is centralization of control, which was not possible before, unless like somebody just went out and bought all of the media in the world, kind of thing, and was like, I own the entire conversation. Like, that would have been pretty close to it. But like, this is just, we're not used to this level of complete control. Wasn't Musk's brother living with Epstein? Yeah. Italians not being able to insult their uncles. Whereas there's a difference between convincing someone to a certain standard of behavior via persuasion or even shame. But it's another thing outright censoring someone if they say a word. Hey, yeah, it is a different phenomenon. That fluffy man bun is ridiculous, bro. Get a proper haircut, will you please? Man, the man bun's getting so much attention of late. Haven't seen you in a while, Keno. It's good to have you. I can't say Happy New Year anymore because it's February, but welcome to 2026. Hope you're doing well. The US is $38 trillion in debt. Call me a conspiracy theorist if you want, but I believe we are being gaslit from both sides, left and right. And united we stand, divided we fall. Yeah, well, fair enough. Like, you could even have that whole sentiment, I must admit, Nemesis, without even going into the whole $38 trillion worth of debt thing. Hey, it's no conspiracy that we're being gaslit from everywhere. And divide and conquer tactic all the way, orchestrated chaos. LOL, Ken Oath is back. Yeah, and being absolutely scathing. I'm not gonna lie, Ken Oath. I'm defeated over here. I'm gonna have a little cry when I finish my stream. I like the hair a lot. Just saying. Oh, stop it. Take that, Ken Oath. Ninja Nurse is gonna get ya. Gonna get ya. We doing class war now. Race doesn't matter so much. Exactly. Uncle is Zio. Oh, right. That's the reference. Interesting. Yeah. Interesting. Zio in Italian. All right. So we're just going to have to use that when we try and use our code and try and figure out what's going on. But I want you to think about this. All right. Talking about, like, gaslighting people, manipulating conversations, censorship. I want you to think about this as we go through the Epstein files controversy today. And I want you to think about what we looked at last week. If you weren't here, last week we took a bit of time to go over the whole controversy with TikTok. So ByteDance, the Chinese company that owns US TikTok, was kind of told that you get out or... like, give us control of US TikTok, or you get out kind of thing. And so ByteDance has settled, and two or three American companies have come in and over the top. One of them headed and controlled by Larry Ellison, major tech bro, very important dude. But like what happened basically a few days after US TikTok was taken over by Larry Ellison and the boys, who are Italian uncles, let's just say, massive Italian uncles. When they were taken over, just like days afterwards, TikTok goes down, starts having all these problems. People can't upload particular types of content, or they can upload it, but it gets 0 views. And dun dun dun, hold your breath. If you haven't heard this one already, people can't say the word Epstein in DMs, not out in the open, in DMs. In DMs, people can't write Epstein to one another. And lo and behold, one of the major sources, I would say, of information, one of the main information highways in the US for the majority of the population would be TikTok. Like people would consume a lot of their media, let's say, spend a lot of their time, get a lot of their information via TikTok. And all of a sudden, TikTok gets taken over. You can't talk about Epstein. And then a couple of days later, bang, they drop 3 million documents or pages from the Epstein files. And now people can't talk about Epstein on TikTok. It's no coincidence, ladies and gentlemen, that all these things are coming together. And like particularly from organizations or corporations that are controlled by Italian uncles, by Zios. Like it's absolutely incredible, the timing of all this sort of stuff. And like, you get little bits of it from the mainstream media. They tell you little bits here and there. But like, unless you weave it together, like you blink and you miss all of this stuff, because there is a broader story going on there. There's a broader agenda holding a lot of this stuff together, but we never get to hear about it too much. KK Online, there you go. They're seriously making us do Harry Potter shit. Yeah, he who shall not be named. Yeah. Like, there's two things. We can't say he. We can't say him. Don't say the E word. And we can't say the Z word. And like the E word and the Z word are intricately linked. Intricately linked. You could argue that some of the successes of Is Not Rail throughout the 80s and 90s and beyond are directly attributable to the actions of Mr. Epstein. Like, so integral he was as drawing people together and networks of people. And it wasn't just like the way that we think it is, where it's just like, oh, he's running some type of global human trafficking sex operation to blackmail the most powerful members of the world bourgeoisie. So he's got dirt on them and he can use it against them if he ever wants. But like, it's kind of getting them into the club so they can all feed off each other and jerk circle one another. But like, it wasn't just that. Like, he incredibly tied into the world financial system, like huge banks around the globe who were also dealing and providing financial assistance or support for people who were dealing weapons all around the world. So like, it's intricately linked with the arms trade, the black market arms trade that goes on around the world. And Is Not Rail is a big feature in all of that, like dark arms trading that happens kind of off the books, and the dark money through legitimate financial organizations that helps move the money around to facilitate the movement of all of these weapons all around the world to various countries, various regimes, various state actors that need support of this government or that government in order to destabilize this political opposition and that political opposition. Like, this is all intertwined. And, Mr. Finance himself, the mathematical genius, Mr. Epstein, was hugely integral in all of this network. It's absolutely fascinating stuff. But like, he's kind of known more for the gross stuff that people really get upset about, like the kiddie stuff. But like, the network that he had, the financial success that he had was really why he was so powerful. It's something that doesn't get talked about a lot, and the way that that relates to particular state actors and like deep state actors like the CIA, Mossad, MI6, all that type of stuff. It's absolutely incredible. Yeah, it's very interesting when they start telling that you what you can and can't say. It's tyrannical. It's a good way to describe it. Actually, it is very tyrannical. Don't believe your lying eyes, etc., etc. Anyone who introduces speech laws is obviously not to be trusted. Hey, yes, that's right. That's right. Get him. Get him. Goddamn hate speech laws. All right, let's actually have a look at something, shall we? I'll shut up, and we'll actually have a look. What's in the latest files? Let's try and get some type of understanding of what's actually in the files, as opposed, because there's so much that has been dumped, right? It's like classic flood the zone kind of stuff. There's been so much that has been dumped. Like people actually don't know what to talk about. So everyone's got their own niche topics that they like. Go after Kevin Rudd. That's only the Australians that would know about that. Go after Elon Musk. Go after Bill Gates. There's so many people that have been named and shamed in this. Let's have a look and get a more of an objective position on what was in the files generally, and then we'll get into some of the weeds of like the saucy stuff. Let's do this, shall we? Let's have a look.
The Department of Justice released its latest and likely last major batch of files related
to likely last? Like, what's that even about? Like, what do you mean likely last? Why would you actually put a limit on the files that you're going to be releasing? There's way more files. And she's like, they're openly just like, all right, here it is, plebs. This is the last time you're going to get anything. And there's more stuff to go. And they're not going to release it all? What? How does that make sense? What the hell's going on there? I had to do the ads. What's this? The Clive Palmer. Epstein files link Steve Bannon to Clive Palmer's 83.6 million election ad campaign. No fucking way. See, and like this is 3 million documents, right? There's more. There's more. It's crazy. 3.5 million pieces of information on this. Crazy as... Man, it is crazy.
To investigations into the late convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. This comes more than a month after the DOJ missed a deadline set by Congress and signed into law by President Trump. It includes more than 3 million pages, 2,000 videos, and 180,000 images. The DOJ says there are redactions, including the personally identified...
180,000 images, 1,000 images, 2,000 videos. Could you imagine what are in those images and videos? Could you imagine? That report was in the Herald. No way. Could you link me, please? Link me. I'd like to read that. Man, this is going to go for days. I mean, like, we're going to be streaming about this for days. Like, there's just too much information here for one stream.
Identifiable information of victims, but the department has not provided a full explanation of what's excluded. The Deputy Attorney General said the White House did not have oversight over the review or redactions.
We complied with the statute, we complied with the act, and there is no, we did not protect President Trump.
This guy, Todd Blanche, this guy is Trump's personal attorney. He is like, well, look, Trump's probably got an army of attorneys, but he's been Trump's personal attorney before. Absolutely mental. And he's the deputy head of the Department of Justice. He's the deputy attorney general. And so like when Ghislaine Maxwell was looking for a plea bargain, like having a new deal, a sweetheart deal going her way, even though she's in jail and she's in prison for like 20 years, she was looking to get a softer sentence. And she released that picture last year that Trump had drew of like the woman's body in his birthday letter to Jeffrey Epstein. She released that information. And then as soon as she released that, Todd Blanche goes in and has a meeting with her, and then she gets moved to a more minimum security prison where it's basically like she's in a hotel. And like people can come and go as they please. It's really, really low kind of stuff. She just can't leave the hotel, I guess. Todd Blanche. And so like he's in there negotiating, and he's the guy that's kind of, you know, a big player, an overarching player for the Department of Justice in curating all of the files and their release. It's pretty interesting. Like it's not impartial, let's say. That he doesn't have someone there who's a bureaucrat who's just doing the job because they're trying to do a good job, to the best of their expertise and their knowledge. Like this is someone who is Trump's friend and ally in there. And the stuff they've released still says some disgusting stuff about Trump. We'll get to that. There's a paywall. Hold up. I'll see if I can source the story. If you get me the link, I can get around the PW, let's just say. Reminds me of the movie Hostel. I know, right? Doesn't this have Hostel vibes? All the stories that come out about this stuff. And like a lot of these people as well that are trafficked. Like they don't make it back. They're not paid and see you later kind of thing. Some of them disappear forever.
Didn't protect or not protect anybody. There's a hunger or a thirst for information that I do not think will be satisfied by the review of these documents. And there's nothing I can do about that.
Our team has been going through that document dump today, and NewsHour Justice correspondent Ali Rogan joins me now with what we know. So, Ali, what did we learn today?
Anna, this was a massive document dump, as you said, 3 million pages. As you can imagine, our team is still sifting through them. Before today, for comparison, the DOJ had released about 500,000 pages, so this is orders of magnitude bigger. And the person making this announcement today is also notable. Todd Blanche, now Deputy Attorney General. He was President Trump's former personal attorney. He was emphatic, though, that the White House had no involvement in any of the preparation of the documents. He also said that between this release and a forthcoming report to Congress, once that's out, the DOJ's obligations under this law that Congress passed, the Epstein Files Transparency Act, will come to an end.
So I know you're still going through the files, but what do we know about what is inside the files themselves so far?
I think most notably what people are looking for is mentions of President Trump, and there are thousands of them in these documents. Many of them, we should note, are news clippings, but there are some.
Have you seen this stuff? I wonder if we can find it here. I've got a source that talks about it separately, but he is named thousands of times. Thousands of times. Now, we know the type of stuff that Jeffrey Epstein got up to, okay? We know what he is capable of, this guy. And Trump doesn't appear a few times. It's not like a Kevin Rudd example where he's invited to dinner and like politely declines. Thousands of times they're mentioned. And he's mentioned in cahoots, in the sense that like they're up to no good together. They're doing the same type of stuff. That's why Trump's name comes up thousands of times.
Lists and summaries of unsubstantiated claims made against him from individuals alleging wrongdoing, including graphic depictions of alleged sexual abuse, including of underage girls. Some of those complaints date back to the 90s, others from more recently, around when he was campaigning for president. What we don't know, though, is whether any of these claims have been substantially investigated.
So there's claims from when he was running for president. Now, if you follow the usual story of this, Trump says that he cut off relations, and they did have a stoush, the two of them, over property. But like, he was still associated somehow, or being named and shamed as part of things associated with Epstein up until his first run for president. Interesting. Very interesting. I remember back in the 90s, Alex Jones documentary on Bohemian Grove. Really creepy stuff. Fun fact, Hostel was directed by Eli Roth, aka the Bear Jew. Illuminati confirmed. I believe Hostel is based on true stories, not gonna lie. Or maybe they're related to this stuff, because like it's gonna get pretty graphic. And if you think that like Hostel is bad because like, you know, it's very confronting, like do not think for a second, honestly, that the people that are implicated with this Epstein stuff, and Epstein is just one, like people think that somehow the media have construed it into this idea that Epstein was kind of like this kingpin of this huge global network, and like once he was taken down, everything disappeared. He was but a mere player in the game. And there are so many outrageous stories about what this section of the bourgeoisie does to working people. It's never from their own classes that they will do this to. They prey upon the vulnerable. But like, if you've seen Hostel, some of the stories that come from Hostel, yes, there's truth to them. There's truth to them. But they are happening to not, young adults who are seeking a Euro trip kind of thing. They are happening to the most vulnerable people as well, like people that are underage. It's not just stuff that is happening. Like adults, at the end of the day, you're an adult. You made it this far. I'm not saying they're disposable, but underage persons, it's a whole nother kettle of fish. It's absolutely disgusting. Okay, posted to Discord. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Just the link's good. All right, let's have a look here. Oh, this is the link. Perfect. A Clive Palmer. Like the plot thickens. Like everyone's involved in this. Steve Bannon. Hey, that grub. Hey, flood this zone, Steve.
Department of Justice says that they were required by law to release everything, including those documents that were fake or falsely submitted. There's also a new diagram we saw today that shows basically an organization chart of Epstein's inner circle. Some employees were blacked out, but we see the connections between him and co-conspirators like Ghislaine Maxwell, as well as several attorneys and an accountant. There's also what appears to be a new picture of a desk or a table filled with photos of Epstein, Maxwell, and public figures including Trump, as well as one with Pope John Paul II. We've also seen in past releases some
the Pope. Oh my God.
pages are entirely redacted and others are completely mundane things like schedule updates. Anna, I also want to note that we've reached out to the White House for comment and they have provided none.
We should also note, I understand there are other members of the administration mentioned in some of these documents. What do we know?
Yes, we already knew that Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick had a relationship with Epstein, which he claims had ended in the early aughts, but new documents indicate that they made plans to meet for lunch in 2012 on Epstein's private island in the Caribbean, while Lutnick was also vacationing in the Caribbean elsewhere with his family. And it does seem in those documents like they followed up and had that lunch.
We should underscore here, just being mentioned in the documents is no indication of any kind of wrongdoing, but we should also double down on.
Can we just remember that being mentioned in the documents is not a case for wrongdoing? It just shows where you're at. If you're caught in this dragnet, you're up there with the most powerful people in the world.
On this idea, the deadline to release those documents was more than a month ago. Why has it taken so long?
It was indeed. It was on December 19th. The Department of Justice says they sent more than 500 lawyers to go through these documents and meticulously redact these things. In a letter today, Attorney General Pam Bondi said they'd identified.
Remember that guy we just saw, Todd Blanche, who was just like, we had nothing to do with it? It was all the FBI that had all this information. And now they're saying, look, the Department of Justice has had an army of 500 lawyers going through and redacting stuff. Imagine being on that team. 500 lawyers. Like, only a culture like the US could produce lawyers in that number anyway. Such a mark of a bourgeois society. It's like, what's the most important service that you can provide? I don't know, get into lawfare so you can cripple other people in the court system. Destroy lives, basically. And so you have an army of 500 people just like completely disposable. Let's just put them to use redacting the Epstein files. So they say it's about protecting the identities of vulnerable people, victims, all that sort of stuff. But like, do you believe it? Do you believe it? Because there's a lot of stuff that has been redacted. Like we've seen in previous iterations of the releases and the dumps of the Epstein files, where they release something that's not properly redacted because it mentions Trump or something like that, and then they take it offline, redact it, and then put it back. Or you had things that were like redacted really poorly, with like where you could get the document and you put it into PDF and you can delete the redaction itself, exposing. Now there are theories out there that this army of 500 lawyers, they're not Trump faithfuls, they're not MAGA faithfuls. Exactly. And they've been tasked with an impossible mission, which is to eradicate the story that shines a bad light on anything that is associated with Trump, I guess you would say, or somehow implicate him. And they don't care. They're not loyals. So, like, they'll redact what they think is necessary from a legal perspective, like, again, protecting the names of innocent persons and victims and all that sort of stuff. But outside of that, they don't really give a shit. And, like, what are they going to do? Is Trump going to get out there with Todd Blanche and check 3 million documents to make sure they've done a good job? Like, who is going to check that? Who is going to check those documents? Like, you would have thought at this day and age they would have got AI to do that. Just be like, key search anything that says this or relates to that, and then we'll just redact on that basis. But, you know, they've got an army of 500 people. And, yeah, theories are out there that they're deliberately not redacting things as effectively as they really should be, if you know what I mean. And so, like, there's little heroes here and there within the Department of Justice that are, like, you know, deliberately not doing the redaction process as per the directive from Todd Blanche in the White House, and just doing it to the letter of the law instead. So there's no political agenda here. So, you know, something to think about. It's interesting. Maxwell's daddy, research him sometime. Maxwell, in my opinion, was Epstein's handler, not his subordinate. Well, like, Maxwell was very, very important to this whole affair. Maxwell was, like, you know, if Epstein, as I was explaining before, was integral to the rise of, or the growth of the state of Israel from the 90s onwards, Maxwell was his equivalent from the 60s, I guess you would say. So Maxwell being a massive media magnate, but, like, in bed with Eastern Europeans and, like, connected to basically organized crime in Eastern Europe, and had a lot of connections there, which gave him a lot of money, which allowed him to amass a media empire, and have connections all over the world and move money around and black market weapons for people all around the world, and allow him to buy his own islands and things like that. Wasn't he found dead in, like, the Canary Islands and all that sort of stuff? He is, I would say, Epstein before Epstein, in a way. And so, like, he would have taught Epstein a lot of the stuff he knows, and that's how he would have met Ghislaine as well. Maxwell's daughter, we're talking about. He would have met her, I think, through the father. And then, like, and she was like, no, I don't know how to say, it's not groomed, but, like, she grew up in that culture. And so it was easy for her to transfer her loyalty from her father to Epstein, because she'd been involved in that world and her father used her in that way. Like very Game of Thronesy kind of stuff. He used her as, like, his female pawn, and would use her to help make connections with people, like, kind of marry her off in a way, not really, to important and prominent people. I'm using marry, like, you know, euphemistically here, if you know what I mean. Very mercenary stuff, very Game of Thronesy kind of stuff. Nemesis 10, exactly. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about here, right? Yeah. The worst part of about this all is nothing will be done. Well, like, it's funny, isn't it? Because, like, there's been some pretty crazy stuff released about Trump. And, like, you see straight away, like, PBS NewsHour. I don't know why they're taking sides on this one, but, like, basically what they've said here, PBS, is like, oh, well, you know, unsubstantiated claims about Trump. It's just like, well, you know, they're in the files. They're not substantiated yet. They haven't been litigated fully. There's some pretty damning stuff in there. Like any other president throughout history, if they had this type of stuff come up against them, you know, it would have been career-ending kind of stuff. Not in this day and age. Not in the day and age of social media and surveillance capitalism. I'm going to ram home this theme as much as possible to make my point clear over the weeks and the years that we all hang out together on these streams. But, you know, it's only possible to control the conversation in the surveillance capitalist era like this. Because, anyone else would have suffered a crushing defeat after revelations of this nature. But not now. People will move on in the attention economy. Woozle, Elon's daughter has confirmed childhood Epstein Island visits, I just discovered. There we go. There you go. Because like was asking for them. He was asking to go to Epstein Island. So why not? Rothschild connected big time. Hobo Joe. And this is just what we know. Who's to say there is not someone else that is still doing this stuff? It's interesting that you say that. Now, I've got some theories on this, and there's some interesting, like when we talk about this type of stuff, like the aiding and abetting international criminals, supplying, people with arms, helping the state of Israel take over and control the US deep state, and its imperial ambitions, like that stuff is still going, but like this kind of sordid network of basically pedos and murderers, like, is this stuff still happening? To a certain extent, yes. Like, they'll still have their debaucherous, like, orgies and crazy parties and all that sort of stuff. But like, do they use this stuff in the same way? Like before, in the age of Epstein and Maxwell, what they really were doing was they were collecting dirt on one another, so that everybody is implicated, right? Everybody's got dirt on everybody else, so they all don't say anything about each other. And they're all protected because of that. Like, they all know something about one another. And so that's their protection as a group. They've all got dirt on each other. Like, look at Bill Clinton and Trump. Like, those revelations that came out at the end of last year about, like, Trump giving Bubba a blowy and stuff like that. Like, these guys are all completely intricately related with dirt on one another. And so that was part of their game. Epstein was important, the player and all that, because he was really good at keeping dirt on everyone, keeping tracks on everyone, and using that to blackmail people and to keep them under his thumb and the group's thumb. Now, this is the funny thing, is in the surveillance capitalist era, is that even necessary now? Because now they've got dirt not just on, how the powerful run, but they've got dirt on everyone. They've got everything you've ever done online, somewhere, and everything you might have done in the real world, but you had your phone on you and you're being there was geo-tracking on you being used. Like, they have got so much information on everyone. Like, the question is, do these tactics that Epstein used, like, saving thousands of photos, using old school cameras to get things, like to set up recording devices all throughout his various palatial residences, like the stories of his residence in New York kind of thing, and the way it was bugged, and there was like a centralized room where he was watching everyone and stuff. Like, you don't need that anymore. Everybody has their own bugging device on them at all times. And so the theory is, yeah, these people probably still do all the debaucherous stuff. But like, do they do it as part of some blackmail consortium to hold out, or like to keep everyone in line? Maybe not. Maybe not, because the dirt that you have now all comes through the surveillance capitalist infrastructure that we all have around us. And that is a scary thought, because if you step out of line now, it's not just like, Prince Andrew stepping out of line and he's been thrown to the wolves kind of thing. It's not just about that. It's about you. You step out of line. Let's say you're a content creator or something like that. You're Hassan, right? And you've just said the Z word too many times. Like, they might be like, look, mate, you got to stop doing this. So we're gonna release your search history from when you were, from when you were in your 20s. Hey, good luck to you. We've been tracking you. We know you've been going to that massage parlor, hey, every day after work, hey, Mr. Piker. We know what you've been up to. We're going to release that, and that's going to be damaging for you. So, like, I'm not saying that the rich and the powerful won't be doing their crazy shit anymore, their Pizzagate kind of stuff anymore. They definitely will. But the blackmail system that's associated with that is for everyone now. We're all going to be caught up in this. So you're still standing with Ruddy behind you, I see. I assume you haven't heard yet. Yes, I have heard. We're actually going to look into that. Dr. Nathan, how you going? Hope you're well. you, J'accuse. Yeah, that's right. We're going after you, buddy. We're going to investigate your mishaps. Hey, we're gonna get into what he's been up to. Very funny. Weinstein described him as a construct, which is an interesting term to use. Yeah, and from someone like Weinstein as well. Which Weinstein are we talking about here? The disgraced Harvey? Because like for him to call someone a construct is fucking scary, isn't it? Literally just let them investigate, send the pedos to jail. Like, well, like, if we send them all to jail, there'll be no one left to run the world. Ninja knows. And this is all just the very tip of the iceberg. Yeah, if Prince Andrew would just spill his guts, he might get himself a gram of redemption on his tonnage of crimes. It's not how the world works. Not gonna happen. I feel ya, Woozle, but I don't know. It's just not gonna happen. Surely not as bad as Vosh's search history. Hopefully. Fuck. Savage. Savage. Never have heroes, kids. Oh. Oh. Yeah, fair enough. Keep him right there until he's been found guilty. They're all having Diddy parties. Yeah. Is Gina's name on the list? Being a billionaire and evil by extension? That's so funny. Like, come on, man. Like, we had this conversation just the other day. You think that because she's a billionaire, we accuse her of being evil just because she is a billionaire, not despite all of the things that she has done throughout her lifetime, which we investigated last week. No, no, of course not. Of course not. If he is found to be guilty of a crime, then throw him in jail. Right? Surprised Andrew hasn't been Diana'd yet. Yeah, well, like Andrew seems to have been, from what I understand, from the information that I've read about, like Andrew was a useful idiot to get access to the halls of power and blackmail like the royals and the English establishment. So they actually set Andrew up, and like he was just, like I said, just a useful idiot. And they'd like feed him people and give him things and services, and like if you've seen some of the stuff that's come out with Andrew, like he's just like playing around on the floor with people, so really juvenile stuff. He was just a knob. He was just a knob, a royal knob. And they just were like, hey, would you like some women? Would you like to go party with us? Would you like to do this and that? And like Ghislaine was taking him around. There's all these pictures of her, you know, holding hands with him in New York. She was just taking him around, and they were just getting dirt on him. And they would turn around with that dirt and then go to the royal family or the English establishment, political establishment, be like, here, look at all the shit we got in a royal. Would you like this to come out? No, it's time to make sure we do deals in the background. Make sure you support this for Is Not Real. Make sure you don't investigate this bank, this international banking consortium that's been helping move money around for like warlords in various countries that we sell arms to on the black market, like all this type of stuff. And so like Andrew was just an idiot, just an absolute dumbass. That was a way to screw over the English political elite. And so like I'm surprised he hasn't been Diana, because he's just so aloof. Like he just, like all this stuff comes out, and it's because they don't need the dirt anymore. Like it's like whatever. He served his purpose. And like, you know, he's just a nothing burger now. Too many Lex Luthers and not enough Bruce Waynes. No, I've learned the trigger points now. Ah, interesting. Don't criticize us for committing genocide. Yeah, don't criticize. Yeah, another blackmail point. And like, but this is what I'm saying. Like, this is my theory. Do you see my theory now? And like, you don't need to blackmail a royal family and a political establishment and say, don't talk badly about Is Not Real. Don't criticize us openly. You can just use surveillance capitalism to do that for you. You got the infrastructure to control the world conversation. You can take out TikTok. You can use your algorithms. And like, if anyone talks badly about it, then and uses the Z word, you don't need a blackmail operation anymore. Like, you can use the blackmail operation for other stuff, but like, you can control the conversation. It's okay. Oh yeah, what about Gina and Simon Holmes at court? I bet there are a few on the list, not just guest lists either. Get rid of this Whitlam guy. We don't like the cut of his jib. Yeah.
More than 6 million pages that needed review, which resulted in the 3 million today. They say they redacted personally identifiable information of victims and sexually explicit material. She also said that approximately 200,000 pages have been withheld or redacted because of various privileges, including attorney-client privilege, and that within 15 days they're going to give Congress a more detailed look at government officials and quote, politically exposed persons in this document, although there's no definition of what politically exposed means.
Speaking of Congress, how is all this landing on Capitol Hill?
Well, we heard today from one of the authors of the Epstein Files Act, Congressman Ro Khanna. He says he has outstanding questions about why, by the DOJ's account, 2.5 million of these documents remain out of public view. He said he was looking for victim interview statements, many of which were included in today's tranche. He's also looking for additional documents from Epstein's computers. But of course, Amna, this massive tranche was just released today, so there could be more revelations in the hours and days to come.
Justice correspondent Ali Rogan, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. No, thank you. All right, so like this is as objective as you can get. Like this is what happened. They released a bunch of shit. So if you haven't heard that yet, then like now we know. There's what is it? 3 million documents or pages of documents. 2,000 videos. 2,000 videos. That's mental. 2,000 videos and what was it? 180,000 images. Like, what's going on there? Hey, let's get some more context, shall we? This is Voidzilla. I know 4IS has suggested a bit of Voidzilla in the past, so I thought we'd give this a go. I haven't crash tested any of this stuff yet, just so you know. So we're all going to do this for the first time together.
The FBI just dropped 3.5 million files, and it is incredible. Huge bombshells about some of the most powerful people on the planet. I can't believe they let some of this stuff out. I mean, it is stunning. Honestly, one of the biggest lies we've seen is the idea that the FBI could possibly come to us and say, not only is there not a client list, there was no credible evidence that Epstein blackmailed prominent individuals. Guys, we're about to see planned blackmail to one of the most powerful people on the planet, and that is Bill Gates. Listen, there's a lot we're gonna get to, but we have to start with probably the craziest revelation here, which is Jeffrey Epstein emailing himself about Bill Gates. Now, if you don't know, Bill Gates and Epstein had a relationship post 2008. That's a big year. You're going to hear a lot today because 2008 was the time that Epstein pled guilty for soliciting of somebody under the age of 18. He was a predator.
Have you seen it?
Everybody.
Yeah. Well, like it racked up like in 10 hours, it had racked up 1 million views. Look at that. It's up 3 million views now. Look at that. Far out.
Everybody knew it. Now, eventually, Bill Gates would get divorced when all of this came out. Melinda Gates said it was part of the direct cause for the divorce. She said she met Epstein and said he was evil.
He was evil personified.
So you have to understand, this is like Bill Gates' kryptonite. He's one of the richest men on the planet. He's got this huge philanthropy arm. But this relationship with Epstein has been a huge problem for him. And Epstein appears to have known that because in 2013, Bill Gates appears to be distancing himself from Jeffrey Epstein, and Epstein seems to have a problem with that. He says, I assume the dedication to our relation went both ways. Larry has now asked me to recommit to a confidentiality agreement. Basically, he's got to shut up about his relationship with Bill Gates. And this is where the blackmail starts, and it comes in the form of like, if I were you, I would do X if I were the type of guy that you should be. He says, in that regard, I suggest I buy you the house that you had your heart set on. In addition to 5 years of severance, we'll buy you out of the investment contract we agreed upon, 30 to 40% of an $100 million partnership for $30 million in today's terms. That's what I would have done had I been in your shoes. Then he lays out what he has on Bill Gates, or what he says he has. Quote, to add insult to injury, you subsequently, with tears in your eyes, implore me to delete the emails I had regarding your STD. Your request that I provide you antibiotics that you could surreptitiously give to Melinda, and the description of your I mean, this is insane. It's completely surreptitiously give to Melinda.
And the description of your penis. These people are all fucked, man. Seriously. Simon Holmes was involved in wage theft from hospo workers. He has his sins too. And people listening to Gates about vaccines, something to think about. Yeah, he's a fucking grub. And he's asking, he's like, this is the like, these guys are billionaires. And he's asking Epstein if he can have some antibiotics so I can give to my missus, because I got stung when we were hanging out together, doing something grubby. And like, I know you've got the goods, mate. Give us the antibiotics that you use for your STD. This is how these people live, This ain't a bunch of 20-year-olds, that are talking about what they did on the long weekend. They shouldn't have done that extra thing really late at night, These are rich and powerful people, like middle-aged men they were talking about here as well. Absolute grubs. Love the word surreptitiously. It's so good. Solar Bear in the house. How you going? Gina, Clive, and Holmes. Imagine having so much money that you can buy a political party. Yeah, I know, right?
The description of your I mean, this is insane. It's completely insane. It's like basically laying out in text form, I would give me millions of dollars, and I can't believe you're asking me to delete the message where you were going to give STD medication to your wife without her knowledge. I mean, it's complete. It's crazy. It's just completely obvious what he's doing here. It's just a nudge, nudge, wink, wink. Here's what you should do. But now that coming out after Epstein's death, this looks really bad for Gates, obviously, because you usually wouldn't blackmail somebody for something that's completely false or fake. I mean, maybe he did that. But we also know Bill Gates had affairs. Obviously, Melinda credits it for their divorce. So it's hard to believe there was nothing sketchy going on. Bill Gates, of course, maintains that it was completely above board. He says the fact this allegation was in here just shows how much Epstein was willing to defame people. But Epstein lays it out. He says he helped Bill get drugs in order to deal with the consequences of sex with Russian girls, facilitating his illicit trysts with married women, and to being asked to provide Adderall for bridge tournaments. Look, guys, this is exactly what we suspected the whole time.
So what the fuck does that mean? What is Adderall for bridge tournaments? Is that like a thing? Have I missed something there? Is Adderall like Panadol or something like that for Americans? As I am a medical doctor, but have no prescriptions writing ability. Okay. What the hell's going on here? Adderall is a ADHD drug. Oh, okay. For bridge. Oh, so he wants to play games. It's Ritalin. Oh, right. You give me Adderall for a bridge tournament. My God, listen to these people. It's like medial speed. Damn. Speed base. Oh my God. I'm just struggling to understand what Dilemma's standards are. Like, they seem to have a problem with Freddo's and the files, but won't acknowledge Trump is in them, and Gina, Pauline, etc., cuddling up to him. So what? Some Freddos are okay, but if they're our Freddos, and Gina is bad because she's not a Freddo, despite snuggling up to a Freddo, like, what standards are these? Good question. Good to see the term bigwig still basically applies with essentially the same meaning. Like, not a monster. Like, not being a monster should be a minimum, but your standards for people should be higher than that. It's also giving roofie energy. Pretty gross. Even if it's an antibiotic. Yeah, I know, right? Here, I need to feed this to my wife so she doesn't question me about the potential STD she's about to get. That's interesting. The Russian girl Gates was shagging, was a bridge player. Ah, okay. Yeah, right. I used to get Adderall easier than candy in HS. Interesting. Very interesting. Hey? Well, you should hang out with Bill Gates then.
For bridge tournaments, look, guys, this is exactly what we suspected the whole time. Epstein was providing services to rich people and expecting payment via blackmail. Now, you might say, and it's true, that we don't know that Epstein ultimately sent that version of an email to Gates. All we know is he sent that to himself. He may have planned the blackmail and just been drafting something. But what we do know are two things. The Wall Street Journal has reported that Gates was threatened by Epstein over an affair. We also know that after this blackmail email Jeffrey sent to himself was written, eventually Gates sent a $2 million donation to MIT directed by Jeffrey Epstein, which is a bit weird if you had distanced yourself from the guy and y'all had this big falling out. Now again, do we know for sure that Bill Gates did all of that? No, of course we don't. But do I think Bill Gates was innocently looking for charity advice from a after he already pled guilty? No, I don't. I'm sorry, I'm not that gullible. And speaking of not that gullible, we've been lied to also by another richest guy on the planet. Geez, it's a shock why they don't want to put this out. Elon Musk, who has been saying for years that it is a lie that he went to Epstein's island. In fact, he says he refused to go. From Elon, he says, Epstein tried to get me to go to his island. I refused. He says, anyone pushing this false narrative deserves complete contempt. Later responding to another headline, which said Elon Musk planned trip to Epstein's private island. And he says, this is false. But of course, we start to dig through the files and we can see on Epstein's calendar that Elon Musk is booked in December 6th of 2014. But maybe you don't believe that. That's just the word of Jeffrey Epstein. But maybe you'll believe the word of Elon Musk, who was caught emailing Jeffrey Epstein to go to his island post the guilty plea. Elon Musk writes, "Will be in BVI St. Bart's area over the holidays. Good time to visit." Jeffrey Epstein says, "I will send a heli for you." Later, Elon Musk writes to Epstein, probably just to Lula and me, his ex-wife, what day night would be the wildest party on your island? The world's richest man is asking the most pedophile man for the wildest party on his island. And then it gets more explicit. In 2012, remember, this is the guy who said, I refused it. I could never do that, right? It's false. But here in 2012, he says,
Look at the date there. Look at the date of when Elon Musk is writing to Epstein on Tuesday, the December 25th, 2012. What were you doing on Christmas Day in 2012? Sorry, in 2012. Remember, think back. What were you doing on Christmas Day? Getting ready for Christmas Day? Wrapping presents? Some people going to church? Maybe? What were you doing? Eh? Well, at 9:54, when other people are spending time with their families, eh? I wonder what he was really up to that day. What's going through this guy's mind? Elon Musk. Elon was begging to be in the files. I know, right? Because this is the hallmark of whether you've made it into the powerful people's club. If you've made it into the files, baby. And that's why when Elon said that thing, remember when Trump and him had that falling out after Doge? And Elon was just like, blah, 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 blah. They haven't released the files, blah, 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 blah. And like everyone lost their shit. And then Trump called him incompetent. And then everyone was like, they're feuding. See, they don't like each other. And we were calling it like last year when it happened. We're like, this is a bullshit feud. This is absolute bullshit. This is just for the plebs. They'll be doing business again very soon. Well, Elon Musk has finally been named and shamed. He's in there. And this is after Epstein was indicted for SA allegations. Yes. Yes, that's right. For the first time. This is after his first issue in Florida, I think it was. And then the second time he got done was in New York State. After he set up his plea deal and like got basically immunity at the federal level. No one could prosecute him or anyone connected to him. And then he ended up getting picked up at the state level jurisdiction in New York. But like, you know, he got done for one thing out of potentially thousands and thousands of cases. And Maxwell went to prison for the sex trafficking to no one. Eh? And like everyone thinks that Maxwell is just his girlfriend. Like she was so, like Ghislaine, that is, was so intricately linked in all of this. Such a vital player. And not just, her own agent, not just Epstein's kind of lackey kind of thing. She was very independent in all of this. What's he doing on Christmas Day? Elon Musk, seriously. What a grub. Remember as kids, your parents saying, don't hang out with that boy? and that kid ended up a meth addict. Where are these rich people's mothers? Surely someone said, I don't think association with this Epstein guy is a good idea. Well, unless you're Melinda Gates. Okay? That guy indirectly got me an STD. Okay? He is an evil man. I don't want to have anything to do with him. Because Epstein was a CIA asset is why they couldn't touch him. He was a number of assets. That's what they said. They said in that Florida case that, like, when they were looking to prosecute, they said he has connections to intelligence services, and so you got to let him go. And so they entered into that, like, that sweetheart deal, as they say. But all they said was that he has links to intelligence. It's above your pay grade, actually. Like, you know, apparently don't touch him. And then, you know, here we are. They gave him some special deal. Yeah, massage too, you name it. He's connected. My husband roofied me, doxy. Maybe Trump pretended to not know Rudd because he recognized him from the jacuzzi. Interesting. All right, we'll get into K Rudd.
Do you have any parties planned? I've been working to the edge of my sanity this year. I really want to hit the party scene in St. Bart's or elsewhere and let loose. The invitation is much appreciated, but a peaceful island experience is the opposite of what I'm looking for. Guys, he can't even play the I went to go study math excuse, which is what all these guys do. They say, hey, I just went to go talk to scientists. Elon's like, hey, I don't want to do that. I'm looking for a party. That's what I'm here to do. And then Jeffrey Epstein writes, understood, I will see you on St. Barth. The ratio on my island might make your ex-wife uncomfortable. I can't believe these guys are lying to us and people are swallowing it still, thinking that Elon Musk had nothing to do with this guy. So again, that's 2012. That's 2014. But guess what? There's another time in 2013. I mean, this seems like a yearly thing with the boys. Here, once again, Elon Musk writes, we'll be in the BVI St. Bart's area over the holidays. Again, is there a good time to visit? Jeffrey Epstein, any day, 1st to the 8th. Play it by ear if you want. Always space for you. They then plan some more, and you might think, well, if Elon ever told the truth, this is when he has to reject, right? Because he said, I refused. But actually, it appears to be one of those cases where, like, your friend says, like, oh, bro, I dumped her. And actually, it was the other way. Yeah, it turns out Elon didn't dump the dumped Elon. He says, bad news. Unfortunately, my schedule will keep me in New York. Hopefully, we can schedule another time in the future. Jeffrey Epstein let Elon down. That's actually the real story. Is the reason he didn't go in 2013 was because he couldn't go. Jeffrey Epstein was not there. Guys, I mean, how blatant do they have to make it before we start to just see through it, right? When they issue these ridiculous denials, they're totally associated with the guy after the guilty plea. They lie through their teeth, but they can't even keep their story straight. I mean, that's what's crazy. They're not even competent at this. They get caught in their own lies all the time. Remember, the FBI's official story was they didn't blackmail. Well, before we even had these files, Howard Lutnick was on the record calling Jeffrey Epstein the greatest blackmailer ever.
So how come Bill Gates and all these other people could hang around him and not see what you saw? Or did they see it and ignore it? Or
no, they participated.
Right.
That's what his MO was, you know, get a massage. And what happened in that massage room, I assume, was on video. This guy was the greatest blackmailer ever.
Interesting. Okay, so Howard has a different perspective. Now, if you don't know, that guy, do you think he's just telling the truth there? Even this guy who's contradicting the official narrative, this guy literally lived next to Jeffrey Epstein. This guy who's like, I'm going to tell the truth. Those guys participated. That guy lived next to Jeffrey Epstein. And by the way, he lied too. I love this video we're about to get into because this guy, Mr. He's the greatest blackmailer ever, does he know something we don't know? Because it's interesting, Mr. I'm his neighbor had to also explain how he had nothing to do with Jeffrey Epstein. And he lays it out pretty simply. He goes, yep, I lived next to him, but in 2005, I had such a horrible experience that I knew I could never talk to him again.
He was your neighbor for 10 years. How well did you know him?
We move in 2005, okay? Jeffrey Epstein is arrested in like 2008, I think, or something like that.
Right.
So knock on the door. His assistant on like a Saturday says, Mr. Epstein, your neighbor would like to invite you over for coffee. And there's a massage table in the middle of the room. Massage table in the middle of your house? How often you have a massage? And he says, every day. And then he gets weirdly close to me.
Ooh.
And he says, and the right kind of massage.
Ooh.
Now my wife is standing here. So she looks at me and I look at her and we say, I'm sorry, we have to go. And we left. And in the 6 or 8 steps it takes to get from his house to my house.
6 or 8 steps. God, these guys are really good neighbors. Woody Allen was a frequent of the island, so it's obvious what's going on. If Woody Allen is at a party, LOL, yeah, well, maybe he's just looking for someone to help him with a new script. Come on now. What are you implying? It's giving that kid that was never let out. So when he finally gets invited to his first party, he's way too hyped for a drink with the boys. Yeah, and even Epstein's just like, oh, sorry, I got to bail on you this time, Musk. Good luck by yourself, though. No man has a good enough memory to be a successful liar. You put that in quotes. Where'd you get that from? That's an interesting one. I remember, Voltator in the house. There you go. Remember the files they have shown and not redacted are the ones they want us to see. Imagine what they're hiding. I know. Or keeping to protect the innocents out there. Because they care so much about protecting the innocents, right? Am I right? Imagine how diabolical you have to be to invite people over to your home, have them engage in sexual acts with strangers, and video it to keep it for later dates. This is the game, man. When you live in this world, that's par for the course. That is just usual decorum. Absolute normal stuff. Mark Twain, he has a whole, he's just full of those types of quotes, isn't he? Old Twain. Perfectly captures a moment. Bridge tournament, a place for mismatched people, because bridge tournaments focus purely on skill. The term is used in the community to describe a scene where people from totally different backgrounds or age groups, e.g. 18 or 80, come together in a highly concentrated, competitive, and all-consuming activity. Right. Johnson & Johnson was at every party. I can't believe Bill Gates has been exposed as a liar. Hope he didn't lie about climate change. That would be awkward. Stab. There it is. Get it in there, hey? Get in there. All right, back to this. Back to our mate. I'm wondering if this guy's going to get to the real juicy stuff. Okay, I think he is, actually. Have you heard about some of the stuffs about, the complaints about Trump? Oh, my God. Now, they are just allegations, but goddamn.
I decided that I will never be in the room with that disgusting person ever again.
Well, he couldn't be more clear, could he, right? He says, hey, I may have been his next door neighbor, but I met him once before the 2008 guilty plea. Remember I said that was a big deal? And we got invited over, and it was 5 seconds, and we left, and we realized he was a creep. We were out of there. He made this
excavate the golf course. Yeah. Have you heard about that? Him threatening people that they'll end up as fertilizer if they talk about it in the golf course. That's some crazy kind of what's the word? Underworld shit, organized crime shit. That stuff. If you don't do what I say, you will end up as fertilizer. I'll feed you to the dogs or the pigs or whatever. That's mental. And that's how these people spoke to not other gangsters, right? Hardened criminals, but young women who are being trafficked for their sexual pleasure. You tell anyone about this, you will end up as fertilizer. Excavate the golf courses. Man, this stuff is crazy.
Lewd comment in front of my wife. I would never go see this guy. He makes it super clear he's gross.
So I was never in the room with him socially, for business, or for even philanthropy. If that guy was there, I wasn't going because he's gross.
These other guys, they may have participated.
They participated.
But Howard Lutnick, he could never. No. He's too good of a guy. Well, guess what we found in the old emails? Looky. It's Howard Lutnick writing in to Jeffy Boy in 2012. Hi, Jeff. We're landing in St. Thomas early afternoon, planning to head over. Where are you located? What's the exact location for my captain? Does Sunday evening for dinner sound good? Is this the guy you said made a lewd comment to your wife and, oh, I could never be in front of him. He's gross. Guess what the next email is? My boy's wife messaging in, saying we're headed towards you in St. Thomas. Later, the subject line, Jeffrey Epstein. Good morning, Howard. Jeffrey wished me to pass you along. Nice seeing you. They clearly met, and the guy is just lying about it to your face, to the American public's face, and they tried to hide it from us. I cannot emphasize this enough. They're lying through their teeth. You think this guy perfectly remembers a 2005, like walking in the guy's house? I remember exactly what I said to him. My wife and I looked at each other, and he wouldn't remember the 2012. I boated over to his private island for a dinner. Is that what we're really thinking? Is that what we're expected to believe? This is a momentary lapse in his judgment. No, these guys don't even care about being consistent. And they're all throwing each other under the bus. Don't you remember Elon Musk saying, the time to drop the really big bomb, Donald Trump is in the Epstein files. That's the real reason they haven't been made public. My guy, you also are in the Epstein files, very clearly doing stuff you lied about, okay? So is Howard Lutnick, who says, yeah, Bill Gates, he's probably getting blackmailed because he participated. What did you do on the island over in 2012, Howard? Do we know that? I mean, does anyone care? Now, the last thing I want to talk about is some of the most explosive stuff. It's also, again, I have to say, unverified, okay? This is the NTOC, the FBI's National Threat Operations Center. And the challenge with confirming some of this is that these are anonymous tips, or they black them out at least, so we don't know who they are, and anyone can drop a tip. Now, that doesn't mean that you should disregard them. It just means we can't verify them. The other challenge is that the FBI has a heavy incentive to discredit anything with Donald Trump in it, just because he's in the White House right now, obviously. And so I want to be clear, there are notes related to some of these submissions where they say things like complainant was spoken to and deemed not credible. Additional research showed 3 separate redacted. You know, it's hard to tell how much this is the proper due diligence of the FBI, which they should be doing, of course, and not all complaints are credible. But also there's this obvious conflict of interest with the fact that the sitting president is in some of these complaints. But here they are for what it's worth.
Has anyone read this stuff before or looked at it? It's pretty scary stuff. Like, whether or not, let's just imagine a world where this is completely credible. And from the stories that we've heard about other things that they get up to, this stuff is completely credible. Like, with all the stories of the things that we know that these people get up to, it's absolutely plausible, this stuff. This is not fair, like, you know, the realm of fiction here. It's actually much stranger than that. Jag, I think there was a piece in one of the documents that said there are bodies buried there. Now I'm wondering how many bodies are in Mar-a-Lago. Amazing how Dilemmas continues to acknowledge Bill Gates' lies in this area, but won't acknowledge the countless people paid off by the fossil fuel barons to lie about climate change so they can keep plundering the earth. Nutlick says gross with all the fervor of an actual witness. These people are good. They're good actors, that's for sure. What amazes me is that this was all done from a Google account. These people didn't even bother using encrypted services for these communications. Yes, the height or the audacity of these people is like, we are talking about incredibly sensitive stuff. Let it ride. Like, this is what I'm saying. Like, these people live in a world of their own, a world of networks where they are completely untouchable by the law. Like, look at what happened with Epstein. They whittled it down to one conviction in 2008, the year that everyone's talking about, the year that everybody knew that he was really, you know, a convicted kind of sex offender. Like, they had countless objections about him. The police were following him. They knew about him. They had to get him on something. And so they gave him one account and then allowed him to enter into a sweetheart deal that protected not only himself, but all the conspirators that might be connected to him at the federal level. All of them. This shows you their blatant disregard for any of the norms that regular people go through. If you're going to do some suspicious stuff via email, you get it encrypted. These people don't give a fuck, because guess what? They know the people that own Google. And so, like, they're completely protected because they're all in some little debaucherous game together. And, like, this is why the Epstein file, you're probably wondering on a stream like this why we might actually go into detail of something like this, because this is the class war, ladies and gentlemen. It is part of the class war in the sense that these people live a completely different existence to you, and they're facilitated in living that existence and, like, doing some crazy stuff. They're preying on real people, humans, like doing crazy stuff to them, killing them, like complete disregard for human life. This is how they just operate. And they're given that station, they're given the ability to act like this because of their class position, their power in society. They're granted the ability to get away with stuff that we would find completely abhorrent. And they can do it because of the power that comes with their class interests. This is a real thing. This thing really does show you that there are two worlds out there. It's not just rhetoric when we talk about the class war. These people live on another fucking planet. Another fucking planet. You wouldn't be able to, like, if this is the tip of the iceberg, you wouldn't be able to imagine the lifestyles they have. Look at them talking about how they're just gonna go over to his island. Hey, can I hit you up? I want to come over for a fucking party. Yeah, should be right. Just, sometime between the 1st and the 8th. You know what? Play it by ear. Hit me up when you're here. Hey? When you're on my private island where I can get away with murder. Just hit me up when you're in the area, cuz. Don't worry about it. We'll figure it out later. Pick me up some fucking antibiotics for my STDs. This could end up being one of those situations. If I'm going down, I'm taking everyone with me, kind of deal. Bolted to indoctrinate them. Just look at the videos he posted. Misinformation is a repeated theme. I fact-checked them myself and couldn't be bothered to engage back. Tried once already. I've been following stuff about this for a while. So I think it's going to end with Donald Trump pardoning everyone before he gets to the next election. He's probably going to be dead in the next 5 years, so he doesn't have too much to lose. Yeah, it's really fucked up. Lobbying is bad. Fossil fuel companies do bad stuff. So do sugar companies. So does Climate 2200. What's the point? Epstein might not even be the ringleader here too. The fall guy to distract from every other abuser that they try and censor in the files. Yeah, I've already said, like, maybe you weren't here at that point, but I said, like, he's not the kingpin. He's just another player in the game, man. Just another player. What's this one? Jag, what's this? All right, let's have a look. How did you get a non-redacted version of this? Or is this just one of the ones that weren't redacted? Online complaint reported she was a victim and witness to a sex trafficking ring at this is the golf course one, at the Trump golf course in Rancho Palos Verdes, CA, between 95 and 96. Complainant reported Ghislaine Maxwell as the madam and broker for Trump. Okay? And this is the woman, Ghislaine, who just had a meeting with Todd Blanche, Trump's personal lawyer, who's now, top position at the Department of Justice, who just gave her a cushy spot. Okay? Complainant reported participating, madam broker for sex party, client of whom included Epstein, Robin Leach, and Donald Trump. Complainant reported participating in orgies and that some girls went missing. This is the president of the United States. Remember this, okay? Reported participating in orgies, that some of the girls went missing, rumored to have been murdered and buried at the facility. Complainant reported being threatened by Trump, then head of security, that if she ever talked of what went on there or who she saw, he would end up as fertilizer for the back 9 holes like the other cunts. It's some mental stuff. Some mental stuff that we're talking about here. And this is just, again, to use a golfing analogy, this is par for the course for the bourgeoisie, the global elite out there. This is no joke. These people are not the same as you. They are not the same as you, as us plebs. They have a completely different outlook from you. They're another class. They don't see the world the same as you. And we are literally like cannon fodder for these people. Like they'll use people for their, ketamine fueled orgies, Adderall fueled orgies, whatever they're up to. And they'll like, if you say anything or try and do anything about it, they'll kill you. It's that simple. They're above the law. The one virtue you could argue about liberal society, like a free society, is that like we expect that everyone is equal under the eyes of the law. You might not believe in the fact that there's such thing as equality. You might not believe in this idea that, people are born into circumstances which are better than others. And like, some people just, I guess, are born to people that have more power and influence. And so they're kind of lucky in that regard. But like, at least if they do anything wrong, they're subject to the same rules as the rest of us. No. The rules don't apply to these people. And if you live in a society and there's a group of people and the rules don't apply to them, and it's not because of some weird ideological reason, like they're high priestesses or something like that, like closer to God. But like, it's just because of the amount of money that they have amassed and the private property that they control. And then thus the network with other people that own property and own lots of money. And that allows them to get away, like complete impunity, and do whatever they want. Like, that's an unacceptable situation. Like, we've been lied to about how freedom, a free society is supposed to work. And thus, it is our obligation to do something about that. It's an evil. Eat the rich. But Hunter's laptop. Why do people please think of the dick pics? It is evil. It is evil. And they don't care. That's why it's so evil. Because they don't, like, you are a dirty commoner. Completely expendable.
Plain summary. Blank reported an unidentified female friend who was forced to perform on President Trump approximately
He said oral sex.
35 years ago in New Jersey. The friend told Alexis that she was approximately 13 to 14 years old when this occurred, and the friend allegedly bit President Trump while performing. The friend was allegedly hit in the face after she laughed about biting President Trump. The friend also said she was abused by Epstein. Later, there's very explosive claims about big parties with her, other younger girls, and older Victorians.
Look, just read some of these, okay? At age 16, while modeling, Caller attended 8 parties at Epstein's New York residence. So Epstein has this huge residence. And then, like, it's quite scandalous how he got access to that, but he has this big residence in New York. And like, this is reportedly where a lot of the information came from in the Epstein files, because like, it was this den kind of thing. It was this den with, like, cameras everywhere, recording devices everywhere, and a centralized room where he coordinated all this stuff. When they went in to his residences, they like crashed this place and took all of this evidence from there, like CDs and discs and all this sort of stuff, full of information, full of blackmail and all these people. So at age 16, while modeling, Caller attended 8 parties at Epstein's New York residence. On one occasion, Caller reported she was sexually assaulted by Epstein. On another occasion, 2 twin brothers, Alan and Oren, lured Caller and her friend upstairs, but they escaped back downstairs. Caller stated Oren her best friend and a third member, Tal, a 14-year-old girl named Redacted. Caller named other individuals involved in the big orgy parties with her, other young girls, and older Victoria's Secret models, including Bill Clinton and Donald Trump. And so, like, not only are we having like these like weird kind of Clockwork Orange scenes in his palatial residence in New York, that's like all filmed and documented, like with like these randoms that are like R-ing children. You have fucking Bill Clinton and Donald Trump, Bubba and the Donald rocking up for orgy parties in this place as well. What do you think they're getting up to when they rock up to a place like this, which is geared towards filming the lifestyles of the rich and famous with 14 and 16-year-olds, might I add, and then throw in Victoria's Secret models just for fun? And the Victoria's Secret model stuff is fucking outrageous as well. Like the way that they preyed on like models and like their whole modeling agency thing. Oh my God. Like some of the stories that come out of that they're absolutely mental. They're absolutely mental. Also, I was watching a video before where someone was going through the victims' direct statements. They redacted the entire victim statements. We only know they were victim statements because the only thing that wasn't censored was the pre-printed writing in the form they used to record the statements. This shows that they are protecting the abuser, as was against the legal order to release all relevant information. Yeah, and like who's going to go through that now and challenge the Department of Justice? So like there's been a law passed by Congress to release all relevant information, but like who's going to argue and like fight this? Who's going to go through with an army of 500 lawyers and go through 3 million documents, 2,000 videos, 180,000 photos, and like argue somehow that this hasn't been done properly? Who's supposed to do that when somebody doesn't follow legislation, something that's been legislated? The Department of Justice. They're supposed to prosecute. You reckon that's going to happen? Not.
Victoria's Secret models, including Bill Clinton and Donald Trump. There's claims third hand about a female victim of Epstein's who wants to publish a book citing Leslie Wexner, Epstein, Bill Clinton, Donald Trump, Ghislaine Maxwell.
Claims were he was contacted by a female victim of Epstein's who wants to publish a book. Complainant provided background for himself, such as working with prominent figures such as Leslie Wexner and Epstein, being pardoned by US president, among several other pieces of information. The victim reportedly knew about criminal activity that occurred in multiple states and on airplanes, and told complainant that there were films of prominent men such as Epstein, Bill Clinton, and Donald Trump, and that Ghislaine Maxwell is in the videos as well. Imagine what it would feel like being one of the victims at this party, watching a group of children being preyed upon by fat, white, rich men. That stuff will seriously mess you up. Yeah, and like imagine threatening to write a book about it as well. I've seen what they've been up to. I'm going to write a book about it. What are they going to do? Hey, you might end up, ending it in a hotel room like a lot of these people have. A lot of these people mysteriously commit S on themselves. A lot of these people.
Is in the videos as well. And it goes on like this for a while. Some of the complaints are just like very graphic.
And
it goes on like this for a while.
Caller reported that in 1987, a friend, victim 1, was out drinking and ended up at Trump Plaza. Victim 1 saw Donald Trump and wanted to meet him. An unknown man approached her and offered to introduce her to Trump. The unknown man gave victim 1 a drink, and victim 1 woke up naked and sore with $300 on the bed. Victim 1 didn't remember how she got to the room. She remembered seeing a flash of Trump's face. Victim 1 called the caller and told her she thought she had been AR'd. Victim 1 did not go to a hospital to have an R kit performed because she didn't think anyone would believe her, especially because she was drunk. Victim 1's husband's business had problems with suppliers, and victim 1 believed Trump was behind it. Victim 1 also started dating a lawyer, identified as unknown, who was married. Victim 1 had a fight with her lawyer boyfriend and went to a bar. Victim 1 left a bar with a man who no one in the bar recognized, but who seemed familiar to victim 1. Victim 1 was never seen again. A few years ago, remains were discovered that matched the description of what victim 1 was wearing when she went missing. DNA tests at the time were inconclusive. So like people just, you get too deep, you disappear.
Some of the complaints are just like very graphic, and obviously I'm going to censor out some of it. But I should also mention the DOJ claims that some of these claims were submitted to the FBI right before the 2020 election. To be clear, the claims are unfounded and false, and if they had any shred of credibility, they would have certainly been weaponized against President Trump already. Now, I agree that if a complaint is timed right before an election, there definitely could be some other motivations to that. But it's also ridiculous to say that anything in the Epstein files, if it were true, would have come out already. Because why didn't we see the stuff about Bill Gates, for example? I mean, that stuff apparently has been sitting in here for a long time. And not only did no one talk about it, the FBI literally covered for it. I mean, they said that this was not the case. There are big claims against a lot of powerful people. Nobody in that file really wants to rock the boat or release the files because then they get in trouble and their buddies get in trouble. And that's a huge problem. So I don't really buy the idea that, oh, if it were true, it would have already gotten out. I don't buy that. That's why we need transparency. That's why it's important these files are out. But this is just to look at a small fraction of the files. And over the next few weeks, we're going to go through all of the major findings we can from this 3.5 million page.
Yeah, good luck, bro. Far out. I hope you have an army of 500 lawyers that can help you out with that. Now, I want to get onto this whole fucking Kevin Rudd thing. It seems like it's tearing the stream apart here. All right. Does anyone have any words to say before we investigate this guy over here? King Kev. What has he been up to? Can he use the Pauline Hanson defense? If it's lies, then it's defamation, and he's gonna sue. Let's have a look here. This is the Sydney Morning Herald. Oh, really? Not gonna fit? You asshole. Ah, you bastard. I'm gonna have to extend this. Huh? It sucks. Does that work? That's a bit better. I had Clive Palmer do the ads. Trump Lieutenant Australian election claim revealed in Epstein files. Former Trump strategist Stephen Bannon boasted. Got it, bro. Fuck off. Seriously. Whatever. The Australian billionaire Clive Palmer to bankroll an advertising campaign worth tens of millions during the 2019 federal election as part of a wider plan to disrupt global democracy. In a message sent to an account that appeared to belong to Jeffrey Epstein on May 20, 2019, 2 days after Labor's shock election loss, Bannon told convicted pedophile, I have Clive Palmer do the 60 million anti-China and anti-climate change ads. Oh my God. These are the two big ones here. Anti-China and anti-climate ads. It's interesting we've been speaking about. That's the Clive story. The Rudd story is further up. Oh, okay. This is the Clive one only. That's interesting, though. Steve Bannon emailing Epstein, about Clive Palmer being anti-China. My God. This is the one. Okay, let's have a look. Oh, no. Is this an app? Go away. Go away. Just going to do this another way. Let's see if it works here. No, it doesn't. Damn. You bastard. Okay, here it is. Kevin Rudd denies visiting Epstein properties following fresh release of the US files. Of the US files? What's that? Interesting. Interesting take there. Let's have a look. And former Prime Minister Kevin Rudd has rejected any known association with Jeffrey Epstein after fresh documents released in the US suggested he once sought to introduce his wife and son to the disgraced businessman. The latest official release of the files connected the Epstein investigation reveal the now deceased convicted sex offender requested non-vegetarian food for another apparent meeting with Rudd in 2014, a year after he left office. Overnight, the U.S. Department of Justice has published over 3 million pages of new documents related to the case of the wealthy financier. They include an email sent by Epstein June 6, 2014 to his long administrative assistant Leslie Groff, in which he requests also non-vegetarian food. As now Kevin Rudd is also coming. An itinerary sent by Mrs. Groff to Epstein 2 days later confirms that he was due to depart from his private Caribbean island at 6 a.m. to arrive in New York for a day of meetings that included a vegetarian lunch with Woody Allen and an afternoon catch-up with Mr. Rudd. During 2018 text message exchange with conservative political strategist Steve Bannon, Epstein asks the close associate of President Donald Trump whether he would like to discuss foreign policy with Mr. Rudd. Do you want to meet with, who's that? Turger there? Kerry is out of town. I suggest, if possible, Bill Burns. Also, if you want to play in a foreign arena, Kevin Rudd, China, maybe some World Bank guys and women, Epstein says to Bannon, who replies, definitely Turger. In another exchange released in 2013, a woman called Camilla messages Jeff about a dinner with the Mongolian president, saying Kevin Rudd has also asked if he can bring his wife and son. Would that be okay? Thanks. On September 28, 2015, there's a suggestion of another meeting with the now Australian ambassador when Epstein emails prominent lawyer Kathy Rumela to say Kevin Rudd, former Prime Minister of Australia, is coming. In a lengthy statement, the departing Australian ambassador to Washington reiterates his previous statements that he has never corresponded with Jeffrey Epstein or ever visited any of Epstein's houses. Dr. Rudd also has no reason to believe that he ever met with Jeffrey Epstein at any time. We cannot rule out the possibility that they might have attended the same event at some time, since Dr. Rudd has attended literally thousands of functions in New York over the years, the statement said. Literally thousands. Okay? From my research, Al Gore visited the island almost as many times as Bill Clinton. Fuck. Alan is a vegetarian because he's not the one who swallows the meat. LOL. Savage, bro. Oh, man. Wow. When I was working, Ninja knows, when I was working during the election, I was in pediatric emergency. We often put YouTube on so that we can watch Coco Melon or something like that. Unfortunately, we didn't have YouTube Premium, so every so often we would be playing Bluey and be interrupted by a 30-minute Clive Palmer UAP ad. So you go from cartoons teaching the power of friendship to an obese man complaining about invisible enemies. That's hilarious. Let's investigate that too. Seems like it'll drive a wedge through the YouTube trap. What did I miss here? What are we investigating in Dr. Nathan? What did I miss? I stand with Rudd. Eh? Well, like apparently he's been to the same functions potentially. And he was in the same high-profile meetings and going to dinners. Oh, the Clive connections. Yeah, fair enough. That is a bit juicy, isn't it? Hey? Most references to Dr. Rudd in these latest documents mention him in passing. Others indicate there were attempts by mutual acquaintances of Jeffrey Epstein to introduce him to Dr. Rudd. No introduction ever took place, and there is no evidence of any direct contact between Epstein and either Rudd or his office Finally, even if these various records were somehow to be accepted at face value, none of them allege that Dr. Rudd engaged in any wrongful activity or had any knowledge of Epstein's crimes. Dr. Rudd's legal team is prepared to launch legal action against any defamatory statements asserting any kind of personal relationship between Rudd and Epstein. Hey, who's been making that claim in the chat? Dilemmas, watch out, bro. Was that you before? He's coming to get you, man. Dr. Rudd and the legal team, they're coming to get you. The latest release of Epstein files also include emails revealing Catherine Keating, the daughter of former Prime Minister Paul Keating, once offered to bring her younger sister to one of the businessmen's dinner parties. I think we've looked at that before in these streams, like probably last year. Ms. Keating's association with Epstein has already been documented, but the newly released documents include a series of emails where she suggests her younger sister Alexandra come to a dinner party at his New York home in May. What, so they can play the game like the other guys were playing where they're running around the house? Hey, that's pretty scary. I could invite my sister, 25, very cool and sharp as a tack. My God. She knows how to speak to fucking Epstein, that's for sure. Yeah, but I'd like to know chat's thoughts on Fatty McHead. Hey? I don't want to get sued. Man. There is no evidence Rudd can say on your wall, but how he can stay on your wall? Yeah, thank you. Yeah, but how long before we see that picture of Pauline pants down on your wall? I donate another sub if that helps pay for it. Yeah, well, I will get closer. I have to find a good image of Pauline pants down first and then pay for it to be printed and put up on the wall. The Your Rights at Work poster as well fell off on the weekend. I got really worried about the workers' movement in Australia. I came into the room and it was down. The workers' movement was down. I got a bit worried. I thought it was a bad omen. Interesting. So like this is like, and like, yeah, call me biased all you want because I've got him over there, King Kev. I've written a song about him. This is a big fat nothing burger, isn't it? Like he's had discussions in his position as a globe-trotting what? Political or an ambassador, a diplomat, an attaché, like what? Like in his official function, he rocks up to dinners and he's been asking whether he can have other people come to dinners that Epstein was also at or must have organized potentially because he's asking his people, his staff, if they can add extra people to a list. And this is what people are losing their shit over, like as in Rudd's been named and shamed in the Epstein files. We've found out, like he's in that Excel spreadsheet that we saw before. He's been out there threatening people that they're going to be turned into fertilizer. Yeah, your bias, LOL. Eh? Like that's it. Like I thought, yeah, there was more to it than this. Have you heard something else, Dilemmas? And if Rudd's really in the files, he sits well next to Rupert, but it's just a smoke screen. That's just fucking nothing burger. That was lame. He's not even talking about turning people into fertilizer. Huh? He's talking about vegetarian meals. He's even making his own fertilizer. That was lame. There must be something else. There must be something else. Yeah, let's have a look. Let's see the mainstream media on this one. This will be good. This will be funny. 10 News will do it justice. Hey. Kevin Rudd is ready with his own army of lawyers to come after anyone that tries to defame him. Watch out, Channel 10.
The tentacles of Jeffrey Epstein's influence are spreading poison to nearly everyone he came into contact with. But one high-profile Australian is taking issue with his name appearing in the latest dump of documents. Kevin Rudd denies being friends with the sex trafficker and is threatening to sue anyone who says otherwise.
Touch me in our soup. Look at these people, man. Look at these people.
Otherwise.
Look at this thing. Look at this. This is how they live. A private island. Fucking bastards. Cross to Sky News. Oh my God, you're right. I bet you Sky News would have something on Kevin Rudd. Hey, had to be careful though. He's going to sue. Watch out. Hey, watch out. Yeah, that's a really good point, man. I wonder if we can find some Sky News. Live Jeff in the house. There you go. There was never going to be anything in these files to drop before something in Iran or Cuba happens. That's a pretty good call, man. The 10 News report has a Grinder account. Notre Dame has spoken. Oh my God. Sound design's so important, man. We're just asking the questions, man.
More than 3 million pages, 2,000 videos, 180,000 images. A treasure trove of evidence in the world's most high-profile sex scandal.
They include large quantities of commercial pornography and images that were seized from Epstein's devices. Some of the videos...
Oh, just talk about Rod.
Speech was phenomenal. I mean, whether it was people like Woody Allen or Bill Clinton, Steve Bannon, Donald Trump, Epstein was at the center of a lot of circles, a lot of concentric circles.
So this is how they get people in. This is how their content machine works. They're just like, oh, we'll mention Kevin Rudd's name. And like the average Australian will love that shit. They'll click on this for sure. They might not be interested in the Epstein files, but they will if we put Kevin Rudd's name in a... Like, it's not even a piece just on him. It's a general one. That sucks.
That was the American elite of politics, finance, entertainment, society.
Among those named in the files, our former Prime Minister, Kevin Rudd. In January 2014, Epstein emailed former US Treasury Secretary Lawrence Summers about a meeting, saying Kevin Rudd will also be on the phone. 6 months later, Epstein touched base with Japanese entrepreneur Joy Ito, mentioning Dr. Rudd might also stop by, former Prime Minister Australia. That same day, an email sent by Epstein to his assistant reads, also non-vegetarian food, as now Kevin Rudd is also coming. Epstein's...
So good. Also vegetarian food. Oh my God, I knew he was a fucking vegetarian. God damn it. Did you hate this guy anymore? He's a vegetarian as well? Seriously. Imagine that being not enough. That living in a country is too restrictive. Insane. Yeah, I know. Huh? I trust the US government to release files like I trust Albo to appoint the person who does the Royal Commission. Is that really what you're gonna like? Are you talking about the Royal Commission, the Bondi one? So who would you prefer to be appointed by? The state of Israel, because that's the other option. Is that the community were not happy with who Albo, the Prime Minister, the elected Prime Minister, he would have picked it his first choice instead of the APAC, Australia's Israel lobby. Nice picture. Could you see that on the back, on the wall behind me? Eh? Sitting above Rupert and Kevin Rudd there. His vegetarian code for non-sexual menu. I'm just here for the non-vegetarian. He means he not. Wait, did they say non-vegetarian?
Australia. That same day, an email sent by Epstein to his assistant reads, also non-vegetarian food, as now Kevin Rudd is also coming.
So he's not even a vegetarian. I trimmed Kevin Rudd's trees in Noosa once. Does that mean I'm complicit? Yeah, probably. Probably. You are. Everyone connected now. His wife came out and said hello whilst I was mid-piss in the chipper truck. Lovely lady. I imagine Mr. Rudd's bushes would be begging for a thwack. Nothing burger. The lemon is squeaky clean. Give us a plebiscite with a few options. Let the people decide.
Epstein's schedule for the day in question shows the meeting set for 4:30 p.m. in New York. But despite the tone of familiarity in the emails, Kevin Rudd denies attending the meeting. No introduction ever took place, and there is no evidence of any direct contact between Jeffrey Epstein and either Dr. Rudd or
well, it's
his
not
office.
the Chomsky defense, is it? Remember the Chomsky defense when we all found out that Chomsky had been implicated with Epstein, and I was having like an existential crisis. And they just, and like Chomsky's defense was like, it's none of your fucking business, so get. leave me alone. I can have relationships with whoever I want. He was providing me with financial assistance. It's different. It's different to the Chomsky defense. This is like, I never met with him. And if you say anything, I'll sue you. So crazy. Get the meat ready, because K. Rudd is coming. Man. Interesting. Now this sucks. How much can they beat this up? They can't really any more than this, can they?
And Kevin Rudd has been linked to the late financier. In 2020, Rudd denied any knowledge of a $650,000 donation Epstein made to the International Peace Institute, which he chaired. From presidents to pop stars, tech titans and royals, Epstein's sphere of influence was enormous.
Oh, they got him in there? They've got Chomsky. Yeah. They've got Stephen Hawking, Clinton, Elon Musk, Larry Summers, Michael Jackson. What heavyweight those two are. It's like Kevin Rudd over here on the menu. Chris Tucker. Fucking grub, bro. Robert Kennedy Jr. Hey. Interesting.
The rich and powerful, many now caught up in the fallout.
There's nothing positive out there, no matter what's in these files. There's no positive point or reaction to being associated with Jeffrey Epstein, and most people run from it like, a vampire when the sun comes up.
Great depiction there, man. Really painting a picture, that's for sure. All right, so we did Voidzilla. What else did I want to have a look at? Oh yeah, let's have a look at Elon. Oh, we have had a bit of a look at Elon Musk, I guess. Or what he said. Let's see if there's anything else that Elon Musk has been involved in, shall we? I'm a bit disappointed with the Kevin Rudd thing, I must say.
I do want to ask you about one individual who did show up in these documents. You might know him. His name is Elon Musk. Just reading a few Elon Musk emails to one Jeffrey Epstein in 2013, by the way. So this is after he was a convicted sex offender, and after much had been made of the kind of individual this was and the sorts of things he'd done. He's saying that it's going to be him and Tallulah, his then girlfriend. What day night will be the wildest party on your island? Asking Jeffrey Epstein, like, when is the wildest party on Epstein Island going to be? He also said, we'll be in BVI St. Bart's area over the holidays. Is there a good time to visit? Jeffrey Epstein says, any day, 1st through 8th. Play it by ear if you want. Always space for you. And also, Elon Musk...
that seems a bit more chummy, don't you reckon? Always space for you, musky boy, on my private island. Hey? Elon Musk's daughter has made a statement too. Oh, yeah? Oh, yes, I have heard about that, actually. Is this the same daughter that is now estranged from Elon Musk? The same one? I wonder.
Apparently at SpaceX. When can Elon Musk meet JE at SpaceX?
Do you have this statement? Can you link us? I'd like to have a look.
So it does seem like the two men had perhaps more contact than previously was realized.
Listen, this is what I will say. We have, and I will say that oversight Dems, we've maintained from the very beginning that no matter who it is, we want to ensure that there is accountability, whether that person is a Democrat or a Republican or a prince or a president, right? My issue is that when, Elon Musk or President Trump shows up in these files, there's a deafening silence. But when it's, other folks, there is this rush to say, listen, we're telling you it's a democratic thing. This is what makes me think that they are not being honest, that they're not just being serious about real accountability and about truth.
Shut up. Tell us about the actual files. There's nothing in the files, is there? It's just that, like, I've only seen this one thing about Elon Musk come out so far. Have you? Have you seen anything different? Pick a side. Both are corrupt as fuck. Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, like I want more dirt on Elon. Like we've got the same one. Like on Christmas Day, he's instead of spending time with his loved ones, he's emailing Jeffrey Epstein and asking if he can come over for a wild party. It's been a big year. I need to unwind. And I'm not talking about getting a massage here. I'm talking about one of those crazy ass orgy parties that I've heard so much about, where you fly people into your private island, you abduct humans, you fly them in, you use and abuse, and you get rid of them in more ways than one. That's what Musk is talking about here. If you want to make it any more clear for you, he's heard about all the fun. He's been involved in a couple and he wants in. And what we heard in the other one was at one point, one year, what was it, 2013? He was like, I'm ready for one of those parties to get Epstein. Epstein's like, ooh, and like shafted Elon Musk. Like even Epstein shafts Elon Musk. Like no one takes him. No one pays him any respect, the poor guy. I'm a billionaire. I deserve some more attention. I love the Trump excuse that it's all Democrats, but wasn't Trump a Democrat when he was alleged to be on the island? I don't know. I've never heard that claim. I wanted to tell you, it's funny. Is that in the lead up to his second presidential campaign, it was all, I will release the files, and now it's all like it's a Democrat hoax. The whole thing's a hoax, just like Hostel. I think it's actually really important, that part about people covering up for people but demonizing the others. I'm only seeing it from one side. Yeah, fine. Covering up, demonizing, yeah, it's all really important. But I want to know what's in the actual files, not what people talk about being in the files.
And you know, the survivors, they told us to follow the money.
Files.
Many names will pop up.
Can't read that. Oh man. Can't read that.
I'll tell you what, though, when we have seen everything that there is to see, when we can assure that there are no more secrets, we'll be able to draw better conclusions.
No, I can't see shit. Elon's net worth is a measly 2 billion. Was a measly 2 billion in 2012. Ah, that's why no one took him seriously then. Eh? A measly 2 billion. Eh? Recently by Insta has been bombarded me with right-wing content. Saw videos saying Trump is actually a Democrat and not a true Republican. Oh, that's an interesting one. What a tactic change that is. Like, how do we get around this? Hey, when the files come up, we'll just start calling him a Democrat. Oh, he was a Democrat at the time. Okay, that's an interest. That's a pretty good manufacturing consent move. Actually, you got to give it to him. Yeah, but at the time he was a Democrat. Then he saw the light, and now he's a Republican. Could be wrong, but I heard it once. No. You're being, the evidence is being corroborated here by Voltaire. Right as these files drop, David Icke does an interview with Redacted. Right as the Armada reaches Iran, it's the lizard people, I tell you. Now, I do want to talk about Iran later, because Iran is obviously more and more important. I wonder if these guys have anything. I bet you they're going to say the same thing about Elon Musk, as we've already heard. They got like one instance so far. Yeah, fair enough. There's like 3 million documents or something. It must be hard to go through all of these.
High society, sordid crimes and the consequences of them. The latest release of millions of files is helping us build the fullest picture of Jeffrey Epstein's wretched life. Among them are these new images of Andrew Mountbatten Windsor. They show him on all fours until his arrest. Up until his arrest, though, Epstein continued his high society life, and there's lots of famous names in these latest documents. Now, just being mentioned doesn't imply any wrongdoing. One of those names is the world's richest man, Elon Musk. He's always denied any close relationship with Jeffrey Epstein, but they exchanged numerous emails trying to arrange a visit for Musk to Epstein's island in the Caribbean. In one of them, Musk goes on to write this: "What day, night will be the wildest party on your island?" Now, Musk has addressed those allegations directly.
When's this? 31st of January, 2026. No one pushed harder than me to have the Epstein files released, and I'm glad that it's finally happened. I had very little correspondence with Epstein and declined repeated invitations to go to his island or fly on his Lolita Express, but was well aware that some email correspondence with him could be misrepresented and used by detractors to smear me. Hey, well, use the Kevin Rudd defense, bro. I've got an army of lawyers, and they're ready to go after anyone who tries to defame me on this one. I don't care about that. But what I do care about is that we at least attempt to prosecute those who committed serious crimes with Epstein, especially regarding heinous exploitation of underage girls. Pretty ballsy stuff, you got to admit, right? 6:50 a.m. in the morning, wherever he is. He's waking up in the morning, or he's still up from his ketamine craze from the night before, and he's just like, you know what, I'm gonna fucking post something now. And then like the files actually have him, emails of him allegedly seeking placement on the island itself, which is in stark contradiction to this. He's basically said that he declined repeated invitations to go to the island, and the emails show him on Christmas morning planning a wild party at Epstein's residence on the island. Something's not marrying up here. I don't understand. Call me crazy, but those two things they don't align. I think it points to a lack of seriousness by some people and why we can't work with them. They aren't class allies. They'll stab us in the back when they get their way. They'll claim to care about Fritos, but only the ones they disagree with, or billionaires, or genocidal states, etc. Democrat or Republican, we all agree the problem is Americans. 3 million files released. Can you imagine the size of the PDF? Yeah, I know, right? According to a quick lazy Google search, in August 2001, Trump changed his party affiliation to Democratic. In September 2009, he changed his party affiliation back to Republican Party. In December 11, Trump changed to no party affiliation, independent. And in 2012, he again returned to the Republican Party. That's interesting. That's very interesting. Look at him flip-flopping around. It's almost like he doesn't give a shit about parties at all, or anything but his own narcissistic enterprises, and whatever gets him closer to his end game, that's all that matters. Kettle doesn't keep you up all night like that. It doesn't. Oh, okay. Well. Interesting. Thanks for letting me know. Obviously, you can see that I don't understand the phenomenon or the experience. Companies will lobby for both parties, Dem or Republic. They're both capitalists and have blood on their hands. I think we can all get down with that.
On X, he wrote, "No one pushed harder than me to have the Epstein files released, and I'm glad that has finally happened. I had very less, but was one crimes with Epstein,
sucks.
especially
They don't have
regarding
anything on
heinous
Musk as
exploitation
well. They've just got him saying that he wants in on the party, like begging to be invited along to a party, which is obviously funny because it directly contradicts this, where he's just like, I had to knock back so many offers from Epstein. I had to use all of my self-control, but I did it. Aren't I a hero? And it's like, nah, man, you were asking him, and he even rejected you once. Hey, you loser. So to my earlier point, guess it was Democrats on the island. Yeah. Yes, in the early 2000s, but then by 2009, maybe not. And like, who the knows before that? Because like most of his interactions with Epstein, or he's like a big part of his relationship, was in the 90s, and then they had a falling out in the 2000s. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, but this has been a great purity test for right wingers. The questions are very clear at the moment. You're gonna stand on the business. And what you're going to stand on business and what you said previously, or you're going to cuck out. That's the $1 trillion question in all this. It's like, you know, the representative of the modern right-wing / conservative movement, the MAGA movement, has been ousted as an absolute grub, to say the least, to say the absolute least. He's been associated with all of the things that you've been so scared about for so long. All the conspiracies, all the different forms of gates that can exist out there. He's implicated with all of it. Are you going to stand up against it or not? It's a fair point. Ket in low doses can act as a stimulant. People use it at clubs sometimes. Yeah, that's the only use that I know, actually. Is like people going using it at nightclubs and then maybe taking a little bit too much and going into some type of a hole or something. We're talking like Elon is only on Special K. They write a bigger party sim to the left because most lefties see how the party they vote for is corrupt. The right just thinks their sides isn't dirty at all. Sucking on those toes on Trump, bootlicking is a compliment to them at this point. Yeah, interesting. Especially when it comes to, I just don't understand like the police love stuff. That's the one that gets me. When like ICE agents or coppers do something questionable, and when people are like, no, it's fine. They can shoot people in cold blood multiple times. It's fine. I'm all for the cops and their indiscriminate violence. That's the one that gets me. That's the bootlicking that is like, whoa, that's crazy. Now let's have a look at some Bill Gates stuff, shall we? Bill, you grub. Eh? Yeah, I think that's an interesting point, isn't it, Nemesis? Left wing, right wing, both wings belong to the same bird. Yeah, the implication when you talk about wings is that it's part of a larger animal. And that's often forgotten in political discourse, isn't it? The wings don't exist by themselves. They're part of a larger beast.
Microsoft founder Bill Gates has dodged questions about damning new...
It's so loud. The volume difference between all these pieces of content is crazy. That just blow your speakers, sorry.
Epstein file allegations.
Still, it's so loud. Fuck. Calm down, buddy.
Microsoft founder Bill Gates has dodged questions about damning new Epstein file allegations that he caught an STD from Russian...
Two cheeks of the same arsehole. That's a good one. They dehumanize their political opponents to the point now where they think they're in actual war. So to them, any violence is permissible if it enforces their worldview. Man, this is why we got to fight the culture wars, man. They're dangerous. Like the level of tribalism that comes with that, you can justify real atrocities right before your eyes. Because like it's hey, at least it's my team.
Girls. Seven's Blake Johnson caught up with the billionaire as he left his Melbourne hotel on a day out at the Australian Open.
The deep reach of the Epstein files now spreads to Melbourne.
Mr. Gates, do you have anything further to say about the Epstein files that mentioned your name overnight?
Thanks, Bill Gates leaving the Ritz-Carlton on Spencer Street after being named in the final massive drop of documents by the US government.
Today we are producing more than 3 million pages, including more than 2,000 videos and 180,000 images.
Jeffrey Epstein claimed Bill Gates caught a sexually transmitted disease from sex with Russian girls, and that he planned with the disgraced financier to secretly slip his wife antibiotics. Melinda and Bill Gates later divorced. The Epstein controversy meant antibiotics.
What's going on? What's going on with Bill Gates in this picture? She's commanding the narrative here. He just looks, he's just like, oh man, he never sent me those antibiotics. And she has no idea what's going on. How am I going to break this to her? Oh man, I'm in so much trouble now. So fucking crazy. This is actually the material outcome of the culture war, yeah. Catching an STD is such a common thing. Begging a friend for antibiotics because you don't want to see the doctor is such a common thing. No matter how much money these billionaires have, they are just another sack of flesh and blood. He just smiles and nods. Spandonk in the house. There you go.
Bill Gates, later divorced, the Epstein controversy mentioned as one of the
Ooh, looking sharp. Nice haircut, dude. Thank you. I've gotten 2 fucking comments on that. Now, looking sharp with the haircut. Third comment was not about the haircut exactly. It was about the man bun. Kenneth told me to get rid of the man bun because it sucks. But like, you know, sticks and stones. I wonder if the cleaning ladies feel the evil when they clean his room. That could be a man with a 3rd stage syphilis right there. And they're all sacks of something. All right. Yeah, let's get down with that.
reasons the marriage fell apart.
Is that who I thought it was?
If the allegations bothered Bill Gates at all, there was no sign of it at the Australian Open today.
He is actually a huge tennis fan.
Gates released a stinging response via statement. These claims from a proven disgruntled liar, he says, are absolutely absurd and completely false.
I was looking a bit scruffy. Had my hair out. Hadn't shaved in a while either. Let the hair out. Eh? There it is. So following the thread, can we now say that Microsoft is just uncle spyware? Eh? Are we using uncle as in the, you know, Zio commentary out there? Eh? Interesting. Yeah, well, like it's part of the infrastructure. Let's just say that. Obojo. Let's all agree on that one. Eh? Are you also going to the protest next week against Herzog? Eh? Yeah, you are. Yeah, you were talking about that. Yeah, they're definitely integrated with the system. That's for sure. Is that all they do? Who knows? But they're definitely in there. Ninja Nurse, deport him. Yeah, he's been implicated with a pedophile. Eh? He's done some abhorrent things himself. Deport that man. Eh? Also going to protests next week. I thought he's already here though, and there's been protests against him already. I am 5:30 nationwide. Check your local area. Oh, this is interesting. So where do I find this? Exactly. Is there like actually some type of organization? I thought it was already here. Monday is the process. Oh, 9th to the 12th. Oh, why did I think he was already here? greenleft.org.au. I've gotten some of their propaganda before. It's interesting. Israeli President Herzog is due to visit 9th to the 12th despite growing coalition of human rights advocates. Anti-Z's. You can't say it. You can't say the word. Eh? Or you get Hassaned. Details. Here it is. Australian Capital Territory, 5:30. So this is Palestine solidarity groups have called nationwide protests on Monday, February 9th. So next Monday then. Join them. So this is 5 p.m. New South Wales, Gadigal Country, Sydney Town Hall, 5:30 p.m. Goulburn, Lismore, Moss Vale, Gadigal Country. Oh, great. Thanks. Something to think about. Isaac Herzog is a legend. Interesting. They're going on here all week. Spandok, explain yourself, please. I never had sexual relations with that woman or her children. War criminal in my city. Yeah, it's not every day, is it? There you go, ladies and gentlemen. If you're looking if you're in Australia, you're looking to protest against Herzog, okay, and the Italian uncle establishment, you can do that. Go in the stream chat. If you're watching this and you're new here, make sure you hit the like button. Actually, yeah, if you're watching this on YouTube, hit the like button. Do yourself a favor and subscribe and follow for more. But here is our Discord. So we drop propaganda and useful propaganda at that too. If you have a look at what Indoctrinate Nathan has just shared, you can see it at the bottom of the stream chat just over there. There's a list of all the protest locations if you're not happy with the is not Railies coming over here. Get here the day after the Multicultural Festival 2. It's disgusting. Why on earth would pro-Palestinian groups protest one of the only political leaders that's denounced Netanyahu and the war? I thought Herzog was the PM and he'd been vocal about opposition to the situation. Well, let's have a look. Let's read that out. And Herzog is not a moderate diplomat. He's the leader of a genocidal government responsible for the ongoing destruction of Palestinian people in Gaza and the occupied territories. Herzog is named in the International Court of Justice order on the genocide in Gaza, and the United Nations Commission of Inquiry found that he incited the commission of genocide against Palestinians in Gaza. He has also been photographed signing bombs to be dropped in Gaza 2024. Herzog bears responsibility for the deaths of more than 71,000 Palestinians, the forced displacement of more than 2 million people, and the escalation of settler violence in the occupied West Bank. So there you go. Fucking Jesus. LOL. I got an STT from the toilet seat. I swear. It's Melinda, please, baby. I swear it came from a toilet seat. Definitely wasn't me partying with Jeffrey Epstein. I swear, baby. Come on.
Deep in the data dump, there are shocking new photos, including multiple pictures of Andrew Mountbatten Windsor on all fours, crouching over a woman. Plus, chilling new insight into Jeffrey Epstein's jail cell taken after his death. Also, a damning email from Epstein to Andrew arranging an encounter with a 26-year-old Russian woman. And there's a trail of emails revealing the depths of Epstein's long-term friendship with Catherine Keating, the daughter of former Prime Minister Paul. Blake Johnson, 7 News.
So good. When you have Australian news, they just have to get in there and link it to Australia somehow. It's so funny. All right, let's have a look. Another Bill Gates one. You know, like, it seems like the media, and I'm like, again, can't blame it. It's 300 documents, 3 million pages of documentation to go through. Like, it must be hard for them to go through all of this stuff, and they're just regurgitating the same story all over again, over and over again. So here's some Sky News Australia on this one, on Bill Gates. We'll see if Sky News after this, just for you, love, Jeff. We'll see if Sky News has done a hit piece on Kevin Rudd yet. That'll be good to see.
Well, this week on Truth Bomb Consequences Edition.
That's this guy's voice. Hey, this is what we should rename the stream to. James drops his truth bombs. There it is. I can't wait for some truth. Give it to me. Oh, yeah. Come on, guys. Us poor people call it doxy prep. If Epstein didn't have stock on his island, he's not a good host. Yeah. But he's still a politician. He's definitely not a normal person. LOL.
I don't know what is more, amusing or disturbing or any other adjective. The news about Microsoft founder Bill Gates or the news about failed CNN host Don Lemon. Let's start with Bill Gates, shall we?
Yeah.
The tech zillionaire and vaccine enthusiast, seen here with public health supremo Anthony Fauci. Gates' name was mentioned in the latest Department of Justice drop of Jeffrey Epstein emails. And guess what, folks? It seems that back in 2013, Epstein wrote an email to himself in what appears to have been a file note about an argument he says he had with Gates, alleging that not only did Gates engage in sex with Russian girls, giving them the jab, as it were, but that he also contracted an STD
read that whole email.
And asked for antibiotics he could surreptitiously give to his wife, Melinda.
Surreptitious.
As well, apparently the world's most famous software engineer wasn't taking enough precautions against viruses. Now, again, these are all allegations.
Yeah, I know, right? Of all the files they had, photos they have on file, they use the one with Fauci. The manufacturing consent is hard. Like, you've got to play the game well. It's just like, oh, yeah, I remember that asshole. Look at him. Look at him rubbing shoulders with Fauci. So good. This guy's voice is more annoying than Rennick's, and that's saying something. Yeah, I know, right? This guy sucks. I'd listen to Rennick. But, like, this guy, come on. What's going on here?
From Jeffrey Epstein, someone who might be considered an unreliable witness, and there are reports that Epstein had drafted the emails on behalf of one of Gates's aggrieved employees. And the Gates Foundation, of course, we have to say this, had issued a statement saying that the claims in these emails are, quote, absurd and false. But I guess it's just a funny coincidence, then, that in this very same year, 2013, when all this was alleged to have gone down, that Bill Gates offered a prize of $100,000 to whomever could invent a so-called super condom. And by the way, he never paid off that bet. But in 2021, he did write a check for billions of dollars to his now ex-wife Belinda, who left him in part because of his ties to Epstein. Funny that, but not as funny, frankly, as the FAFO comeuppance being experienced by CNN has-been Don Lemon. Last seen in what can only...
Dude, this sucks. I expected more from Sky News. They were so good with their reporting last week. They were so good. So honest. Fox Business was so honest yesterday as well. Hey? Videos. K. Rudd, nothing. Trump's warning. Trump threatens to sue Epstein estate and Michael Wolff. Dun, dun, dun. They don't have a hit piece on Kevin Rudd. Maybe Kevin Rudd did scare people when it was like, if you say anything and defame me, I will sue your ass. I can't believe they don't have a hit piece on Kevin Rudd. No way. We all seeing the same thing here. This is valuable Sky News stuff here. Wow. No, I can't say anything, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sorry. They don't have Sky News take on Kevin Rudd being listed in the files. That would have been fun to go through. Very interesting. Melinda was patient, but no one's that patient, eh? Damn it, Bill. I've put up with a lot, but you can't be giving me STDs, eh? Just write the check and let's walk away. Come on, honey, just pick. Just a quick trip to Little St. James. No STIs this time, I promise. Like, look, but let's be honest. Like, with these types of people as well, she probably would have been in on it. You know, if she's going along to the island and stuff like that, she knows exactly what's happening there. If she ever went along to the island, she knows exactly what's going on there. It also flies in the face of a lot of these conspiracy theories. If Bill Gates was so intertwined with the pharmaceutical industry, wouldn't he have access to these antibiotics himself? Yeah, it's a bit weird, isn't it? Like, that these people can't just, like, with their billions of dollars, not just get their own fucking medicine. Like, how stingy are these people? How lazy are these people? Don't you have, like, people that do everything for you? Wipe your ass? Can't they get you some antibiotics? Seriously. Maybe they can't be trusted. Maybe that's why. Can't be trusted. That's for sure. Cannot be trusted. All right, let's have a look at this. So this was the one of the last pieces that I really wanted to touch on today. I wonder if Geordies has spoken to Kevin Rudd about this. Good question. I don't think Kevin Rudd really wants to speak about this one at all. Something tells me. Doesn't want to fucking go there. All right. So Trump's compromised by Is Not Rail. New Epstein files claim. So this is from Canary. The Canary. Let's have a look at this. More explosive accusations from today's new release of the Epstein files. An FBI report from a credible and confidential human source says the US President Donald Trump was compromised by Is Not Rail, and that his son-in-law, Jared Kushner, was effectively running his organization and presidency. What? The report links Kushner's family to corruption, Russian cash, and the Ultra Z Shabad group. Ultra Z Shabbat Group. It also names Jeffrey Epstein's lawyer, Alan Dershowitz, as co-opted by Israel's intelligence services, Mossad, to control elite students. Kushner's father was convicted of financial crimes, but then pardoned by Trump. And they, the feeling of aristocracy amongst these people is incredible, isn't it? Epstein's status as an Israeli intelligence operative, now beyond reasonable doubt, and ties to his closest friend Trump, provide a likely means of compromise, allegedly making Trump a tool of Israel. The report comes hot on the heels of other released documents detailing witness testimony accusing Trump of ARPing and beating children provided to him by Epstein. Dershowitz is also accused in the same files of at least being present during the R, and in at least one case, murder of children. What the fuck? This has come out of the files. Dershowitz is also accused in the same files of at least being present during the R, and at least in one case, murder of children by Trump. This stuff is fucking mental. I'm telling you, people, these guys, this subset of the human race that really control everything that's going up there. And like, when I say control, it's not like a master plan that they want to, they're pulling all of the strings, but like they have the ability to control things on a large scale. Like, this is what they're up to. And he's witnessed this stuff. He's witnessed the art, and he's also witnessed murder of children, not people, not humans, not as in like adults, which is the usual implication when you hear about this sort of stuff. The allegation would certainly be born out of Trump's willingness to do what Israel PM Benjamin Netanyahu demands, particularly the US collaboration in Israel's Gaza genocide and its heightened belligerence towards Iran, Venezuela, and Greenland. Damn, this is a huge allegation here, can I just say? Wasn't Dershowitz Epstein's lawyer? I know they're connected as well. Yeah, I'm not sure if or how intricately they are linked, right? And people on the right were saying it's just the Democrats sacrificing kids. Turns out it's all of them, but they still won't recognize that. The ultra uncles. Look, Timmy, no hands. I believe Jared Kushner is the AC. No way. I wonder if Peter Thiel's talked about Jared Kushner. Gates was probably embarrassed to ask outside his jerk circle. Yes, that's right. He wouldn't even ask his own assistants who basically do everything for him, probably wipe his ass for him, and probably have noticed the fact that he's got STDs, and they just say nothing. Shh, don't say anything. Better not ask. Don't ask, don't tell. Very interesting. Yeah, I gotta get something else on this. There's some huge allegations in this very short piece by the Canary here. We have just heard some allegations that Jared Kushner is effectively running the White House on behalf of President Trump. Are you able to give some light to this allegation and how this would work in practice? Very brief response, please. There is no solid evidence that Kushner actually runs the White House. Recent claims you've heard appear to stem from unverified report in a fringe outlet and are not supported by mainstream reporting. They've got the Canary here, bro. Look at that. Here's the real context. Kushner is Trump's son-in-law and close advisor, not a formal government head. He does not hold office like the chief of staff or the vice president. In Trump's first administration, he was unusually influential for a senior advisor, working on foreign policy, reform initiatives, and in 2020 and the 2020 campaign, partly because Trump trusted him personally. The current relationship has served as informal intermediary on specific diplomatic issues, but there's no credible reporting. This is not what I asked. This is not what I asked. I would like to understand this allegation better. Can you please speculate on how Kushner may be running the presidency behind the scenes while Trump is simply the face of the administration? Brief response, please. Got it. Purely speculative. Here's how the allegation would work in theory. Access control. Kushner acts as a gatekeeper to Trump. Eh? Pax Judaica. Filtering information, framing options, and deciding who gets FaceTime. Power flows to whoever controls the briefing pipeline. So this is like hand of the king stuff that we're talking about with Kushner here. Kushner being the real president. It's like hand of the king. Policy pre-packaging. Decisions are presented to Trump as binary or already consensus, nudging him to approve outcomes Kushner and aligned factions have shaped in advance. Personal leverage, influencing hiring and firing of senior staff, ensures loyalty downstream, so policy execution aligns even if Trump is disengaged. Back-channel diplomacy. Kushner operates informal foreign and financial channels outside normal bureaucracy, bypassing state, NSC, and reducing institutional resistance. Trump as legitimizer. Trump provides public authority, electoral mandate, and media dominance, while coordination happens off camera. Yeah, this is every advisor. Not just Kushner. Not just Kushner. Yeah, fair enough. But like, I think the implication is on this one that he's not a part of the staff. Like usually, yeah, chief of staff get to dictate a lot of this stuff. Even like Secretary of State gets involved in a lot of things diplomatically outside of the president even knowing what's happening. They can filter these people. But these are like institutionalized people. These are like positions that exist. I think what the implication here is that someone outside of that framework and that typical, outside the framework is the one who's calling the shots. And as they are outside that framework, they don't have any institutional resistance or oversight, I guess you would say, right? Because they're not an official office as such. It's more just these guys in the family. He's in the mob family, right? He's there next to the boss, calling the shots. Big allegations by Canary here. Massive allegation. And like these ones here, like what are they linking here? Is it actually the horrific new Epstein files accuse Trump of orally R-ing a child, then beating her? Let's have a look at this. These are the ones we've already read, right? Complaint summary. Criminal history. Something reported an unidentified female friend who was forced to perform orals on President Trump approximately 35 years ago in NJ. What's that? New Jersey? The friend told Alexis that she was approximately 13 to 14 years old when this occurred, and the friend allegedly bit President while performing the oral sex. The friend was allegedly hit in the face after she laughed about biting President Trump. The friend said she was also abused by Epstein. This was the same accusation as last time he was president. Jared and Ivanka have only really stepped back publicly because they weren't getting invited to NYC elite parties anymore. Table of accusations is wild. Wow, and wonder how many are true. Yeah. Spandog, yeah, and the way that Trump makes his decisions without a lot of thought necessarily, and trusting his staff gives him a lot more power too, in this admin in particular. What's the right's issue with him? Is he doing Trump's bidding? Honestly, it just seems he's too Jewish for them. Let's have a look at this one. You guys read that? If you want to read along. Donald Trump, the president, had parties at Mar-a-Lago called Calendar Girls. Jeffrey Epstein would bring... Oh my God, have you guys heard this one? Fucking strap yourselves in. Fucking listen to this one, all right? Donald Trump, the president, had parties at Mar-a-Lago called Calendar Girls. This is your Mar-a-Lago stuff right here. Ninja Nurse, you ready? Jeffrey Epstein would bring the children in and Trump would auction them off. He measured the children's vulva and vaginas by entering a finger and then rated the children on tightness. The guests were elder men and included Elon Musk, Donald Jr. Trump, Ivanka Trump, and Eric Trump were there. Attorney Alan Dershowitz was also there with attorney Bob Shapiro. We were taken in rooms, forced to give oral to Donald Trump, forced to allow them to penetrate us. I was 13 years old when Donald Trump AR'd me. Ghislaine Maxwell was also present. Calendar Girls. He measured the children's vulva by entering a finger and rated them on tightness. This is the President of the United States. Ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable Donald Trump. Like, what a world these people live in. They get people in Florida, marshal children in, called Calendar Girls, and measure them, like, you know, physically before auctioning them off. This is absolutely abhorrent stuff. And like, these aren't, you know, the Victorian Secret models who are, you know, probably adults themselves, at least 18 years old and above. We're talking about 13-year-olds here. This makes Access Hollywood look like Disney. Yes. No wonder why he was able to shake it off so much, like grab him in the pussy. Like, that's nothing. He was just like, that was just me talking. That was just me talking. Hey, wait until they hear about Calendar Girls' measurement system at the auction parties that we used to hold at Mar-a-Lago. This stuff is fucking mental. Complainant claims to have high-profile sex parties, dealing with cartels, and having witnessed Robin Leach strangle a young girl to death at a party. What the fuck? Like, these guys are all just sitting around at orgies, and like one of their friends goes a little bit too hard and strangles a young girl to death. And they're like, oh my God, what were you doing, Robin? Seriously. Can we get clean up on aisle 4, please? Can you just calm down, Robin? Go and have a drink, man. We'll clean up after you. These people, I'm telling you, they are not like you. They are not like you. They live in another world where humans are just tradable items. They're just another, we are just another commodity to these people. Sinaloa cartel. Yeah, who is this person? What cartel is this? Sinaloa cartel. I don't know. This is fucking mental. Trump is said to appear more than 12,000 times in the Epstein files, potentially much more. The Department of Justice has released millions more pages today. Look at the right in that clip. Oh, okay. Oh, it does say it. Is this the one that's like in like north part of Mexico and stuff like that? I feel like we've heard about this cartel before, and they've been used as justification, right? Yeah. They've been used as justification by Trump, or the Trump administration anyway, to justify going in to Mexico to take out the foreign narco-terrorist organizations. The West Coast. Yeah. Interesting. AJ been saying this for years. The thing is that this list is just a summary of complaints. They have hid all investigative evidence relating to these cases. Anyone can make a complaint, so these can be easily dismissed. That's probably why this was released to the public. Yeah, so you can... Yeah, there's no validity to it. It's just a fucking complaint. We take them all. You can make a complaint if you want. Go for it. Newly released batch of Epstein files shows that a witness accused US President Donald Trump of orally R-ing a girl of 13 and 14, then beating her after she bit him. Same girl was R'd by deceased serial Jeffrey Epstein. Another document newly released details horrific accusations against Trump and Epstein of further R's. It also alleges that Elon Musk, Epstein's lawyer Alan Dershowitz, yet another Israeli fanatic, and several of Trump's children were at least present during these crimes. What the fuck are they doing? Hanging out watching dad do this. Like, what is going on here? But I guess, again, if you think that other humans are just commodities to be auctioned, then, like, yeah, you and your family will stand around. Like, this is ancient Rome or something like that. And, like, they're trading slaves. You and your family would just stand around and look at these pieces of property that are being traded. Yet another list trumps as one of those implicated in a sex party where one attendee strangled a young girl to death. This was also witnessed by members of a Mexican drug cartel. Jesus Christ. This stuff is insane, man. This stuff is absolutely insane. All the other ones seem a little false to me. Yeah, 100% the most credible is the first one that actually got followed up on. It's hard to believe this is real. Never in my life would I imagine anything like this. How do they live with themselves after these inhumane actions? Well, like, this is the thing. Like, if you consider people to be on your level, like, if you truly believe that people are beneath you, then, like, you can justify some pretty mental stuff. If you think that, like, these people, like, yeah, okay, they're human, but, like, they're not me. They're not like me. They are just plebs. They're just the little people. You don't even have to... It's not even a question of inhumanity. And so you don't even have to feel bad about it, right? Well, with the amount of complaints here, there has to be files from the FBI investigating this. Unless they were told not to investigate. They have been told not to investigate certain things. They've already been told that. Like, they were even told at the beginning of last year to go through and start deleting files that had Donald Trump's name in it. So, like, you know, whether or not you believe they're investigating stuff, they've been told to go through and erase things from the record. Like, from Pam Bondi, she instructed the FBI from the Department of Justice over and, like, you know, and across. She's like, look, you have to start doing this. This is what we want. Oh yeah, they've got info in the table itself. The next column on the right denotes how to follow up on the investigation. A lot didn't go well. Yes, I remember there was criminal history. Is that the one that you're talking about? Right, result matching name and DOB for criminal history in South Carolina. Date of arrest. Or is this another one that you're talking about? Yeah, because they have actually, there's a couple of tables that we've seen where they have another row on the end and they're like whether to follow up and whether they think it's a credible thing to follow up on and stuff. Yeah. It's crazy, isn't it? Absolutely mental. Stuff is crazy. Nah, the response. Oh, the response. Okay. Like this one. Spoke with caller who identified as something as friend. Lead was sent to Washington to conduct interview. 2 voicemails left. No response received. Is that just the middle column then, I guess? It's the same. On all of them? No, it's not the same. Too bad. Criminal history is interesting, but the response column covers how they responded when contacted about their accusations. Yeah. This stuff's crazy, man. Absolutely crazy. And like, look at the stuff about like talking about human life and like the complete disregard for human life. Like they're all watching, or they're all inside some type of sex party whilst one of them strangles somebody to death, a young girl, whatever that means, quote unquote. And they're all just like, oh man, hey, come on, Robin, what are you doing? What were you thinking? Where are you getting these tables? Are you looking at the same stuff that we are? Or is it, or have you gone to another site? Spend on. Yeah. The only other person that we haven't looked at is like old mate Andrew. But like he's been done to death. Prince, formerly known as Prince Andrew. Yeah, I wouldn't trust anything from the current FBI. The way Pam Bondi and Kash Patel have run it into the ground. I don't trust anything. Oh yeah, I downloaded the full doc. Damn. You badass. Like, what did you go onto the FBI website to download the information? Wow. Are you in Discord? If so, again, hit us up with some screenshots, please. If you find anything crazy.
Pictures appearing to show Andrew Mountbatten Windsor crouched over an unidentified woman are featured in the latest disclosure of files linked to the late American sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. The images are among more than 3 million documents published by the Trump administration. It's not known where they were taken. Mr. Mountbatten Windsor has been asked for comment, but he hasn't responded. He's previously denied any wrongdoing. The US Justice Department said this was the final batch of material that would be published.
Yeah, for sure. Legend. Thank you. If you're watching this on YouTube, you know what to do. Hit the like button. Subscribe for more. You're watching this on Twitch. Make sure you hit the follow. If you are interested, come and join us in our pursuit for propaganda and the truth. Hit us up and come and join the community. You know what to do, ladies and gentlemen.
John Sudworth has the details.
See, like this whole Prince thing, it's been done to death. Like I said before, if you weren't here, he was a useful idiot. So Ghislaine and Epstein were preying on him specifically because he was a target, a royal target. Like he could be manipulated. He could be, you know, they could take him around, give him all this stuff, make him look like an absolute nutbag because all the stuff that he was embroiled with. And then they could use that as blackmail against the royal family and against the political establishment in the UK. And they were like, look, we've got stuff on your prince. He doesn't look great. He's done some questionable things. And we've got all the evidence here. Just like, you know, do what we want. And so like this guy, I'm not saying that like he didn't do anything crazy. He probably did a lot of very questionable stuff, but like he was a useful idiot. And like Ghislaine and Epstein targeted him specifically. Ghislaine was massive in the recruitment. I guess you could refer to it as recruitment, but the recruitment of Prince Andrew over here. She was massively involved with that. They were like hanging out together in New York. She was taking them all over the world. They had him at the ranch multiple times. They were getting a lot of dirt on him, and then they could use that. And then it just was too hard to contain at a certain point. People didn't care, and it's all come out. We're like, you know, finding more stuff about the things that he's been up to. It's like, you know, with all respects, it's been done to death. With all respect, sir. Anyone wanting the full doc, here it is at justice.gov, Epstein files. Oh, is this the one that you said about before, Voltateur? I'm sorry. I completely missed that before we get into this. Is this what Elon Musk's daughter confirms? Is this the one? I'm just going to speak directly instead of being vague and cryptic. I can confirm we were in St. Barth's at the time specified in the emails, and therefore I believe they're authentic. Elon's kids on the Epstein party emails. This has basically already been confirmed through his attempts to paint them as out of context. Denial is a river in Egypt. I knew nothing about the emails previously, so I'm learning about everything at the same time as y'all. If there's any other information I learned that I can corroborate, I will do so. Very interesting. I can confirm we were in St. Barth's at the time specified in the emails. There you go. You don't even need Elon when you've got family members that'll throw him under the bus. Very interesting.
In and amongst the more than 180,000 images released are these pictures showing the then Prince Andrew kneeling over and touching a female whose identity has been hidden. There's no context.
Like, honestly, like, this is what the mainstream media gets their hands on, is like him kneeling over and touching a woman on the tummy. Like, she's got full clothes on and stuff like that. Could you imagine some of the images? Like, the stories we've heard so far, could you imagine the images that they actually have out of 185,000? This is what the BBC releases. It's just like, look at this guy touching someone's stomach. Outrageous. No prince should do such a thing. Like, this would be nothing compared to what they'd have photographic evidence of. Just drop a link in the stream chat for everyone interested. Thank you. Also have a link to the Xbox Live ban. But that's a little more niche. LOL. What is that? Is this the Bill Gates thing? No, not the Bill Gates. Someone got banned from Xbox Live. Yeah, who was it? Bill Gates and Epstein or something like that. They got banned. Is that the one? The next slide showed the email she was referring to as well, but you've already seen it already. Well, Bondi said they have thousands of CP, and that's why they didn't release them last year. Yeah, right. Sorry, just released that link. Only a day old. But they moved it already. Interesting. Yeah, apparently Epstein got banned from Xbox Live because apparently you can't be a convicted pedo on Xbox Live, and so he was banned.
Location or date provided. Andrew has always denied any criminal wrongdoing, but this latest batch of files once again contains items raising serious questions of judgment, not least an email exchange from 2010, long after his close friend Jeffrey Epstein had been convicted of sexual offences involving children, suggesting he meet with a 26-year-old Russian woman in London who he might enjoy having dinner with. Andrew replies he would be delighted to see her and adds, "Will she be bringing a message from you? Please give her my contact details to get in touch." Epstein writes back, "She's 26, Russian, clever and beautiful, and yes, she has your email."
We will continue reducing.
The new files also contain further revelations about Peter Mandelson, who last year lost his job as British ambassador to Washington after it became clear his friendship with Epstein had been deeper than previously known. They include the claim that the sex offender sent Lord Mandelson's then partner, now husband, Ronaldo Avila da Silva, £10,000 to cover the cost of an osteopathy course. Lord Mandelson has described his friendship as a most terrible mistake and says he wasn't aware of Epstein's crimes. There's little, though, to pose a real threat to President Trump.
Look at him. Look at him, the grub. Eh? Yeah. Yeah, I wonder if that's after he does his finger test or beforehand. Eh? Fucking grubs, man. I'm telling you. The claiming is Epstein got banned from Xbox Live by Gates directly for the SDI thing. Okay. I know how to get under his skin. I'm going to ban him from Xbox Live. He'll hate that. See, this is what happens when you have capitalists that own the means of production. This is what they do. This is what I've been trying to warn you people about. One day you'll be happily playing on Xbox Live. The next, Bill Gates will be like, delete. You're banned. See you later.
Apart from some unsubstantiated allegations which the FBI had already ruled out, nor, his administration says, anything to prove a wider conspiracy. But with so many documents withheld or redacted, Jeffrey Epstein's victims do not believe they've yet been given the whole truth.
When the president signed the bill in November, it was to release all the files. All the files need to be released. They haven't been released. So that's what closure looks like. That's what justice looks like, whether anyone's prosecuted or not. Get the full information out there so the public, the survivors, and everyone can really know what's going on.
With continuing calls for him to give evidence in America, Andrew Mountbatten Windsor has yet to respond to the latest revelations, but he's always strenuously denied any wrongdoing.
John Sudworth there. Well, the documents also include email correspondence between tech billionaire Elon Musk and Epstein. The new emails show that Musk, who's not been accused of any wrongdoing in the case, discussed travelling to Epstein's island on more than one occasion, including a 2012 trip where he asked Epstein what day...
That's not fair. We've already seen Musk's response to this on X. Musk said he's rejected invitations from Epstein. We've already seen this, buddy. Nice smear campaign, BBC. Good luck. If you can't trust an ambassador to the US, who can you trust? But then why would you admit to anything? Of course he will deny it. Yeah, of course. Yeah. It'd be crazy, right? Why would you do that? Why would you have any form of remorse and try to claw back a skerrick of credibility or integrity and actually be like, look, oh, you know what? I've done the wrong thing. And like, it's time to fess up and help the victims, help my conscience. But I guess that's just something for the working class to have, a conscience, not for these people that control everything.
Stroke night will be the wildest party on your island. There's no evidence that Mr. Musk ever did end up taking a trip to Epstein's island. Writing on X, he says, "No one pushed harder than me to have the Epstein files released, and I'm glad that has finally happened. I had very little correspondence with Epstein and declined repeated invitations to go to his island or fly on his Lolita Express, but was well aware..."
No. Please, thanks for your help. Sneaky DOJ have dumped the new files in with the old ones in the new Epstein library. So just digging for the doc is taking a while. Man. Your investigative work is greatly appreciated. All these news agencies would still interview the victims, but they won't. Could still interview. Yeah, they are complicit. Yeah, it's very random how they actually go through and interview some people, but not others and stuff like that. And like when it's safe, they all jump on the same interview. It's like they're very worried about. It's like the people that control these media outlets still have connections to these inner circles, and they're very, very coy about what they give away and what they don't, or who they give light to. Like when people become undeniable victims, and it's like very undeniable the circumstances around it, then they're just like, all right, fine. We better break this story before somebody else does. We don't want to be the last person to talk about this.
That some email correspondence...
Yeah, we've heard all this stuff. BBC's given us nothing here. So they really don't, the mainstream media don't talk about the files. They talk about, like, they get people in to talk about the files by extension and indirectly, but they don't actually be like, here, let's have a look at this one. Oh, look at this one. Oh my God. No way did they say that. It's very interesting how they're reporting on this. They're like, oh, it's really dramatic. But if you actually want to know what's going on, you have to read the thing for yourself. Go read 3 million pages. Good luck to you. Because we're not going to tell you what's particularly in it. No, thank you. Or just like, keep up the discussion. Get some experts in. They'll have a little chat. Everyone will say how horrible it is. And then we'll get on with the next piece of news for the day. It's interesting. All right, we're going to have a quick break. I'm going to be back with some more. So don't go anywhere. Give us a few minutes. And then we're going to move to some Australian politics. And we're going to go to look at Iran as well. Touch some other things. I'm going to get trapped on the Epstein files all day long. We're going to be caught up with this for a while, I think. So It's not going anywhere anytime soon. Yeah. Quick break. Strap yourself in. Don't go anywhere. All right. We're back. Let's do this. So we're going to be having a look at... I'm going to change course. Like I said, I'm sure we're going to get a lot of Epstein files over the next few weeks as like more people go through the millions of documents or pages of documents, the videos maybe. Have you seen some of those videos that circulate of like Epstein chasing girls around the kitchen and all that sort of stuff? Dancing and playing hide and seek, all that sort of stuff. That creepy shit. All right, let's have a look at this. We're going to have a look at this manufacturing consent trope that we've, I think, seen for a long time now. I think we've been watching this for the last few weeks at least. And it's this idea that I've been speaking about is like, when it comes to one nation, exactly what are they manufacturing consent for, because it's kind of interesting to see like how hard they're pushing the whole one nation trope. But it would seem that they're trying to manufacture consent, I believe, for like normalizing one nation, I guess you would say, or making them okay for coalition voters or past coalition voters or people that would support the Nationals specifically, I guess, to be okay with the idea of voting for one nation. They keep, like, this has been going for weeks now. They just keep pushing this idea that one nation is pushing ahead. Like, you know, Pauline's going to be preferred prime minister in no time, and they're crushing the coalition. They keep crushing the coalition nonstop. So yeah, it's interesting to see how this story is developing over time. So let's see what they were saying yesterday afternoon about this.
The shadow of an interest rate rise and 2 leadership spills loom large over the return of Parliament this week. Nine's political editor Charles Croucher joins me live from Canberra. Evening, Charles. New polling is a brutal reality check for the Liberal and National parties.
Evening, Pete. Yeah, both parties. A new Redbridge poll has just been released by our colleagues at the Australian Financial Review, and it is ugly reading for the former coalition. Labor leads the primary vote on 30.
Hey, the no-alition.
One Nation has surged into second place at 26. The Liberal Party, now its own entity, is at 17. The standalone Nationals are on 2 and the Greens at 11. Even if the coalition reform, they are still well behind One Nation. For preferred Prime Minister, Anthony Albanese leads 37-9. This
what the is going on there? Like, look at Leigh. Like, Leigh, double S Susan over here, has absolutely, according to this poll anyway, has absolutely no integrity, it would seem, amongst the voting population of Australia. Like, look at the difference there. That is 3 times the amount of support we're looking at there. 3 times the amount of support. That's pretty mental between these 2 people. What's going on? Where does Pauline come in?
Consolidates previous polls, and it lays the foundation for what is shaping as a volatile sittings here in Canberra. The Nationals will spill their leader. Nervous speculation the Liberals may follow. There's the shock visual of a divided coalition in the chamber and the potential for an interest rate rise. Pete, that's all in the next 48 hours.
What a week. Charles, thank you.
That's all in the next 48 hours. Strap yourselves in. It's going to be a big week in politics, ladies and gentlemen. All the Liberal voters are basically past the average lifespan in Australia. Another 10 years. There won't be a Liberal Party. What a sobering thought that must be for like coalition diehards. Okay? It's a crazy realization.
Thank you, Chevo. Well, let's go to our Hot Topic segment now. One Nation has surged past the former coalition in yet another poll this morning. Pauline Hanson's party up 9 points to 26% compared with the opposition on 19.
So this is the poll that they're all talking about, the mainstream media, the Australian Financial Review, Redbridge Group. So this was this morning. So they're quoting the same poll again. Is it that shocking? No, I guess not. But like, this is a shift that's going on in the broader liberal world at the moment. When I say liberal, I mean like Western democracy style world. Like, you know, and I include like non-Westerners in the Western liberal democracies. Like, look at Japan, for instance. Like, there is a general shift in the post-neoliberal world towards right-wing nationalistic parties in like the big bad world, and everyone's getting crunched by a fledgling economy, a fledgling free market. Like, it's really just, it sucks. The free market is really failing hardcore in the 21st century. People are doubling down on like kind of nationalistic parties. And so like anyone that's associated themselves with nationalism, which are typically right-wing parties, let's be honest, they're getting absolutely, it's you know, it's payday. We've been banking on this stuff, and as people struggle to answer some of the hard truths of life, like, why is the world economy so shit? Why is it hurting me so badly? doubling down. It was better in the good old days. Doubling down on that nationalistic sentiment or nationalism is got to have the answers, because we've opened ourselves up to the market, to the world market, foreign capital investment. We've been open to trade and all these things. We've been open to immigration, been letting people come in and out, and nothing's changed in terms of, nothing's gotten better. Actually, things have gotten worse. And so it's time to make such and such great again. And so, like, it's not that shocking in that sense, no. But, like, isn't it unfortunate, though, the reality of neoliberal capitalism doubles people down on the nationalism side, as opposed to, like, class consciousness or something like that. Look, they're all trying to screw us all over as a broad international group of working people. The whole system is designed against us, but no, instead, people, it's much easier to be, it's just like, look out for your own national interests. And then as people double down on the nationalism without, like, kind of fixing the actual problem, which is like austerity, for instance. Like, people want the national politics, they want to kick the migrants out and focus on the nation or something like that, but they're not going to spend more money on services. They're not promising to build huge infrastructure projects or something like that. They're too scared that we got to get the debt down. And so there'll be more austerity, which will make it worse. And, like, the problem will continue. It'll get worse. There's no solutions I see from these nationalistic parties, but, like, warmongering, fear-mongering, and more austerity, the stuff that's got us into this position in the first place. Have you heard Lay talk before? Yeah, okay. Yes. She's on 9% for a reason. Hobo Joe, One Nation might be polling well, but when it comes down to it, preference votes will crush them, in my opinion. Yeah, it's a fair point. I do have to contend with that. Liberals have also fallen so hard, you no longer have to differentiate between American liberals anymore. Did you know international students after 30 days can vote in council elections in SA? What for that one leading up to SA elections, LOL? Sorry, international students can vote in local council elections. I didn't realize that. Tell me more.
Remains in front with 34%. It all comes as One Nation teases a, quote, significant announcement, unquote, tomorrow, linked to talks of a recruitment drive and possible defections to the party. For their take, let's bring in Social Services Minister Tanya Plibersek and One Nation MP Barnaby Joyce. Good morning to you.
Morning, Tanya. You can always rely on Barnaby coming to the rescue. Too bad he's not quite the eloquent talker. Fortunately, good old Barnaby.
We know you've been talking to ex-colleagues. That's been canvassed about potentially jumping ship to One Nation. What's coming? What's this big announcement?
Well, it wouldn't be a big announcement if I made an announcement today, would it?
Well, it'd still be big.
It would be certainly a scoop. That's what the word is, a scoop. But I'm not going to make the announcement. I think I've got a pretty good idea what it is.
So are there defections, and how many?
Well, see, this is asking me to give you the scoop, and I'm not going to give you the scoop.
Well, just a little bit of a scoop, just like a part of it. Are there more than one defection?
Not going to say, but it'll look. You only have to wait 24 hours. Get me back on tomorrow.
Bridget McKenzie?
So what are they talking about here? They're talking about people are going to be defecting from the national parties to go to One Nation. Like, you don't even have to wait for an election for all this type of stuff. The Nationals are just piling on to One Nation now, outside of the electoral process. Interesting stuff, man. Spandong, okay, 50 pages into combing for where they moved it. I'm giving up. Here's a copy. LOL. Thanks. Fuck this. They've hit it well. No, thank you. I'm not doing this anymore. Thanks, though. Thanks for trying. Legend.
Look, I'll give you a scoop. It's not Bridget McKenzie. There you go.
Okay, well, should we start going through the list?
No. Please don't.
But there's more than one.
I'm not going to say that.
Well, if it was one, if it was like boy, so that wouldn't be that big, would it?
No, I love you dearly. Love Shervo, love Tanya, love all of you. Love you.
It's too early to tell with One Nation. It's It's too early to tell. Well, see, like, again, you don't even have to have the election to figure it out. They can just start moving across now. Fuck the Nationals. Let's just make this official. Let's be one nation. Plus, the polls are to freak out the coalition, not Labor. Well, it's fucking working. The no-alition are freaking out hard, aren't they, 4AS? They're freaking out, man.
Listeners, I'm not giving you the scoop.
Well, Ashby said it will shock people just how significant this will be. So it's someone we're not expecting.
Well, that's shocking.
Michael.
I don't want eloquent speakers. I want a tism-fueled info dump or talk like a normal person. No more lawyer talk. Yeah, well, like, do you remember we heard him last time? Last time he was on the stream? Like, he actually couldn't string a sentence together. When I say eloquent, maybe I'm being a little bit too overzealous there. Someone that can string a sentence together. How about that? Woozle, if you downloaded all the files previously and it's zipped, couldn't you unclick log and then add the new files to the old zip updating? And then log will tell you the new files? Oh, how's this? Hey, do you work in IT, Woozle? Hey, you got a tactic. I like it. It's possible One Nation can win. It's just improbable. Well, like, yeah, but like, it's funny that they're not. It would seem that as the party mechanism kind of works in this system, they're not even waiting. Isn't it interesting? They're not waiting for an election to do this stuff. Just defect now. Do the Barnaby Joyce thing. Just move over. Fuck the voters. They'll figure it out later. Just do it, man. Ask questions later.
Can we call back? I know.
No,
okay, last go. Matt Canavan. He seemed angry last week.
Look, I'm just going to leave it to 24 hours. I think we can get there. Obviously people are seeing that if you want unity, clarity, strength, that One Nation's the place to be, and the polling says that, and the people are saying that. So it's not unusual.
Okay. It's Canavan, isn't it? Tanya, this is yet another poll that has One Nation ahead of the former coalition. You guys are in the front row now. How do you respond to this One Nation surge?
Well,
how do you respond to that?
It's not me defecting that. I think it's really disappointing for Australians. It just looks like the Liberals and Nationals are a bin fire. They don't know who their leader is going to be one week to the next. But as One Nation...
Where is she coming live from? Like an airport terminal or something like that? Is this normal? Love, Jeff, I shiver at the thought of Barnaby becoming PM, while also getting tingly at the thought of him becoming a king. You know, it's funny that you say that about him becoming PM, because we watched him last week, and they were like, do you support Pauline Hanson as Prime Minister? Would you back her if she became Prime Minister? And he wouldn't say yes. He said everything but yes. And then they were like, well, what about you? Do you want to be Prime Minister? And he wouldn't say no. He was like, everybody wants to be Prime Minister. And the interviewer was like, I don't. He's like, come on. Everybody wants to be a Prime Minister one day, right? Or is it just me? King Barnaby. The media to the Nats, change your policies or die. They just keep hammering. They're hammering every day. There's another story with the same headline: One Nation surges ... ahead of coalition, surges in the polls. The One Nation wave is coming. It's like every day. It's non-stop. They're pushing this one. It's very interesting to see it in real time, like daily, as you log in. They don't have to win per se. They just need to start taking seats. And the more seats they take, the more One Nation is called racist. And then they take more seats. It's no surprise that I don't like One Nation, but seeing the Libs burn down is bricking me up. It's pretty funny. It is hilarious to see the coalition destroying itself. It is pretty funny. With that, 20% of the population moves to One Nation. LOL. Have to use percentages now, not numbers. There's just so much that has to go right for One Nation to win the next election. We're going to have a lot of infrastructure too in order to do that. Like lots of people on the ground. And do they have the nationwide architecture to be able to facilitate that? It's a big call. I'd say we'd have to have a number of more shootings and immigrant incidents for One Nation to become viable. Yeah. Well, don't speak too soon. A certain foreign interest group is listening, and they are noting ideas for us.
Does better in the polls. I think it's actually really... But as One Nation does better in the polls, I think it's actually really important that journalists, the Australian public more broadly, start to ask for some more specific details of their policies. Like, it's all very well to go around as a party of grievance and complain about things, point out things that you feel are wrong. They need to get out there with some detailed policies if they really want to be tested in the way the major parties are.
That will come. Tanya's right,
so
though. People at the moment, Barnaby, are protesting against the former coalition.
Well, Tanya gives us, and the Labor Party gives us so much material to protest about. You've got inflation going through. I think we're the record in inflation in the Western world. We've got interest rates will go up. We've got power prices about to go up 25%. You have completely decimated our manufacturing industry. You're sending small business broke. And you've got the aged care, you've just bundled the aged care package so that aged care people will not have the capacity to be looked after with dignity. They'll end up in a bed in a hospital. Tanya, you give us so much material. It's so easy to be a grievance party when you're the government.
But no solutions. And here's the thing, let's talk about
yes, we do have solutions. We do have solutions. It's just the segment doesn't go for long enough.
Okay,
Such
Barnaby,
things as getting back to coal-fired power, baseload power,
Barnaby,
drive down
what
the
will
cost of
you
living. We do have
do
solutions.
about inflation, which is now rising, unlike most other countries in the world?
This is interesting to see because I had a very interesting conversation with someone over the weekend who is, I guess, a disaffected coalition voter. Disillusioned, probably. Is probably a better word. Coalition voter who is just like, oh, guess what? I saw the Super Progressive movie on the weekend. And like they thought it was funny, but it dragged on a little bit. I was disappointed to hear that. But like, yeah, they were just saying, oh, look, One Nation, someone's got to do something about the immigrants, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And I was like, what type of like policies do you think that do you like about what One Nation is going to do? Like, what do you think about One Nation's vision for the country, I guess you would say? And they were like, oh, I'm not too sure, actually. But like, you know, someone's got to do something about immigration. And so like, I was getting the feeling that it's very much just the vibe of it, if you know what I mean. Like, it's really like, you know, it's time to buck the establishment parties. And like they were, you know, like I said, disillusioned with the coalition, I guess. And they don't think that they represent their interests anymore. And they're looking for someone to represent their interests. And they've been told time and time again, and they truly believe that like immigration is like kind of a big problem. And it's going to, if you just take care of immigration, like let's say we cut off all the immigrants tomorrow or something like that, that's going to be kind of this guiding policy decision that's just going to take everything else off the table, like inflation, cost of living crisis, energy prices, housing affordability issues. Like the manufacturing sector is going to be revitalized overnight. They were really like, okay, but like if we just take kind of immigration out, like all of these ducks just kind of fall into a row, everything's going to be miraculously solved. And I was like, oh, that's interesting, because like I've checked out it during a stream, like their policies and stuff like that, and beyond just the usual type of mission statement kind of thing, I don't know if there are actual policies beyond that. And like it really had seemed like they hadn't conceived of politics in terms of like actually having to run a country before. Like it's government at the end of the day. Like it's, you actually have to make decisions and you have to do shit. And you have to like coordinate an entire nation. Like you have to have a really well-developed bureaucracy and administrative arm that can control all those things. And they were like, yeah, I guess that's important, isn't it? And so like it was with this particular person, policy didn't even, like it wasn't even something that ever factored in. But like I said, like on the vibe of it though, they were just like, yeah, fuck the coalition, man. They don't know anything about politics, I guess you would say. They don't speak to me. I'm gonna give One Nation a crack. Let's do this. In bourgeois politics, they call vibes voting a protest vote. Interesting. Barnaby, the blame deflector. Eh? Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, he's just listing grievances, I guess. You got to say she's right in that sense. One Nation doesn't have to do anything. Albo just has to keep alienating the actual working class who don't work through laptops. This is like the coalition losing the election, not because Labour was good. Interesting. But like, that's the problem though, dilemmas. Don't you see? Like, doing nothing is not actually a form of government. It's just a form of opposition. And it's all fun and games until you actually have to do something. Oh shit, what do we do now? What the hell do we do now? He was too drunk when voting and can't remember their role in killing off manufacturing and apprenticeships. Was all a stark reality there. Cap immigration 130,000, as their policies say. Income splitting is a great idea. See, it's funny that you say that, because the average voter, it would seem, they're not talking about capping. Well, they don't have much idea, I guess, of the actual policy position itself. I think some of them are banking on immigration being a silver bullet that's going to save the entire economy. As long as we just do the immigration thing, everything else will be okay, right? Right? Tell me, everything's going to be okay. The question for Barnaby should be, will you continue your tradition of getting drunk at work under One Nation? Asking the hard questions. Work unlimited for retirees without affecting pensions. Tanya has... That's such a weird point though, isn't it? Like, don't you reckon that retirees should just be gifted a retirement? Like, yeah, sure, they should get the pension and be able to work, but like, can't you, like, don't you think we've failed as a society? Like, the free market has failed when, like, our most effective policy decisions are just like, look, if old people want the pension and to work so they can have a dignified existence, just let them work and get the pension. Who cares? It's like, why should they work at all? I was hoping that by the time that I was old, that I'd be doing fuck all. I'd be going on long drives, going to the beach or something like that. Not deciding, oh yes, I can work today and I'll get my pension. All right. Looks like I can turn on the air conditioning and eat a fillet of fish at Macca's. All right. Tanya has a point though. Barnaby, Hampson, One Nation have to prove that their policies are next election if they want to keep this up. I don't know. This is what I'm talking about for, I guess. The person I was speaking to, like, they didn't even think about the fact that you actually win an election because you're in government kind of thing. You know what I mean? Like, it wasn't like, oh yeah, they actually have to do stuff afterwards. It was just like, they just need to get rid of the immigrants kind of thing. They just got to stop immigration. It's putting too much pressure on the system. When they stop immigration, everything else is just going to, like, fall into place. Like, it all will just happen kind of thing, and everything will get better. Like I don't know if people really give a shit about policies at all. The question to ask is, if Labor and the Liberals run things so well, why is everyone struggling? And if it's big business's fault, why doesn't Labor do anything about it now when they have the power? I feel like we've had this discussion a million times, but like, yes, the major parties, the uni party, are ruining the country. And yes, hand it over to people that are getting in on vibes, I guess. Why not? What's the worst that could happen, eh? If they trash the economy or trash the country, then we can just build it up again from the ashes. Why not? Why the fuck not? Okay, but not every voter works like that. I guess the $1 million question is, if the swing voters are persuaded by immigrant ban, I guess we'll find out. My father-in-law got laid off from Bridgestone. He wanted to go back to work so badly, but suddenly threatened their benefits since the mother-in-law is on welfare. Yeah. Fair enough.
Well, this is what the Labor Party has set up because they're trying to do ridiculous things, such as run a power grid on wind turbines and solar panels. And as you know, the price of energy is core to the cost of living and core to inflation. You have to move away from this fantasy land and move back to what is proven, such as coal-fired power, remove the subsidies to capacity investment schemes, so you get an honest market. If it was the cheapest, Tanya, you would not have to sponsor it for hundreds of billions of dollars, and at least you would be honest to the Australian people about exactly how much you are sponsoring this, how much you are sponsoring the capacity investment schemes, but you just talk over the top of people rather than...
It's so good. I wonder if there's any truth to that. I'm just listening to two Australian federal politicians debate about energy policy. One of the allegations being made is that there are no businesses in Australia that are looking to start up new coal-fired powered stations. Can you verify this claim? Be as brief as you can and provide a source if possible. A friend of mine believes that we need one nation to completely push Australia into chaos so that it can be rebuilt. So we have to struggle more before we can live comfortably again. Or like if you look at the history of like social change and like revolutions and stuff like that, like it's not until people are really, really desperate that they like stand up and everyone's like, all right, enough's enough. You know, like let's reconstitute or something like that. Let's rewrite the constitution. Let's form a new republic. Etc. 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 It's only when people are really fucked en masse that shit does change. That's the history of it. Humans are very much that way inclined when it comes to our grand social organization. Now, like I wouldn't blame the entirety of humans for that. Like the system itself is self-replicating, and so our political establishment, our economic establishment, they will continue their existence by maintaining the status quo. So there's active factors trying to maintain the current system at all costs. So it's not until people are really pushed to the extreme that things change. That it's just it sounds like an accelerationist attitude. Like nuclear, no businesses would touch it due to insurance. You know, I never even factored in the whole insurance thing. It just takes a long time from this point to do the whole nuclear thing. But yeah, insurance, oh my God. Yeah, it's not one nation to save us, but destroy us. Yeah, it's so bleak. There are no major coal-fired power stations currently being built or financed by business in Australia. Yes, coal plants are aging, and most are slated to close over the next decade or two, though some closures are being delayed. Economically and politically, new coal station construction isn't happening because renewables and storage are cheaper and more competitive. Woke rubbish from this institution. The New Daily. Woke rubbish. There have been proposals and political discussion about new coal plants, e.g. groups pushing for clean coal, but these have not resulted in actual business-led construction projects. This is the Australian Conservation Fund. Another woke rubbish source, that is. Current reality, coal remains in the mix by extending the life of existing stations, not building new ones. Interesting. What's the worst that could happen under One Nation? A certain lobby could push influence and pass speech and protest laws. That won't happen. Labor is for the worker. Yeah, but that's the thing, though. What we're talking about is like the actual infrastructure that people have. We're not talking about like ideological. Like, what type of laws will they pass? Like, do they have the infrastructure to govern? It's more a question. Dilemmas. I think you're missing the point, or deliberately just picking up on stuff we've talked about before. We've covered before. We're talking about like the actual like infrastructure of governing. Are you ready to govern? Is more the question. Not just like making it up as you go along. Which, you know, I don't think it's not a problem. It's not a problem. But like if you do want to govern, Are they ready to go? That's a good question. Australian context. Well, you're laughing at clean coal, eh? There are different types of coal. What's this? Hank Green. Coal is extremely dumb. Is this a longie? Let's have a look at this. Is this a longie? Let's have a quick look. Sorry, Barnaby and Tanya. You'll have to wait. No, it's 20 minutes. Let's have a look anyway. Well, he's got 2.9 million followers, subscribers. God damn. Hank Green.
I'm going off the dome with this one, so I apologize. But this might feel like something that doesn't need to be explained. But trust me, it actually does. And that's for two reasons, actually. Number one, you actually don't understand why coal is so bad. Like, you've got pieces of it, but I promise you, unless you're like in the biz, you do not understand why coal is such a terrible way.
I see the point. I do. I don't believe the country is being governed properly now. Yeah, okay. Like ideologically not governed properly. I get that. I'm just talking about the actual structure, like the people in the right positions of power in the bureaucracy to make decisions that align with your values. The current Uni Party have those types of networks throughout the entirety of the bureaucracy, and can like kind of keep the governance machine moving. Does One Nation have that infrastructure? I'm not talking about ideological, what bills, what legislation will they pass? Will they protect freedom of speech or destroy it? Yeah, more like the bureaucracy of governance. But yes, you don't believe it's being governed well now. I got that.
To electrify a country. Now, it was great when it was the only option, but it isn't anymore, and we've got amazing technologies now, even in the fossil fuel space, that far outpace coal's effectiveness for a bunch of different reasons. But the second reason this needs to be said is because the discoursocracy that now runs my entire country, it's very dumb, but no one talks about why it's very dumb, because the people who think that coal is dumb don't need to be convinced beyond, like, it's bad for the climate and the air. But the people who think that coal isn't dumb, the ones who think that it might be an important part of the future electricity mix of our nation, those people aren't being hit with the arguments that would actually convince them, because the people who talk to them have no interest in telling them how dumb coal is. So in this video, you're going to notice a pretty surprising lack of conversation about the climate, because everybody knows that coal is bad when it comes to putting a lot of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere that will be there for a very long time. And there's basically no way to get it out. Now, is there a way to get it out? I hope so. I hope someday that we'll figure out a cost-effective way to remove carbon dioxide from the air. Right now, we do not have that. I've been working for over a year on a video script that's about all of the different ways that we could remove carbon from the atmosphere that is already there, but much easier is keeping it from getting into the atmosphere in the first place, and not burning coal is an amazing and extremely cost-effective way to do that. So to everybody, including myself, who's sort of focused on, like, fossil fuels should not be used at all, we should be moving past them almost entirely, this video is kind of not for you. Will it reach anyone else? I don't know. But let's talk real quick about why coal is a bad way to create electricity. And we're going to start with the biggest reason, which is the combined cycle gas turbine, which you can't use with coal. So probably the picture you have of a power plant in your head is the way that a coal-fired power plant works. So there's a fire under a boiler, and that boiler then boils water, and then that water goes through a turbine, that steam. It takes up way more space than the water does before it boiled. So there's all this pressure, and then that pressure passes over this basically extraordinarily complex fan that then spins. And then on the other side, you recondense the steam, and that further sucks all that pressure down through the spinning fan, and that's what generates electricity. The spinning fan then spins a generator. That's how it works. And that's how, like, pretty much every power plant worked for a really long time. But now, most fossil fuel power plants built in the US are combined cycle gas turbines. And they have, get this, a combined cycle. What is the combined cycle? They have two different generators in them. So one thing that happens when you burn something is you get heat. Another thing that happens is you get pressure. So when you burn coal, the carbon dioxide and water and other gases that come off of that take up a lot more space than the coal does. And that actually creates pressure. And for a coal-fired power plant, that's just vented. That's what comes out of the smokestack. You do not capture the energy of the expansion of volume of the coal to a gas. You cannot do that because coal is a terrible fuel. It's got a bunch of other stuff in it, and if you tried to do it, it would totally corrode the giant, expensive, fancy fan that you would be using to capture that energy. There's all these particles, there's all this acid. It would just completely destroy it in a matter of months. But what if you could burn a fossil fuel that's ultra pure? In that case, the only thing that you get when you burn that ultra pure fuel is water vapor and carbon dioxide. And those are actually two fairly stable molecules, even at high temperatures. So what you can do when you burn a very pure fuel, like, for example, methane, this is what methane looks like. It is the simplest organic compound. And when I say organic, I mean carbon-based, not created by life, though in this case it was at one point created by life, which was bacteria breaking down organic matter, and then it was captured under rocks in the earth, and then we got it out, and then we burned it. So we burned this methane, which we also call natural gas. That's sort of like the pretty term for it. It's just natural gas, but it's methane. You burn this methane, and all you get is water vapor and carbon dioxide, and so you can capture the expansion of volume that goes from the methane, which takes up less space, to these new gases that take up way more space, and they're going to blast over this fan, and that's going to create electricity. But then also you get the heat. You still get the heat. So that exhaust is super hot. And then they run that exhaust basically through a boiler, and that again boils some water. Then that steam passes over a second fan. And actually these two fans are connected together. And because you capture energy twice, you capture both the heat and the expansion of the combustion. You capture way more of the energy of the fossil fuel. So you get more energy per unit of fuel you use. Now, there is a world where economically it would still be better to burn coal if coal were way cheaper than natural gas. But coal isn't way cheaper than natural gas, especially in America, because we are like the world's leader in the technology for
good old LNG. Hey, I'm talking across board the algal bloom in SA. The government just refuses to talk about it. Oh, sorry, right. I'm talking things about the building industry, etc., all the regulations and red tape, etc., slowing down house production. I'm talking about things at the Laffer, like the Laffer curve when it comes to tobacco taxes.
how to get natural gas out of the ground. So the combined cycle gas turbine, the fact that you can just get way more energy per unit of fuel, is the number one reason why natural gas is far superior to coal as a fuel. Now also you get less carbon dioxide per unit of energy. That's important to me. You don't get no carbon dioxide though. And also very importantly, methane is a very potent greenhouse gas. Along the entire supply chain of getting methane from the ground to the power plant, there's lots of little leaks, and those little leaks release the methane, and they add substantially to the warming of the planet. So that's a way that natural gas is not good. Now we can and are working hard to get rid of methane leaks because they're bad. Like, they're a waste of methane, if nothing else. But you do generally want very badly for methane to not escape into the atmosphere, which is why you see flares. So whenever you see a flare at a chemical plant or at a landfill or at a water treatment plant, that's because there's methane being produced, and they're flaring it to turn it into carbon dioxide, because methane itself is much more potent as a greenhouse gas than carbon dioxide. But this is not the only reason, or the exact same reason, that coal cannot be used in a combined cycle plant, because there's all these emissions, there's all these like things that are not pure gases that are going through the turbine. Those things also get released into the atmosphere, or if they don't, they get captured on the way out of the power plant by scrubbers, and then that produces a great deal of very toxic industrial waste that contains
Linton, welcome. I can see your emoji. Can't see it on the screen though. Thanks for waving. Hope you're well. We're learning about how coal-fired power stations actually work. That's so far what we got. But like the thesis is, if you're wondering, coal is extremely dumb. And so we're getting a lesson in, I don't know where you're from, but Australia is discussing heavily renewables at the moment and their validity in the supply chain, especially in the context of inflation. And so Australians are very worried about the cost of living, and politicians are ramming home the idea that the reason that we're having a cost of living crisis in Australia is just because wokies in the government have invested too much in renewables, and that we should be investing in coal-fired power stations. But we've just heard a claim that there is no business or anyone in the business sector, foreign or domestic, that wants to invest in coal-fired power stations. And so, like, we're trying to ascertain if it's even a reasonable option or if it's just political rhetoric. We're trying to establish that. I'm in the UK. Welcome. Being against renewables is so dumb. Well, we're trying to establish that factor because it's not, we don't have consensus on this one in the chat. That's for sure. Dilemmas. Now ready for the kicker, which is better for national security and sovereignty because it's not renewables. I guess it depends on what country you're from. If you were China, it'd be much better for security and sovereignty because then you wouldn't have the US there cutting you off with sanctions and attacking your energy supply lanes. I guess it depends on who you're talking about there. Dilemmas. If it's for Australia, as long as we keep up good relations with China, that's the main thing. All right, if you're new here, make sure you hit the follow. Make sure you hit subscribe. If you're watching this on YouTube, make sure you hit the like button. And yeah, come and join us on Discord. You can see Discord over there. There's a little chat window there. Come and join us over in the Discord world. And this is where we share our propaganda. So come and join us. Con J1, this is Cole. Don't be afraid. Don't be scared. It won't hurt you. Tell me you're quoting some ScoMo there, bro. Tell me. Look at the 800 million we're investing in housing. Just don't look at the infrastructure projects to go with it. Is that a reference to something? Dilemmas? Or are you just like quoting?
Mercury, it contains lead. They greatly get captured on the way out of the power plant by scrubbers, and then that produces a great deal of very toxic industrial waste that contains mercury, it contains lead, it contains radioactive waste, it contains all kinds of terrible stuff that if you put it on your skin, you'd get cancer. And some of that stuff isn't getting captured. It's getting into the air, it's getting into our lungs, it's getting into our fish. Like you hear that tuna has mercury in it. Do you think that tuna naturally has mercury in it? No, tuna has mercury in it because we burned mercury-containing coal. It went into the atmosphere, got absorbed into the ocean, got absorbed by plankton, got eaten by fish, got eaten by other fish, and then got eaten by tuna. That's where the mercury in fish comes from. Coal is a bad fuel. Oh, also, by the way, I should say that this video is brought to you by EcoGeek eco-friendly cleaning products. This is a thing that I do over to Eco. It's a bunch of something that contains soup bottles. I'm among them.
Is he selling his own shit? He's got his own cleaning products and he's selling it? That's crazy. Let's see if that's... Check out EcoGeek. Wow. That's where you know you've hit like peak as a content creator right there. 2.9 million subscribers and you've got your own product range, eh? And you can sell that in the middle of a video. You don't even have to have ground news, eh? Fuck ground news. You don't need ground news. You got your own stuff going on here. That's I'm jealous. Fuck ground news.
The highest quality possible product that we're selling them at a good price. So check it out. And now back to the video. That's not even the end of why coal is bad. So if you are an engineer and you're dealing with moving stuff around, you vastly would prefer a liquid or a gas to a solid. Solids suck. They create dust. That dust can be dangerous. You have to have conveyor belts. You put them in train cars. You have to move them around. You can't put them in pipes. Solids don't move through pipes. So anyone working in the fossil fuel industry already would prefer working with gases and liquids, which is why everybody prefers gas. It's just better. Now, the technology is harder. Like a combined cycle gas turbine requires a lot more engineering ability. You have to be better at being an engineer to build one than to build a coal-fired power plant. But listen to me when I say this. America's good at that part. Like we have lots of extraordinarily talented engineers. We can do that part, but we have not yet reached the end of the conversation here. There's another big reason why coal is dumb. Because a coal-fired power plant is really dependent on just the temperature of the fuel, it takes a long time to get the boiler up to the temperature that you want it to be at, and you cannot easily like decrease and increase the temperature a bunch because one, that will stress the boiler, and like long-term you create too much wear and tear on the power plant. You don't want to do that. But also it just takes a long time to bring the temperature up to the optimal temperature of the power plant. So coal-fired power plants run at pretty much the same temperature all of the time. And for a while, for a lot of electricity, that was kind of fine because we were using a lot of electricity at night, particularly because lighting required a lot of electricity, and now lighting doesn't require a lot of electricity. We have figured out how to make light much more efficiently, and so the power use drops really low at nighttime, and coal-fired power plants have to create power during that time, and we don't have as many like things around to absorb that power. And so a coal-fired power plant becomes even more inefficient because it is creating power at times when we don't need it. So you're burning fuel and releasing carbon dioxide and spending money and running this thing 24 hours a day, even though the product is not needed 24 hours a day. Like the coal-fired power plant has to create the right amount for the daytime, and then it just has to keep producing that same amount all of the time. It's very dumb. And that means a bunch of waste all along the way. Like you're producing more pollutants.
Is this guy legit? Like, has anyone actually come across a breakdown of stuff like this in this nature before? Methane and carbon dioxide, says Woozle, mix in the atmosphere to intensify the greenhouse effect, with methane acting as a short-lived but highly potent warmer, 8+ times stronger than CO2 over 20 years. Methane eventually oxidizes into water vapor within 10 to 12 years, contributing long-term to the atmosphere while creating short-term warming. Interesting. And increase tropospheric ozone. KC Chiefs Callum the Dilemmas ScoMo 85 over here. You'll get that mystery. What did I miss? What did I miss there? Dilemmas: federal Labor giving funding for houses in SA, but only because they know the election is coming. Yes, he is. He's been breaking down signs for normies for a long time. Fucking normies. God, just give it to me straight, Duck. What the fuck's going on? Didn't ScoMo do the lockdowns? I wasn't paying attention back then. I could afford to live back then, so I was blissfully unaware. Interesting dynamic, isn't it? People get involved in politics when they feel like they're getting screwed. Everybody now has a political opinion.
You're producing more industrial waste. Dumb. And that means a bunch of waste all along the way. Like you're producing more pollutants, you're producing more industrial waste, you're consuming more fuel.
See, like this is my big argument. Like I think me and you have talked about this dilemma, and you never answered my question. I think back in the past when we talked about this, it's like, hey, let's just say that renewables and coal, right, are like exactly the same power generation, and it's just a question of like, which one do you choose? Do you choose like coal because we got coal, or do you choose renewables? And like what he's describing is the idea that coal, when it's burnt, releases stuff into the atmosphere that is harmful. Like, you know, like the question is like, do you want to burn something that might screw up your air, the air that you breathe? Or do you want to use something that isn't? Now, obviously, if you move back away from this, and people will argue this for days, like how do you produce the renewable technology without heavy industry? And heavy industry in and of itself creates environmental impacts that degrade the quality of like air quality, which is a fair enough argument. Well, like burning coal in your backyard compared to having solar panels in your backyard, like they are kind of different factors in that regard. And so like, you know, just on the idea of like which one is going to reduce air quality and which one won't, like which one literally pollutes the air that you breathe. And as this guy is saying, like, you know, goes into the atmosphere, then it ends up being kind of rained into or poured down into natural waterways, and then that gets into your food and all of that sort of stuff. But like just like on the air quality question, like do you have an opinion between two things based on air quality? That's a big question for me. Dilemmas, yeah, he did the lockdowns. He also got JobKeeper stuff, and they got heavily rorted. I actually didn't get screwed during COVID, but I saw others getting done over. 4 hours. I haven't talked about this openly, but I was once part of an organization that wanted me to wipe off the books 30K of their income so they could claim JobKeeper. I was with them with a month and promptly quit because I value my morals more than a random finance job. Guess what? Australia, like having coal, also has sun and wind. The argument of national security and sovereignty, I would argue, falls in the favor of renewables also. All right, I get it. So yeah, but we also have sun and the wind. Hey. We just need to get access to manufacturing. The infrastructure itself. And where do the solar and wind farms from? And where do we get the solar and wind farms from? You didn't answer my question though, Dilemmas. And like I've posed this question to you before, weeks ago. Like if you had to choose something that was going to poison your air and something that wasn't, like are you interested in like does it factor in, I guess, air quality? I guess it just depends if you live next to the state or in close proximity to it or not. Because if it's in your face all the time, then maybe you have a stronger opinion about it.
The climate more than you otherwise would be. So coal is dumb for all of those reasons, but you're also consuming more water because, and this is crazy, coal-fired power plants consume way more water per megawatt produced than combined cycle gas turbines. Now this is weird that I'm spending so much time like throwing my weight behind a technology that I think needs to be retired fairly soon, which is the combined cycle gas turbine. Like that's also bad. And I do think that 20, 30 years from now, we're going to start retiring all of these combined cycle gas turbine plants that we...
Do we have them as well? Are our coal stations in Australia also gas? What do you call it? Gas combined, was it?
Gas turbine. Like
combined cycle gas turbines. Combined gas cycle turbines. I did. I choose coal, but I want nuclear. And likewise, the coal power plants. Come on. Yeah, I know we don't do our own coal power plants as well, right? Yeah. And like, do we even have like the what would you call them? The businesses with the engineers capable of creating them anymore? Or would we have to outsource that too? Like I know NG, that French company, that's in Australia operating coal-fired stations. Because I guess French engineers are pretty good at going around the world extracting fossil fuels from places and setting up this infrastructure. Short answer, no. Australia's coal-fired power stations are not combined cycle gas turbines. Coal stations burn coal to make steam that drives the turbine. CCGTs are gas-fired. A gas turbine generates power, and its waste heat is used to run a second turbine. Some coal sites may have separate gas peaking units nearby or gas for startup, but they're not integrated combined systems. Oh, so we don't even have the technology that he's whinging about here. We just have traditional coal fire stations. And we have all this gas here too, and we haven't even invested in a technology that is technically more efficient, I guess, because you can get more of the energy that you produce. You can capture more of the energy that you produce. I thought it was fascinating what he said about the idea that, like, in order to meet your peak demand, so like if you have a lot of energy requirements during the day, peak demand is like you get the steaming unit, the component, at a certain temperature to meet your peak demand requirements. But you can't just like fuck with the temperature all the time and just reduce it to whatever capacity you require. And so like to maintain their viability, even when people aren't using power, they're just producing power anyway at night. And so they maintain the temperature to maintain the steam production at peak capacity. They just keep burning the same level of coal and producing the same amount of power. Because like usually the argument when it comes to coal versus renewables, for instance, is like, oh, well, the sun doesn't always shine and the wind doesn't always blow, so they're useless and they're ineffective. But like when it comes to a traditional coal fire station, it's actually wasting coal in the middle of the night to maintain a temperature for the next day. Which is like, yeah, it's an inefficient use of coal for sure. But I'm sure the people that, own coal mines and trade in coal I'm sure they'd love the fact that we're just burning coal for the sake of it, because that ensures a consistent market for their goods, right? I live on the northern outskirts of Adelaide. Nice, clean air, so fuck everybody else. Yeah. How could you choose coal over renewable? Is this just the fact of being scared of new technology? Question mark, question mark. Voltaire, but leakage of the gas causes more short-term harm. Yeah, but the problem is building anything new now is just going to cause prices to massively rise. If the government just eats the entire cost through subsidies, then it'd be fine. Interesting. Spendonk. Eh? What's your opinion on all of this?
Like, that's also bad. And I do think that 20, 30 years from now, we're going to start retiring all of these combined cycle gas turbine plants that we created because solar and batteries will be so cheap. This video really is about the ridiculousness of saying that coal might be a thing that will happen again. And it just won't be. Because I'm going to now explain that coal might...
This is Project 2025. It was so much about this. Reinvigorating America's beautiful clean coal industry and amending Executive Order 1421. 241. Like, this was, when we were reading Project 2025, this was a big part of it. They're like, there's different types of coal out there, and we've just got all these people on the woke agenda, and they mention, like, I'm not even joking, they do mention like all of the wokey stuff all the time, being a factor against why they don't use clean coal, etc. And they're like, we just got to learn how to use coal properly. We can do it well. We've just been inefficient. This is directly out of Project 2025 for sure. For sure. Voltaire. There's a lot of misinformation out there and people won't research themselves. Dilemmas. I'm scared of solar and battery at my house. One day it's going to turn on me. I just know it. Very hard to sell that though. No politician wants that on their run. What? Spend like trying to be like, yeah, we'll just subsidize the cost of an entire new coal-fired station. Don't worry about it. We got this.
Be a thing that will happen again. And it just won't be, because I'm going to now explain to you why coal-fired power, and this is going to be a weird one, why coal-fired power plants consume so much more water than combined cycle gas turbines. So with a coal-fired power plant, 100% of the electricity is made by heat. And so you have to absorb all of that heat. You don't just have to boil the water, you have to recondense it. Because when the steam turns back into water, it takes up way less space. And so on one coal-fired power plants consume so much more water than combined cycle gas turbines. So with a coal-fired power plant, 100% of the electricity is made by heat. And so you have to absorb all of that heat. You don't just have to boil the water, you have to recondense it. Because when the steam turns back into water, it takes up way less space. And so on one side, you're making it take up way more space, and that's pushing it through the turbine. On the other side, you're making it take up way less space, and that's sucking it through the turbine. And some people say turbine, and that's fine. I was earlier saying fan, because at least we all know what a fan is, and it's not sometimes pronounced fin. And so all of the power from the coal-fired power plant relies on you being able to recondense that steam. And what that requires is pulling a lot of water out of lakes and rivers and the ocean and evaporating it. And when it comes to the ocean, you might think this isn't that big of a deal. And kind of it isn't. Like, that water isn't going to like go downstream and be maybe used in homes or in agriculture. But there are like environmental concerns. When you evaporate a bunch of water to cool down steam, you end up with ultra saline water, lots of salt. If you dump that back in the ocean, that's going to create areas where not as many things can live. Fisheries don't like that. People don't like that. People don't like dead stuff. People don't like areas of the ocean where only bacteria can live. And this is accounted for. They try hard to not have a huge impact, but a lot of that water is evaporating. You are increasing the salinity and the temperature of the area. Basically, because a coal-fired power plant produces 100% of its energy from heat, 100% of its energy requires cooling. Whereas a combined cycle gas turbine, maybe a third of its energy comes from the heat, so a third of its energy requires water. So from the get-go, a combined cycle gas turbine is using a third of the water. But then also, because of that, a bunch of like strategies for using less water become more palatable. So if you want to like air cool instead of water cool a coal-fired power plant, that just raises the price too much because of the inefficiency created by air cooling. Because only a third of the energy produced by a combined cycle gas turbine plant is created by the heat, finding other ways that don't consume a lot of water to cool the steam down after it passes through the turbine, even if there's like some efficiency lost there, it's not as big of a deal. It's like as third of a big of a deal. So not only do combined cycle gas turbine plants consume like a third less water, oftentimes they consume like a fifth or a tenth as much water because they can cool down the steam in ways that don't require water at all. So you can can build them in places that aren't right on a river or right on a lake or right on the ocean. This is a weird thing to be talking about because everybody in the fossil fuel industry understands that combined cycle gas turbine is just way better technology than coal-fired power plants. Everybody knows that. Nobody talks about this on the left because it sounds like now I'm in favor of burning methane, which I'm not. I think we should never build another gas turbine plant ever again. But I know that we will never build another coal-fired power plant again because the technology sucks. It's bad. I've just explained to you a bunch of reasons why it's bad, but I shouldn't need to.
Is this why you suggested the video, Voltator? Because of what Tanya had said before, where she was just like, name one business that wants to build another coal-fired station. I'll wait, cuz. I'll wait. Because like what his thesis is here is just like no one would build this technology anymore because it's just too inefficient. Like it's just too hard to cool, among other things. And so you would go with a combined gas system if you were going to do this stuff again. Interesting. Yeah, offering massive subsidies doesn't tend to go well, whatever it's for. No one likes their money being spent. Not in this neoliberal world, that's for sure. Can't we have rooftop solar and batteries everywhere, but also have gas or whatever fuel is for each situation and location? The pushback on renewables is the arbitrary targets number for one. They definitely research enough to fuel their own echo chamber. The other is the environmental damage renewables do that no one talks about. The agricultural land clearing, the lifespan, burying the wind farms after they're done. Where do the materials come from? Yeah, I did speak about that before. I did speak about like the production of renewable infrastructure itself has its own environmental costs and concerns. It's a fair point. Now all of a sudden we're worried about the environment. Hell, if it's new, just go renewable. We're going to have to invest in it.
Explaining to you why you shouldn't hit your hand with a hammer by talking about like the tensile strength of bones and how your neurons work. No, we don't need to have that conversation. It's obviously bad to hit your hand with a hammer. It's obviously bad to keep coal-fired power plants operational. It's obviously bad to build a new one, which is why we're never going to build another new one and haven't since 2013. This is obvious. There is only one way you could be in favor of coal as a technology, and it is because you have been forced by cable news and internet discourse to think that anything that was different than the way things were done in 1985 is woke. Being pro-coal in 2025 is only possible if the government is run by discourse. To me, this is one of the clearest examples of the fact that we are currently living in a discourseocracy. It really does feel like this country right now. And I'm not saying that this is even
from
part of
February 2026. What the fuck? He released this video yesterday. That's crazy.
Like if you are a critic of the left, and I'm not, and so I don't see this as easily, but I'm sure you see lots of ways that this is also true of leaders on the left. We need very desperately to have policies that have some amount of allegiance to the truth rather than allegiance to the discourse. And I just think we have completely lost the plot. Truth exists. It exists. It's a real thing. Expertise exists. It's a real thing. There are people who run power plants. There are people who build grids. The power just keeps being on. And that's amazing. And there's so much bad leadership going on that does not recognize that at all. That can imagine nothing except through the lens of zero-sum conflict, where not just every choice, but every belief has to be about hurting your enemies. And if it requires you to believe something absolutely ludicrous and completely unsupportable in order to go after your enemies, that's obviously what you should do. And the fact is, this is the thing that I have to accept. It works. And so I have to understand that it works, and I have to appreciate the salience here. I have to appreciate there is something that is landing about this for people. And so it is worth saying, coal is a dumb technology. It's dumb in the way that incandescent light bulbs were dumb technology. You just pass a bunch of current through a wire and it gets so hot that it glows. That's dumb. Now, it was a lot better than burning whale oil, which was an even dumber technology. But now we have less dumb technology. And now I'm lit by lights where I can change the color temperature on a slider on my computer. That's not something that incandescent lights could do. Like, you didn't even know I was doing that. I got a light over here too. I got this boy. You can change colors with a touch of a finger. I can have it be white light. I can have it be red. Man, it's almost like that's a less dumb technology. And we should be using, I don't know, get this, better technologies! Let's play connections. Hero, butterfly, felt, fancy, glitter, fantasy, star media daydream, worker, principal, pom-pom, security, lead, or lead, Pipe cleaner illusion. Fancy and fantasy. That's a kind of an unusual definition of fancy, but a fancy, like a flight of fancy, which is like a fantasy, which is like an illusion, which is like a daydream, maybe? Illusion is not quite like those. Those things are all like things that you know are fake, whereas an illusion tends to be something that you don't realize.
Is he playing a game now? How did we get into this territory? Did I miss something? Is this connected?
Is fake. You're like, that was an illusion. Not like I'm currently having an illusion. That feels like a group, maybe. I don't see another one in there. Got worker. We've got lead or lead. Lead, lead. We got meaty, we got pom-pom, we got star, we got hero, and we got star, and we got lead. So that's like the main person, the one in charge. Who else? The principal. That's also a person who's like the one principal. Be cruel of English to have created these two words. Effect and effect also. To me, and then we edge like you would all have. That's already in a project. You know what happened? Fits in this thing. Social media. But like those little guys. Let's get on pipe cleaner. Then got it all right, and we got purple first. So that's a win.
I think we just started playing a game. Hank's been dropping a load recently. And how much do Americans pay for electricity? $1 million question. The only problem with new tech is building the infrastructure for it. Huge initial investment, but ongoing cost is usually less, and the outcomes are usually better. He got heated. He got so heated that he needed to self-regulate his emotions. Poor Hank. Hope you're going all right there, Hank. All right, back to our... Now we're armed. Let's listen to these two go at it again, shall we?
The capacity investment schemes, so you get an honest market. If it was the cheapest, Tanya, you would not have to sponsor it for hundreds of billions of dollars, and at least you would be honest to the Australian people about exactly how much you are sponsoring this, how much you are sponsoring the capacity investment schemes. But you just talk over the top of people rather than answer the questions. So there are so many things to get substantial assets on your balance sheet than actually build the economy. What you see with the Labor Party is they just concentrate on the P&L and predominantly where they're losing, and predominantly on their expenses, and not on how this nation actually works to make the money that it requires to support itself.
And Tanya, the problem here is that we've got one of that. Our inflation is now going in the opposite direction to many other westernised nations, and we could have an interest rate rise tomorrow.
How do you get westernised these days? That's what I want to know. I want to get myself some westernisation.
And that's what people are worried about, Tanya.
Absolutely. No, I completely agree with you, Nat. And
Thank
you. Don't talk over people. It's rude. Is inflation on the rise in Australia? Brief response and a source, please. I did notice the video didn't mention subsidies once, or did I miss it? I don't think he mentioned anything about subsidies, to be honest. It's generally the only reason for huge pushback. Coal companies don't want to make that huge initial investment to switch. Yes, inflation in Australia has risen recently. Official data shows the consumer price index climbed 3.8% in the year to December, up from lower readings earlier in the year and above the Reserve Bank of Australia's target range of 2 to 3%. The uptick contributed to speculation that the RBA may raise interest rates to cool price pressures. If you want the official stats, Social Justice Australia is the source. Interesting.
All of the Liberals and Nationals fighting themselves, and Barnaby Joyce listing off a whole lot of things that he's complaining about doesn't help. What helps?
What's your solution? What's your solution?
Economic management, which is what we're engaged in. We inherited inflation at over 6%.
It's the previous government again.
And the world's inflation was high then, Tanya.
It is relevant.
And now it's gone down, and we're the only country going back up again.
What's your plan,
And
Tanya?
we're helping with the cost of living in every way we can. We've lowered taxes, we've increased wages, we've got cheaper childcare, we've got cheaper medicines, we've got cheaper wholesale electricity prices because of the changes we're methodically making. We're investing in health, we're investing in aged care, we've got better school funding starting today and cheaper...
You're not building the balance sheet to pay for any of this.
Yours. Let's see yours.
Your debt is racing through the roof.
Waiting for your
All you're doing is
alternative
coming up with
budget.
ways to spend money,
Okay, we've got
and your
to-
debt
we've
is
got to
racing through
go,
the roof. You're not building your balance sheet
one
up.
at a
All you're
time.
doing is whinging.
But just before we go,
Look, children, calm down. One at a time.
Barnaby, can I just ask you, because you seem to have your ear to the ground in Canberra a lot, do you think this poll out this morning that has the former coalition in the doghouse, do you think that will push a Liberal spill tomorrow?
Not tomorrow, but I think it puts a lot of pressure on it ultimately, and it's just going to be ridiculous, Nat. And I'm sorry I apologise to the Australian people because it's going to look like a fiasco. You're going to have, I don't know where the Nats are going to sit in the chamber. They can't stay in the shadow ministerial offices. They've got to pack their bags and get out. You know, it's not good, okay? They should not have split the coalition. You know, you try and make a marriage work. You don't just jump out of it unless it's completely and utterly without hope.
I love his marriage analogies, and it's so rich coming from this guy as well. It's like, you try and make a marriage work. Even if you're bonking someone from the media and involved in an affair, you try and make it work, love. So good. Back to old Beetruder doing now. Back to what the old Beetruder doing now. Yeah. It's so rich from this guy. His marriage analogies are hilarious. They're so good.
So
now,
when
if they
will
believe
Angus
it's completely and utterly without hope, they shouldn't be getting back in. I'll leave that to destiny. But I mean, there's a lot of pressure there, obviously. You know, in the past, I would have said, no, everything's fine. But you got to be honest, pressure like that. But you know, the Labor Party's not without their pressure too. 32% is not good. 32% is a very bad poll for the Labor Party.
Okay. Thank you very much. We'll see you next week. Here's Sheva.
Thank you very much. Now, this came up in my feed. I don't know if anyone's come across this channel before. Maybe people have. Has anyone heard of the crypto dingo? I think it is cyberpunk dingo. That's the one. Actually, crypto dingo would have been better. It's got a bit of a ring to it. Kylie Wyote. There you go. That's how you appeal to the trads. Good to see the old mainstream media on One Nation's side, as I've been told. They are countless times. Oh, they are pushing the narrative hard, man. You got to admit it. Has anyone come across this cyberpunk dingo before? Something just snapped in Australia. Meet the new right wing. So, like, this is the story of the narrative of the new right wing. This is what we've been looking at for the last few weeks now. They're normalizing this idea of the coalition being the new the One Nation being the head of the new coalition, I guess you would say, out with the Nationals maybe, and in with some more conservative Liberals, and it's all going to be under AI Pauline over here. Kalioti, well, good government is a lot like a good marriage, and he would know. I've seen a few of that dingo bloke's vids. Okay, all right, let's have a look at this. Let's get told, what's happening on the world stage is just the beginning of the storm of the new right-wing revolution that is taking the westernized world by storm.
It's 2024. Labour in Britain. It's 2024. Labour in Britain wins the election, marking a historic defeat for the Tories. But when Keir Starmer became Prime Minister, little did he know that his electoral victory wouldn't stand for very long. Within months, the entire British political system began to be rewritten. Reform UK, led by Nigel Farage, surged to the top of national polls, while the Conservatives stared down the possibility of political extinction. All of this was unprecedented. On the other side of the world, over in Australia, where the political system has remained largely stable since the Second World War, a similar shift has just reared its head. Suddenly, even Australia too is facing a moment where the rules no longer apply. The mainstream Conservative Party is collapsing, and in the vacuum, a new political challenger is starting to rise. But before we get to the rise of One Nation, I think it is important to understand the vacuum first. Something has gone.
Look at this douchebag. Who wears a mask? When they make content? Who would do that? What a douchebag. Wearing a mask. Here's a thought. How about trying to build a stronger party without relying on forming a coalition? Oh, but that would be too hard.
Terribly wrong for Australia's Conservatives in the Liberal Party. For most of the post-war period, the Liberal Party worked as a broad church. So you had your professionals, the suburban families, small business owners, regional Conservatives, very different groups held together under one banner. Sure, they didn't agree on everything, but they voted together, and that kept the party competitive for decades. Now, that coalition didn't collapse overnight, it frayed. After 2019, the cracks started to show. Cultural issues pulled the party in opposite directions. Then COVID hit, and it did hit Australia particularly hard, and whatever tension existed before accelerated. By the 2022 election, the break became impossible to ignore. The professional, inner-city wing didn't simply drift left, it just exited entirely. 6 long-held Liberal strongholds fell.
It's a dog muzzle. I put my money on him being a furry. Yeah, it's got some it's got some fangs on it too, some tusks. Dingo. It's a dog muzzle? Is that really what it is? It's really intense dog muzzle. Far out. Ah, masks. Bloody mask. But he has a man bun as well? A fluffy one? I haven't got so much attention about the man bun in so long. It's just been hot. So hot over the last few days. I think you need your mask on the wall. It's there. It's just fallen over. I'm going to do some retouching. There we go. It's there. There it is. Can you see? Can you see? All right. That's better. So I can compete with the cyberpunk dingo over here, who's killing it. 128,000 subscribers. God damn.
Inner-city wing didn't simply drift left, it just exited entirely. 6 long-held Liberal strongholds fell to teal independents, seats the party had once considered untouchable. One of these seats ended up taking out perhaps the man many believed to be the future of the party in Josh Frydenberg. It's weird thinking about the teal wipeout, considering in a parallel universe, these rich, white, suburban female candidates would have all been Liberals. They fit the profile perfectly. But that wasn't the real collapse. While attention stayed on the teals, another part of the Liberal base was also quietly detaching. A much more important part, I would think, and those were the working class voters, the outer suburbs and regional Australia. They weren't packing up and moving to Labor, no. Instead, they just disengaged. And the numbers reflect that. At the last election, the coalition was already down around the low 30s on primary vote. Today, it's polling in the low 20s. A major party polling in the
How old's this? 3 days old. Fair enough. Pretty sure it's a muzzle. I might be wrong. Definitely got some cool Japanese samurai vibes too. No, it makes sense, right? It goes with he's a dingo, so why not have a muzzle, right? But you're right. Look at those tusks or whatever they are. Fangs. Japanese samurai vibes. Yeah. Definitely Oni teeth. Oni teeth? I don't know the reference.
20s is not normal. Since the post-war period, it's genuinely unprecedented. Now, when a major party collapses, something has to fill the space. And in Australia right now, that something is Pauline Hanson's One Nation. For years, One Nation existed on the fringes, a protest vote, a place for anger, sure, but never a serious contender for power. In 2025, they polled just over 6% at the federal election. Respectable for a minor party, but nowhere near threatening the established order. Then something shifted. By late 2025, the polls started moving. One Nation wasn't only ticking up a point or two, it was surging dramatically. December polling had them at 17%, then 18%. By January 2026, multiple credible polls were showing One Nation in the low 20s, and then came the news poll result that changed everything. One Nation at 22%.
Japanese demons and samurai would model their masks on. Okay. It's a samurai mask, but I get the look. Ever since her burqa stunt, her second burqa stunt, I think she's done it a few times actually. Jack, you're still in the house. There you go. Hope you're enjoying the Australian politics. Ever since her burqa stunt, look at that. She's clocking 22%, ladies and gentlemen. This is crazy. That's what Tanya needs to do. She wants to beat Barnaby in a debate next time. Just put on a burqa. You'll kill him. Would have made more sense to be a muzzle. Yeah. Oni is Japanese for devil. Something like that. The burqa.
The coalition, 21%. You've really got to take a moment to comprehend this. The Liberal National Coalition, a party that's governed Australia for a lot of the post-war era, is now polling behind Pauline Hanson. That's not supposed to happen. For the first time in modern Australian history, a minor party had overtaken the main opposition in a major national poll.
Hey, y'all. What did I miss? I saw the spill failed. Teehee. Did it really? Have you seen something actually come out recently? Because apparently, like, the spill wasn't supposed to happen yet. I'm actually confused about how people don't care about everything Pauline's been guilty of. It shouldn't boggle my mind at this point, but it does. Like, what are we referring to here? It shouldn't boggle my mind at this point, but it does.
And by a clear margin too. This wasn't a blip. Roy Morgan had them at 21%. Demos at 23%, tied with the coalition. Even the more
ABC reporting,
which
really
shows smaller swings, had One Nation at 18%, up from virtually nothing just months before. And look, I know polls aren't perfect, but when you've got 5 or 6 different...
All right, hit us up. Ravy baby, hit us up. What are we looking at here? ABC what? Spill failed, is that what it's called? Coalition. Four days ago, 5 days ago. $11 days ago. ABC. Let's just do that. Nationals announced split from coalition. That was 11 days ago. There must be. I was on the side. Ah, okay. Breaking, Little Proud remains Nationals leader. Spill motion fails. Oh yeah, what was that guy that we're gonna take him on? Never did. Colin Boyce, that's it. So he tried to challenge Little Proud and died. That's hilarious. Interesting.
Pulses, all showing the same trend over multiple weeks, you can't just dismiss it as noise. To understand how unprecedented this is, you need to go back through Australian political history. One Nation's original surge in 1998 topped out at 9% federally. Clive Palmer's party briefly hit 5 or 6% in 2013 before imploding. The Greens, at their absolute peak, reached maybe 12%. No minor party has ever polled above 20% nationally, and certainly no minor party has ever led the opposition. There's also something else that makes this different from past protest votes. One Nation's support is traditionally heavily concentrated in regional Australia, like in Queensland, rural New South Wales, and parts of Western Australia. Anthony Green points out that if One Nation is polling 22% nationally, there are electorates across rural and regional areas where they are polling above 35%. That means in dozens of seats, One Nation could be finishing first on primary votes. Yes, you heard me right, first. And that really is a remarkable change because under the preferential voting system, if you finish first or second in a seat, you are in the final count. This means One Nation is becoming a genuine political force. Side note, if you are enjoying the video and the channel so far, please remember to give it a like and subscribe if you haven't already. This channel is entirely
The Hobbit prevails. Hey. Good, go crawl into the fetal position coalition and cry in the corner. No one wants to play with you anymore. Damn, savage.
Supported. So if you want to support the work and the mission behind it, consider joining Patreon and becoming part of that. That's what keeps the channel alive, lets me do more of this, and it also gets you early access, longer and uncensored videos, written articles, driving voters into poll only chats. So the question naturally becomes, why is this happening? What's actually driving voters into Pauline Hanson's arms? And the answer isn't simple. It's not just one issue. It's a combination of pressures that have been building for years and have all hit at once. And I think for a lot of Australians today, the best place to start with is immigration and housing. That's almost certainly where a lot of this anger is concentrated in. In the year to September 2025, Australia recorded net migration of around 468,000 people. That's the highest on record. To put that in perspective, that's roughly the population of Canberra arriving in a single year, and the housing market was not ready. I don't have to explain this to you. If you have tried renting or even buying a house as a working class person, you know exactly how it looks. On top of that, rental vacancies have hit record lows. Prices keep climbing, and on the supply side, construction simply can't keep pace. All the debates and
Say the thing, it's a factor. It's a factor. Hey, who would have thought people moving in would need housing? Hey, it sounds like the market's not keeping up with requirements. Sounds like we need to do something about the market. Hey, it sounds like we need to provide housing another way to meet people's needs, because the free market sucks. Had its time, it had its chance. It's time to take this responsibility out of the hands of developers in the private industry. It's that simple. No one wants to talk about it, but they will use it as political football. Oh yeah, and certain people are killing it in that arena.
Or else the government and even the opposition is saying, the unfortunate reality is people are living this. It's not simple chart watching. They are watching their rents go up, they're seeing their kids priced out of home ownership, and they are asking, where's the plan? Polling reflects that frustration. About 75% of Australians now support a temporary cap on migration until housing catches up. This is, of course, despite a significant effort to paint any conversation around immigration as racist. In fact, 81% also want stricter background checks on visa applicants. This is what the
pretty big factor too, undercuts all other market nuance when you massively increase demand. There's the M word. You use the M word again. Undercuts all other market nuance. The market has failed. The market has failed to deliver. And don't think that like every house is occupied out there. There are thousands upon thousands of dwellings that have been constructed under market conditions, and there are greedy developers and consortiums and private interests that hold back supply because it's profitable. The market is the problem. Until we realize that, all these factors are meaningless. They are meaningless. The market is the problem. I'd say the same if it was our birth rate and not migration causing the increase, for the record. Fair enough. I am not suggesting that you're taking this simply as an ideological win if it was coming from our own population increase. But like, I don't believe that there aren't, like, I'll tell you what's a factor: people artificially constraining the supply in the market. That's a massive factor, and no one ever talks about that. But it's so much harder to force market change than immigration change. Then, great, take it off the market. Like, if the market is failing to supply what people need, which was the promise of the free market, don't worry, markets will deliver. If they're not, and something as essential as housing, we're not talking about like potatoes here, although potatoes are very important. I'll use another example, not potatoes. We're not talking about oranges here. Like, if people can't buy oranges, that sucks. But it's not a massive problem. But if people can't get access to housing, that's a big problem. Neoliberalism does it better, but it's a factor. It's just the failure of the market, not the government forcing regulations that don't need to be there, killing any profitability in building the houses. I'll tell you a little secret from being in government. When government builds houses, they don't have red tape. They have hardly any red tape at all. Actually, they just come in when other government agencies come in when they want to build something. They come in and let you know as another government agency, and you have like a 5-day window of comments, and they decide what they want to do anyway. The regulation is regulation on the market. I'll tell you that one for free as well. I'd like to see the market improve enough so that immigration and demand increase in any way doesn't matter, because supply is there. But until then, slowing demand is the quick solution. Yeah, is it? Again, what about the other factor that no one has talked about, being the fact that people deliberately constrain supply. That is actually a factor. It's actually a factor. I believe them that they'd like this if it was our own birthright. They'd be blaming the poor people having kids rather than the system. Look at how the people blame poor Irish Catholics for generations for overpopulation in Ireland. That's not a bad call, right? When it's not migrants, it's dole bludgers and poor people increasing the surplus population. And it's very Dickens-like.
Vast majority of Australians think, and One Nation have made this their issue. Pauline Hanson links mass migration directly to the housing crisis rather openly, unlike, say, the Liberal Party. She's been open in telling people that despite the gaslighting, this is not right, and for a lot of voters, especially those struggling to find affordable housing, that message is landing.
The hypocrites who bring hordes of people here in the middle of an unprecedented housing and rental crisis. The idiots who flood Australia with people who mean us deliberate harm, who despise our values, who laugh at our complacency, and who take advantage of our leaders' weakness.
Then, of course, came December 14th last year, Australia's worst ever terror attack committed by 2 Islamic terrorists. 15 people were killed. The country was in shock. But it didn't take very long for the shock to quickly turn into anger. Anger about how something like this could have happened in the first place. The government rushed to pass new hate speech and gun control laws. Albanese and the mainstream left naturally sprung in defense of Islam. But for many voters, that felt like missing the point. They weren't asking for more speech regulation. They were asking, how did someone this dangerous slip through? Are there others? Why aren't you addressing the root cause of Islamic radicalization? And of course, many voters hadn't forgotten how the government had effectively allowed anti-Semitism and sectarian conflicts take over entire cities for over 2 years. One Nation, of course, seized the moment. Henson blamed political correctness on immigration for the tragedy, and polling showed her message resonated. 54% of voters supported a royal commission into the attack, and the same percentage backed pausing all migration temporarily. In the week after Bondi, One Nation's polling jumped 7 points. In fact, Pauline Hanson, when she visited the memorial shortly after, perhaps was the only politician to get a standing ovation. Conversely, the Immigration Minister and Tony Burke had to sneak in during nighttime, only to get yelled at by attendees.
On your hands, Tony Burke!
Yes. So he's just walking out now, so everyone is yelling, shame on you, Tony Burke. He has just paid his respects and now he's leaving.
But we've got to look beyond this as well. There's something deeper going on. You could almost call it a mood. Australians are feeling like the country is in decline. In fact, you might have seen the video I made on it where I described the situation as managed decline. 500,000 people watched it because it's a topic that speaks to them deeply. Inflation's come down from its peak, sure, but groceries are still expensive. Energy bills are still high, and I expect it to keep surging.
Inflation's on the rise, actually. We just checked. Top down should be what we push our politicians to do, but then we have donations and market influence and media control and hooray, corruption. Yeah, fair enough. So if the government doesn't have that restriction, it's not really a free market, is it? Synthetic free market didn't fail. Well, it does. It consistently fails, and that's why you're complaining about housing. And you think that immigrants coming into the country are the only factor to blame. It's the market that has failed to meet our requirements. The market is regulated because, are you ready? Developers, like, let's just talk about housing specifically. The market is regulated. You know why? Because developers will build houses that kill people. This happens anyway, even with the regulation. You see reports of verandas caving in, extensions, just like being shoddily built, causing injury, causing property damage. If you don't regulate the private industry, they will do what they need to turn a profit. And that usually means people will suffer. And so it's heavily regulated. Now, is it over-regulated? Yes. I've worked in government for long enough to think, or to know that there's a lot of double up and you don't need all of the red tape, but you do need some of it for the private industry. But when government builds it, the government isn't building for profit's sake. And so it writes the standards and it just builds to those standards. But developers always push the envelope. I'm telling you from personal experience, if it says build 2 houses on this block, they will try to build 4. And they will fight for 2 years to get 4 on it. And if they get 4, then they've just doubled their value on that property. Now, could they have built those original 2 houses from the get-go, in line with the legislation, and then we'd have 2 more houses on the market. Yes. But they will overreach and they will clog up the system. But like, it's profitable, so it makes sense for them to do that. Like, don't pretend that the market is just like this amazing entity that just solves all of our problems. In this case, it is definitely the cause of the problem. Like, it's undeniable that it is, like, it's even called the housing market. It is a problem. It's caused this issue. It's undeniable that the market is failing. Matt Bond haircut? Yes, that's the 3rd comment I've got. Thanks for noticing. Remember years ago there was a large scandal in Australia where housing was being built with really cheap materials that was causing harm, or housing falling apart or something. It was on our news. Yeah, there was there was a particular case in Opal Towers in Olympic Park. And the developers were doing shoddy stuff, and the entire building had to be evacuated. Like, you do have to regulate the market because they find loopholes. And like, I get it. They're trying to get profit, so they cut corners where necessary to be profitable. That's what you expect from the market. But like, if you deliver housing off the market through government, it's a completely different kettle of fish. Yeah, the market itself and the regulation combined, I'd argue are equal contributors. It's a factor, but like, you don't have markets without regulation. It's a fallacy. And if you do have markets without regulation, which I believe is an absolute fallacy, you'll have like disparities then just based on pay to play. And so like, nice rich areas will have good quality housing, and like, everywhere else will be ghettos, basically. Trashy ghettos, if they even bother going into them at all. They'll just be shanty towns, basically. It's because the market won't want to go there. It was kind of okay before Howard's reform. Kylie Wadi, they built so many buildings all over Australia that are so dodgy that still stand. Oh, sorry, I work for a company that was doing the shoddy stuff. They built so many buildings all over Australia that are so dodgy that still stand. The government is also failing to build enough houses for demand as it is. Well, like, I would argue with that in the sense of like, what? Like, they do, compared to what they used to do and like what they are allowed to do because they're competing with the market. Like, the government doesn't build anywhere near the amount of housing that it should be. This is my argument. They're not. You're right. They're failing to build enough houses because they're not building enough houses. They should be building more houses at an alarming rate and taking it off the market. That's my argument. I used to pre-wire houses, was pre-wiring for this housing investor company that was being cheap cunts and would do the bare minimum. They would sell the apartment in a block for a similar price to a house. You could see it being a future slum block. And yeah, but where the market allows those areas of inequality, we should have social systems to pick up the slack, but they don't really keep up. That would be proper market regulation and social security. Can't have that. Now let's let this guy, let the dingo finish. I keep cutting him off.
Government support for it ends. Wages aren't keeping up, and productivity is all but stagnant. People look around and they see a country that feels like it's going backwards, and they blame the political class, Labor, Liberal, all of them for letting it happen. A lot of people believe the opposition and the Liberals would have voted against the hastily conjured up hate speech laws just the other day, but even they lied to their supporters about not voting for it, only to go along with Labor when it came to actually passing these laws. Laws like that, by the way, that are going to have a chilling effect on what you can say and share online. That's exactly why I use Proton VPN and why I think you should too. They're based in Switzerland, outside the same app on privacy. Australia announced sweeping surveillance blocks track last year, and I'm not excited to get up. Less than 1 in 5 people have faith that things are improving. This is a structural collapse in confidence. Once again, you could probably simply ask around in your circles, and even the most partisan people probably would admit these feelings. Why? Well, because they can see plainly around them. Naturally, when people lose faith in the system, they start looking for alternatives. And it wasn't hard for many people to find that alternative.
I love how like people just do the pub test for politics as well, and they're just like, yeah, just ask your friends kind of thing, and they'll tell you what's happening. And like everyone doesn't like attribute any level of responsibility for how people think about stuff to like the idea of manufacturing consent. Like people don't just go out and do political surveys and come back and with these opinions. They watch news, they see headlines, and so like it's a massive factor, the media beating up a situation and talking about it nonstop, which is why we're on this topic to begin with, because nonstop, day after day, if not Sky News, which is doing it like almost every few hours, but like other mainstream media sources, 7, Channel 9, Channel 10, every day run a story that says One Nation surging in the polls and coalition on the brink of disaster. One Nation, the only alternative. Like manufacturing consent is a massive and a huge factor in what people attribute their politics to. And so, yeah, he's right. Yeah, people might just look around them and feel dissatisfied by what they see, but they also get their narrative. The way they articulate how they see politics is also because of the media that they consume. On whatever spectrum, right, left, up, down, whatever the fuck, they get their narratives from media. And a lot in this day and age is from social media. But he's like, oh, yeah, just ask people. Ask your friends, and they'll tell you what they feel because of what they see. And it's not because they just like looking around the street or something like that. It's also because of what they get, what media they consume. It's not random. It's not all just lived experience. Social media is it's a factor, man. So they should slow migration if they can't build enough. Then when they catch up with demand, they catch up with immigration. But like you're pretending like they actually are allowed to build. They're not allowed to build because the market, because like the developers capture their policy, they lobby them, and they don't want governments to build public housing. It's so low. It's not like they've just got a license to build public. I wish that was the case, Dilemmas, that like governments could just build housing because there's a need for it. They're completely, if not in cahoots, they're completely controlled by particular interest groups, lobby groups, like developers. The developers don't want the government building housing. They want people to have to turn to a market, and they want people to turn to a constrained market. It's better for them. It's better for them in the end. If property prices are expensive, if rent is high. A lot of developers, actually part of their business model now that they know that rent is such an issue, is they build to rent. Before a lot of developers just built to sell. But like build to rent is this huge component in New South Wales property markets now. Never used to be like that. We used to actually believe in property ownership, but now they just build so they can contain and maintain the ownership over things. They'll burden the management costs because it's still better just squeeze rental money out of people. So much for sovereignty, and people owning stuff. How many houses got built in the last 2 years? I bet there was less than the people coming in from wherever they are from. Honestly, if Labor didn't push these laws, I could have been convinced to vote for them again. Now, never again. So Labor can't push through some laws to fix that. I know they can. They have the numbers. I just said that, like, they don't exist in a vacuum. They exist. They probably have more friends that are developers. Oh, that's not true. It's pretty, like, in New South Wales anyway, between Liberals and Labor, both of them are pretty much in bed with developers. It's pretty much on both sides of the spectrum, I'd say. Taking lobby groups controls everything is a perfect reason to support the Australian lobby group. Yeah, I wish they would just start building more public housing. That'd be great. And not social housing. Social housing is a trick, okay? It's an absolute trick. Because social housing is provided by developers. Even if they're non-profit, they're still developers. They're not the government. They have business structures, and they need to make ends meet. Public housing is very different.
Hanson. But to actually win seats and perhaps even govern is much harder. Polls are nice, yes, but this is where it gets complicated. First off, the math problem. One Nation can dominate in regional Queensland. They can win seats in rural New South Wales, maybe parts of Western Australia. But to actually form government in Australia, you need more than that. You need to win everywhere. One Nation are not winning in inner city Melbourne. The ideological gap there is just too far apart. They're also not winning in Sydney's eastern suburbs. Now, even if they become the largest party on the right, they still need partners. And that can also get messy, as the Liberals have found out recently. The Nationals have split from the Liberals twice now. David Littleproud walked out just the other day and called the whole thing untenable. So in theory, maybe One Nation and the Nationals could work together. The reality is, nobody knows if it could work, despite how nice it might sound to supporters. There's also another problem that's...
So the government can't do anything because of the lobby groups, but the builders can't build because of the regulations, but the building lobby controls the government. Yeah. That's a free market society for you, man. I get to say it. I get to say it at least once every time. That's capitalism, baby. That's capitalism. I'm glad you're saying how fucked it is.
Hard to understate it. Pauline Hanson is 71 years old. She would be the oldest leader of any major party now. Albo and Susan Ley are in their early 60s. The Nationals and Greens leaders are in their 40s. Pauline doesn't only need to win the Liberal voters leaving their party, but she does need to win votes from everyone, and age almost certainly would be a factor for many. And that's beside the fact that she has a brand. It's polarizing, always has been, and honestly, that isn't always a bad thing, especially if she's saying things people feel like they are unable to say. But once again, there is a ceiling, especially with these undecided voters. And finally, preferential voting makes this really hard for One Nation. They have, of course, said they'll run a candidate in every seat in the next election, riding this new wave of popularity. Let's say they're polling 20% nationally, but if they finish third in a seat, those votes flow to whoever's left. Usually that's the Liberals, and then the Liberals, being the Liberals, lose to Labor anyway. One Nation needs to finish first or second in a seat to stay in the count. And yeah, in regional Queensland they might do that, but across the country in 151 seats, that's a much taller order. So even with this surge, even with the coalition collapsing, the path to One Nation actually forming government is not clear. They can win seats, they can hold the balance of power in the Senate, they can make things very difficult for everyone else, but can they govern? That's the question no one has an answer to yet. And in the meantime, Labor's sitting there watching the right tear itself apart. And under preferential voting, Albo can sit back and relax and win with a 30% primary vote. So where does this leave us? Australia is in the middle of a political realignment that nobody saw coming. But to be honest, I don't think we know
Or you can seize the means of production. Hey, there we go. Someone's been paying attention. Thank you very much, Matt.
Exactly how this ends. Maybe One Nation keeps rising. Maybe they win 10, 15 seats at the next election and force everyone else to take them seriously. Maybe Pauline Hanson becomes the kingmaker in a hung parliament. Or maybe the Liberals find a way to call back their base. Or, and this might be the most likely outcome, maybe the right just stays fractured and Labor keeps winning. What we do know is this: the old rules don't apply anymore. The two-party system that's defined Australian politics since World War II is breaking down. And whatever comes next is going to look very different.
In the neon haze of a broken dawn.
Cyberpunk Dingo. Man, what a shtick this guy has. Mask and all. Hey? Don't trust anyone with a mask. I'll tell you that much for free. Interesting. Well, we're having a quick break. Very quick break. We'll be back. AI song is a closer though. I don't know how I feel about that. I didn't like it very much. Wasn't a big fan. All right, there's one other thing I wanted to touch on today before we wrap up. I really want to know what's going on here because we were following this so hard a couple of weeks ago. And then it's just like radio silence, whatever. Don't worry about it. Like it was non-stop in the mainstream media talking about Iran, baby. It's going to happen any day now. We're coming in locked and loaded, said President Trump. We're going to bring down the Iranian Revolutionary Guard if they put one more finger on a protester, on a peaceful protester. We're ready. We're gonna get you guys out of there. And the Iranian people were so convinced, the ones that were protesting against the regime, they were so convinced that Trump was going to do something, and Trump did fucking nothing. But he's been amassing an armada, as he says, in the area, in the Persian Gulf, I believe. And I don't know if there's anything that's really happened as a result of it. I don't think anything's happened at all. Like the media just blacked out, and he's moving ships around, I guess, pawns, moving some troops around to different bases, getting ready. And like there's been a number of people being like, oh, the attack's coming tomorrow, like over the last few weeks, and it still hasn't happened yet. Now I think the one thing that really is saving Iran's bacon in all of this is the fact that they are threatening they're threatening action, and like they are this is not Venezuela, Iran. Like we've all had this discussion. It's definitely not Cuba, that's for sure. It's not someone in their backyard, the Americans' backyard. It is not a target that you can just fly over the top of and take somebody out in the middle of the night. Iran is much more difficult in terms of terrain, in terms of their military capability. And they do have the capability to do some damage. They've done damage to the Israelis when they had the 12-day war, or whatever they called it, back in June last year. I'm not sure if you remember, but Iran and Israel were firing at each other. The Iranians struck Israel, and they got through the Iron Dome. They made that seem pretty simple, to be honest. They have missiles that can get through easily, and nothing really happened. And what they showed was they were capable, and they took some pretty low targets out, if that makes sense. They didn't cause a lot of damage. They could have done more. Did Trump shoot himself at the 3:00? What's this, Jag? God, I can't believe this doesn't refresh by itself. At 34 seconds. I wish I could just copy link. I wonder if I can. No, it's Discord.
Woolworths exclusive.
What's this? If this is true that he shot himself. Trump does not take reporters' questions after signing executive order in the Oval Office.
Biden term.
Oh, I've heard about this. This is not real though, is it? I thought this was a joke.
It's going to be a thing of the past, and I'm so proud to be part of
And
this.
fellas, some great things happening, right?
Yeah.
Marty, there's great, really great things happening, I hear. And some pretty big announcements over a short period of time, right?
Yep. Moving drugs over the counter so you don't need a prescription.
Yeah, right.
Naloxone, which treats opioid, is one of those drugs. And we're being proactive with synthetic 7-OH, a new opioid that's showing up, and we're working with the DOJ on addressing that because chemists are coming up with new opioids faster than the government has been able to keep up. We're going proactive on these new chemicals.
That's great. Now I hear fantastic things. Thank you all very much.
Well, he's like in his 80s, man. Like if anyone's dealt with their grandparents before, like it's probably was. You can hear it. Flapping around there.
It's faster than the government has been able to keep up. We're going proactive on these new chemicals.
And look at the blondie over here. She heard it. She heard it for sure.
With the DOJ on addressing that, because chemists are coming up with new opioids faster than the government has been able to keep up.
Look,
We're
she
going
had a
proactive
look.
on
It's
these.
like, did he just do that? He rushes everyone out so quickly. Go, get out of here. Get the fuck out. Bondi looks right at him too. Yeah, the ladies in the room that have had to deal with their elderly parents before. Trump. Hey. It's time to put him out to pasture, I think. Caesar means of production. It's like cos lettuce, parmesan, anchovies, bacon, croutons, poached egg, and Caesar sauce. Caesar means of production. My favorite MOP. That's pretty good. I heard someone making a joke about this, and I thought they were just playing it up hard. But it's a real thing. It's so good.
Iran's top
Trump is usually so original. Crapping your pants is such a Biden move. Next thing you'll see Trump wandering off lost into the jungle. He's getting there, bro. He's getting there.
Iran's top security official and President Trump have both said their countries are negotiating as concern continues that the US could launch a military attack on Iran. Mr. Trump said Tehran was talking seriously to Washington. It comes as a US military fleet is heading towards Iran after Mr. Trump threatened to intervene to stop the regime's deadly crackdown on anti-government protesters. Several explosions across Iran on Saturday, blamed by the authorities on gas leaks, caused widespread anxiety. Iran is expected to begin a 2-day live-fire naval exercise on Sunday in the Straits of Hormuz. Well, let's speak to our correspondent, Barbara Plett-Usher, who's in Doha for us. And Barbara, I mean, how are diplomatic talks going at the moment, considering this looming prospect of military action?
Well, it seems they're happening at some level, and there has been some sort of progress based that they're starting from zero, I suppose, and this is according to the public statements made on both sides. What the Iranians actually said was that there was progress towards a framework for negotiations, and this would be negotiations over Iran's nuclear and ballistic missile programs. But the content of that, we know, is disputed because the Americans are making maximalist demands, including they want Iran to end its nuclear program, so end uranium enrichment. And the Iranians continue to say, well, we're not planning to build a bomb and we have the right for peaceful uranium enrichment. And crucially, the Americans are also demanding that Iran limit its ballistic missile program. And there, Iran has been very clear that that's a red line. That's not going to happen. That's very crucial for Iran's defense. So I think there's some way to go yet before we know whether there can be a deal possible. But at least in public statements, it sounds like there has been some kind of movement.
Isn't that interesting? Yeah, but I thought they destroyed their nuclear capabilities last year. And what's her name? Tulsi Gabbard has been silenced ever since because she was like, no, they didn't really. It's still there. Hey? They're still nuclear capable. Even after the strike. It was the hardest strike ever. It was the best mission. So hot. Imagine being the leader of the free world, but instead of caviar crabs, he creates his own Big Macs using Trump's own BS terms against him. Framework. Yeah, very, very interesting. This time, 6 months ago, if you had mentioned that Iran still were nuclear capable, Iran, like Trump would have slapped you around the head a few times. Not anymore. Not anymore. All of a sudden, the same trope that has been used for decades to justify sanctions and military action against Iran, that they're nuclear capable or they're working on nuclear enrichment so they can produce some type of weapons of mass destruction. All of a sudden, that's a factor. It's a factor again that Iran's nuclear capable. All of a sudden, I thought they destroyed it. I thought they blew it into the ground. It was the best operation ever. No, they haven't ended their nuclear capabilities. And how's the other red line as well? The Americans want Iran to stop producing ballistic missiles. literally the only thing that they have in terms of a deterrent away from all-out military aggression by the US and Israel. The only thing that's keeping them from just obliterating Iran. The only thing. And they're just like, come on, man, get rid of your ballistic missiles. And they're like, no, that's not an option. Imagine someone telling the Americans to get rid of their nuclear weapons. Come on. This is crazy. I wish I could remember who, but one of the Dems supported new blokes dropped his guts live. Man, that was a true professional, how he carried on. Project 2025 blokes yelling at Trump, we told you not to hire a woman. We said explicitly. Handmaidens only.
Lots of this is still being worked out. How dangerous would it be for Washington to launch some kind of missile attack and therefore the response then from Iran?
Well, there's a lot of potential for some quite dangerous scenarios, and nobody quite knows what the Americans would actually do because they have different options, and nobody knows what the result would be. Now, the Iranians have been quite vocal about saying they would respond swiftly and they would respond quite substantially. So it depends on what the Americans would do. They could strike military targets, so they could try to hit nuclear program sites, although it's unclear what that would be because they did bomb 3 of the major sites in June, and the Iranians haven't, there's no evidence they've tried to reconstitute the program since then. They could strike the ballistic missile program. It's believed that's what Israel wants to happen because those missiles are also pointed at Israel. It could strike leadership targets, so it could go after the Iran Revolutionary Guard targets. This is the group that has been accused of being behind the protest crackdown, although it's not clear whether that would really change anything. It could go after leadership targets. That would be regime change. Then things get very unclear because nobody knows what would happen if this regime would fall, or whether it would be replaced by, let's say, military leaders, or who would replace it. And in the worst case scenario, if there was a state collapse, if there was fragmentation, that would trigger greater instability in the region. That's what America's regional allies are really afraid of. It could actually, possibly also, the Americans take the Venezuela playbook in terms of using all this firepower, the naval forces that they have amassed in the region to blockade Iran's oil exports, especially the sanctions-busting ships, and just try to grind the regime down that way. So there are various options, and we don't really know what's going to happen.
It's crazy how openly the mainstream media talks about this stuff, right? Like supposed free world. It's my ass. Free market, my ass. Like, come on. They're just like, yeah, let's just grind them down economically, cut off all of their trade, position things to blockade them, show military force. And like, these are all just viable options. There's no one in the BBC that's just like, hello, what happened to the idea of sovereignty? What happened to the rules-based order? Why are the US allowed to just do this? No one. Like back in the day, there used to be actually discussion in the mainstream media about whether or not this is an acceptable approach to take. Now it's just a given. It's just like, well, they've got a shopping list. They can take out the Revolutionary Guard. They could just strike the whole place. They could kill a bunch of civilians. Like, it really is just an option. Just, which one are we going to pick today? Not like questioning whether or not this is suitable. Because, like, remember, we're talking about just 2 weeks ago when Europe itself is being threatened. People like the BBC are just like, what? This is outrageous. Trump wouldn't actually attack Greenland, would he? That'd be an attack on not only NATO, but us as Europeans. That would be a directed attack on us. This is outrageous. What happened to the rules-based order? What happened to people's national sovereignty? How could someone allow this to happen? This is an outrageous attack on liberal society and national sovereignty. How could we let this happen? But when it comes to Iran, though, hey, what type of bombs are we going to use to take out their nuclear capabilities this time? Eh? It might go boom, boom or crick, crick, but they have options. Pretty much it, right? They're just talking about options like it's normal that the US should be using its military force to coerce Iran to do something that's against its own national interests. There's not even like the slightest like hint that we shouldn't be going down this path at all. Like, what gives us the right to do anything like this? Nothing. And they've started up the rhetoric as well about, oh, they're still executing people and they're, you know, they're being an evil regime and all that sort of stuff. That started ramping up pretty hard now. They didn't move all those ships just to negotiate. Oh, that's probably a pretty insightful comment, isn't it? Negotiations, Bruce Willis style. Why she say Mr. Trump and not President Trump? Yeah, it's pretty fair. Like, you know, they should call him by his title, right? Goddamn liberals. Why don't call the president his name? Outrageous. Iran. Who are they saying that they are taking? Wait, who are they saying that? Are they talking to the US? So Barbara in Doha knows more than you and me. Negotiations, then Israel will attack. It's the agenda, isn't it? It's the playbook. It's the fucking playbook, man. 4 minutes of talking without saying nothing. Yes, they did say nothing just then, did they? Didn't they? Outrageous. The Navy that enforces international law would then just do whatever they want. Yeah, it is outrageous. Thank you. Thank you very much. Agreeing to discussions is a long way from any deal. How could you negotiate with terrorists? That's a fair call, man. It's pretty hard to negotiate with the Americans. Yeah, I see what you did there. I see what you did there. Well, that's why more epi stuff dropped. Dropped it like a Moab. I wonder what the Australian press is saying about this.
Welcome back, everyone. US President Donald Trump has doubled down on his military threat against Iran, declaring that the ships he's sending to the Middle East nation are bigger than those he used in his Venezuelan operation.
We have a
I guess you have to take that
large
on
armada, flotilla.
face value, right? If he's like, it's better than the one that we did for Venezuela, it kind of gives the game away what they're potentially thinking. We did this one for Venezuela, and this one's bigger. It's hotter. Some say it's the most hot armada in the world.
Call it whatever you want. Heading toward Iran right now, even larger than what we had in Venezuela.
It's quite the warning, isn't it, for more?
It's so hot. So hot.
Welcome back. Tensions are rising in the Persian Gulf this morning as President Trump.
There's a Persian Gulf. Okay. And they're all sitting around. Interesting.
Trump weighs his military options after.
Okay, so this is Fox. I really want to know what Fox has to say about this. Meanwhile, in Australia, anti-Semitism.
Sending a large naval force led by the carrier USS Abraham Lincoln toward the rogue nation. Secretary of State Marco Rubio also revoking the privilege of senior Iranian officials and their families.
Why are they rogue? Because they've been cut off from the world because of sanctions? Hey?
To travel to the United States in response to the deadly crackdown on protesters who are demanding freedom from the Ayatollah Khomeini's brutal regime. Joining me now is former Deputy National Security Advisor to President Trump, Victoria Coates. Victoria, thanks so much for being here.
Yeah, thanks, Victoria.
What is your reaction to this armada headed and in striking distance of Iran? And what do you think President Trump should be doing now?
Well, Maria, good to be with you. Yes, this is a historic buildup in the Middle East, giving President Trump every option he might want to take action against the mullahs in Tehran.
Oh, she's from the Heritage Organization?
Different,
is that
and
what
the
it says?
response of the regime is different. They're large.
Heritage.org. I wonder if she's from Heritage Foundation. She is so deadpan. I wonder if she's real.
stricter, they're more sustained, they're in response to systemic economic failure in the country. And then the response of the regime has been different. As many as 30,000 slaughtered in a 2-day period or last month. That is a really grim situation. And I think President Trump wants all of those options. I think he wants, if he takes action, for the action to be decisive. And then
it's so matter of fact as well. It's a great lesson in propaganda. Fox News, it's so good. She's like, say the point. She's like, and 30,000 people have been slain in 2 days. That is absolutely shocking, isn't it? And like her, she was like, whoa, that's mental. Let me just add that note here. My God. She said the line. KK Online, they can't say all their crappy talking points as is not real. He's just a Jewish version of Iran. What did Icarus say when he flew too close to the sun? It's hot. It's hot.
To end it. He doesn't want to get us, as Senator Schmidt was just saying, into another endless war.
Yeah, I mean, look, we thought the Iranians were in a weakened position. What does the president or the Trump administration need to do to stop this?
Well, this is like the Cuban thing all over again. Remember last week we were watching how blatantly they were just like, look, we absolutely crushing Cuba with economic sanctions. Can't they people just revolt already? Do we have to do this? I don't want to do this before the midterms. Because if we commit to this before the midterms, it might backfire. Can't they just overthrow their own government already? Jesus. That's the exact same talking point with Iran. They're just like, come on. Aren't they under enough pressure? Can't they people just rise up already and get rid of this regime? Do we have to go in there? Seriously. I didn't want to have to get my hands dirty. This is bullshit.
They are in a weakened position because they can't fix their economy. So in the long term, I think they're going to be a self-solving problem. But in the short term, they're even more vicious because they're trying to survive desperately. So I think that's why the president wants all of this in the region. He's also surging our missile defense systems, our Patriots, our THAADs. He also sold $9 billion worth of Patriots to the Saudis. Sheikh Khaled bin Salman, MBS's younger brother, was in Washington this week, and they inked that deal for a huge number of Patriots so the Saudis can defend themselves. It's not just us doing the defending. We're arming our allies in the region so they have greater capabilities to defend against Iran.
Yeah, it's a great point. It's just frustrating that it's taking so long to get the weapons on the ground that we need. We just spoke with the senator about that, the fact that we can't make weapons fast enough to keep up with what's going on in the world.
No, we can't.
It's a weird dystopian line, isn't it? We can't make weapons fast enough to keep up with what's going on in the world, to keep up with all of the different things that we're trying to work on at the moment to destabilize regions so we maintain primacy. We remain top dog. We can't make this shit fast enough. There's a lot of destabilization that goes on, man. Is that foreshadowing? It's an interesting point, isn't it? Like, that's what an admission that is too. Like, oh wow, we can't make stuff fast enough, which is interesting in the context of some of the other people that we listen to, like Brian at the New Atlas, which talks about the productive capability, the military productive capability of places like Russia and China. And like, realistically, the US can't produce stuff as fast as the Russians and the Chinese can, like military production. And like, basically that's all that the US really does from a production standpoint, or does best these days, is military production. It is a very interesting admission, isn't it? We got all these fires, all these things on the burner, and we can't service them all with weapons. We're going to run out of weapons. Oh, God. Say it ain't so.
Again, really important announcements this month. With Lockheed Martin, the president has said we're going to triple our production of Patriot interceptors. We're going to quadruple our THAAD interceptors. This is billions of dollars of investment. That's why the procurement process that's going to happen in 2026 in the Congress is critical.
All right, I want to take a break, and then I want to ask you about China and what just happened at the Panama Canal. Stay with us. Former Deputy National Security Advisor Victoria Coates. Back in a minute.
Thank God for Victoria Coates. My God. Where would we be without her? This is an interesting one, man. Some leftist douchebag said my trolls were not good. And like Oliver Twist, he asked for more. I was banned less than 5 minutes later. That's so good. No way. So they actually asked for the punishment, Han, and they still banned you? That's so funny. They wouldn't hold up in court, you know. If they asked for the punishment, you delivered, and they still got upset anyway. It's not a fair world that we live in, Han. That's why they need 1.5 trillion. Yeah. It's interesting, isn't it? When you frame it, like you gotta, like, if you thought military spending was enough already, a trillion, 1.5, another half on top. Thank you very much. So we can sell missiles to our allies so they can shoot missiles at our adversaries because we put them under economic pressure and blockade. But as long as we don't do the firing of the missiles and they keep buying more, then our friends in the military industrial complex are going to be mighty happy. Mighty, mighty happy. 1.5 trillion. That's how you justify $1.5 trillion, ladies and gentlemen. $1.5 trillion. Wow. We just don't have enough weapons. We can't keep up with all of the places around the world that we're causing trouble. We can't keep up with all the weapons. Oh, man. All right, look, I'm going to leave it there. I've got to bounce. But yeah, thank you everyone for hanging out today. All right, that Epstein stuff was mental, wasn't it? Like, if you were around for that, my God. Like, some of the reports that were coming out, okay, unsubstantiated or all allegations at this point, but damn, they were scary. Shit, I just got here. Where the fuck were you, Han? We've been hanging out for hours. Where were you, man? You were over pissing off some other lefty douchebag, hey? And we've been learning about Iran. Come on, Han, seriously. Spandonk, Voltaire, Dilemmas, and Dr. Nathan, Woozle, Lup, Jeff. 4IS in the house today. It's good to have you. Who else do I miss? Con, KC Chiefs, Callum, the interesting name. Solar Bear in the house, watching too earlier. Thank you very much for your interactions. Kylie Wyote hanging out. Who else we got here? Ravy Baby, Jag, Matt Bon in the house. Han coming in at the end. I'll be live in about an hour or so if anyone wants to join. Just finishing up stuff now. I didn't know. Oh, you are. Oh, shit. About an hour or so. Oh, well, make sure you put something in the Discord then. Oh shit, I wasn't aware. Sorry, I go down the list by most viewers. He had one more than you. I was only there for less than 10 minutes. Good luck and Godspeed with the week. Thank you very much. And yeah, thank you everyone for hanging out today and interacting. If you've been watching this at home and you're watching after the fact, thank you so much. I do appreciate it. I find it amazing how many people in this chat sit on the right but enjoy your content. It's kind of cool. You'll definitely bring the class consciousness. Yeah, well, that's the mission, man. That's the mission. If we can somehow descend the culture wars. It's not easy. It's not easy. But like, yeah, we got to try. Because it's one of the main tools, I would say, that they have over us. The main tools. So, thanks for coming in, everyone. And we're going to be back tomorrow. Oh, good. I was going off the instinct that we were back to normal hours. Yeah, fair enough. But yeah, we're going to be back normal time tomorrow, I think. I'll make a call in the morning. It just depends if I can get in earlier or not. But yeah, thank you, everybody, for hanging out. And I will see you tomorrow. Until next time, please remember, I am, you are.